The United States Air Force answered the call to unite and fight at the forefront of the COVID-19 pandemic. During the early stages and in a coordinated effort with Health and Human Services, multiple Air Force bases took in evacuated Americans from China and potentially exposed passengers of cruise ships, providing managed quarantine for hundreds of U.S. citizens returning home. When stay-at-home orders became prevalent across the country, the Department of the Air Force's acquisition community and AFWERX leapt into action to leverage an already established network of private sector and government collaborators. Together, they created the Department of the Air Force's Unite and Fight Acquisition COVID-19 Task Force, an entity to help connect non-traditional private sector suppliers with Air Force need. These connections created a framework to help keep the Air Force supply system independent of the civilian medical supply market. The Unite and Fight endeavor evolved into a larger effort with the Joint Acquisition Task Force, becoming known as the Unite and Fight COVID-19 National Response Team Industry Portal, powered by the Department of Defense. This portal allowed the defense industry, commercial companies, and academia to come together with federal agencies to combat the effects of the virus. This effort has allowed the U.S. Air Force to support FEMA in awarding approximately $640 million in contracts related to the pandemic. In addition, airmen from across the United States Air Force Reserve and Air National Guard answered the call to support COVID-19 relief efforts around the globe. With less than 48 hours notice, National Guard members mobilized to augment frontline medical staff and construct makeshift hospitals. Additionally, more than 1,000 reserve component medical professionals from across the nation did the same. But the support did not stop there. Those who couldn't help medically showed their appreciation for those who could. Many Air Force bases conducted flyovers over their local communities to say thank you and to show their support. The Air Force demonstration squadron, the Thunderbirds, joined the America Strong flyovers, recognizing healthcare workers, first responders, and other essential personnel while standing strong with all Americans during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Welcome back to day 3, the final day of the AFWERX Fusion Virtual Experience. We are so proud of the work that everyone has accomplished. We have absolutely spread the innovative AEF message to tens of thousands of people. Just yesterday, we had over 25,000 views and visits just on our website alone. That does not include social media content and our other websites that people have been going to. And we're not even done yet. This is day 3. In fact, we are just getting started. So to get it started, please welcome your exhibitor showcase lead, the great Josh Kaplan, back to the host desk. Hey, Josh.
Hey, how's it going, John? Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here again.
Well, thanks for making the run over here, because I know you got a lot of stuff going on over there.
I got lost, but I'm glad I was able to make my way over. So,
So I saw a couple of emails yesterday from some exhibitors. It seems like things are going pretty well on the trade show floor. Can you give us an update?
Absolutely. So one of the coolest things that I've been receiving through my email is that there are some different exhibitors who are having, that they are receiving emails from DoD that they want to contract them. And they're asking, how do we go about doing something like that? There's a lot of different ways that the AFWERX Challenge actually helps out the exhibitors. It goes twofold. The first one is that it enables them to obviously go through the normal challenge process. They submit a solution, then they move forward to the showcase, and then after the showcase, they can receive potential prototyping funding. But the second one is that we create the showcase website where at any point, anybody from the Air Force or Space Force is able to come in and say, hey, we would like to contract this team. So what we have is the AFWERX Rapid X team, and they create what we call a CSO, which is a commercial solutions opening. And what that does is it fast tracks the contracting process for the exhibitors. So what they did is they laid out the groundwork for the market research report, the acquisition strategy plan, and the business clearance for the contracting officers within the Air Force or the Space Force. This is available to any US-based team, or if it's an international team, all they have to do is partner with a US team to get involved.
So let's highlight that for a second, okay? That CSO, you know, we've been looking at legacy acquisition processes, and we're really trying to accelerate and close those timelines. That's exactly what we're doing here, right?
We're trying to fast track things. Right.
That's fantastic. And I don't know if we have a time on that where previously the contract might have taken this long, now we're saving 20, 30, 40%, but it's somewhere in there, right?
It makes it much quicker. I don't have an exact percentage. What I know is the contract is going to be finished up on Monday, so that's super soon. And at that point, you know, it will be much, much quicker because we all know contracting is always a lot of fun.
Yep. And just in the thread of continuous innovation, we're getting a lot of good feedback, right? Got some good feedback. We also had some opportunities to improve. Do you want to talk to us about a couple things you did just in the last 24 hours?
Yeah, absolutely. So we obviously are constantly listening to everyone's feedback. You know, the exhibitors are the ones on the, you know, they're on the front lines here, and then the attendees are going in and they're really getting the full experience. What I will say is the site's doing great in regards to the amount of people visiting each page. There's about 25,000 visits to pages, which means, you know, there's 25,000 exhibitors who have had their things seen, you know, their solutions seen. But there's not as much interaction as there could be, right? Because at a showcase, there's that face-to-face interaction. Right. And that's what we really want to capture, because that's how you really get the most amount of information out. Right. So what do you think, John? What do you think is the best way to kind of approach something like that to get that interaction?
Well, I think that's what we're going to be talking about later today as we think through the environment that we're in, why we're having this virtual showcase, and that a lot of trust is built in these face-to-face relationships. And when you're in the room with somebody, there is something chemically that happens neurologically, and I'm not a doctor to talk about it, but it's written about and it's researched. And so that's how those trusting relationships happen. And so how do you do that in the virtual environment, right? Because you still have the connectivity that's going on there, but you're physically distanced. Right. And so we're going to talk about trust, we're going to talk about relationship building, we're going to talk about all that later on today. Well, that's a great question, and I think that's what we're testing out in this new model. And by the way, you've got conventioneers across the country right now that have to go virtual, and they're tuning in to AFWERX Fusion to see how we're doing it.
No, absolutely. I mean, we're doing everything we can, right? From like networking events to workshops. We're getting, you know, we're trying to be as inclusive as possible. You throw in the exhibit, we give the ability to have that face-to-face interaction, and like you mentioned, it is. I mean, there's that advantage to being able to look someone in the eye and build that trust, you know. But the bottom line is, I really do think this is possible virtually. Yeah,
and just a couple of things to note. If I wanted to come back and visit the website, so I go back to my private sector job, and I identify some gaps or some requirements, and I remember there were some companies that I saw back in the showcase back at AFWERX Fusion. Can I go back to that website a month or two from now?
Yeah, no, this 3-day event is not the duration of the website. This website is going to be up for a while. I don't have the exact date in which the CSO will be over, but the bottom line is it's not going to be that soon, which means that, yeah, anybody from the Space Force, Air Force who wants to come in and learn more about this solution, about these different solutions and contract these exhibitors, they should absolutely do so. There's nothing stopping them.
Well, I love that. So this is perpetual. This is going to continue on for the next several weeks. Exactly. And I just love the way that we can continue to connect the private sector, public sector in this partnership. And so before we go on another tour of the showcase floors, I know you got your running shoes on. We got to get you back over there. You want to help me do some of the announcements again?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the biggest announcements is the Rapid X team is going to be doing a training session on August 5th and August 12th. They are going to, this is open to any contracting officer from the Air Force or the Space Force who is interested in contracting one of these exhibitors. You could learn more about that at AFWERXchallenge.com under the Events tab. I also want to mention if you registered for the AFWERX Fusion event. Check your email for a link for the hashtag connected AF Slack workspace. You could connect with the other attendees and share your thoughts during and after the event.
Plus, you'll gain access to exclusive content like our live scribe drawings. Those are pretty cool, actually.
I wish I could do that.
I know. I have a tough time just coloring within the lines. Those live scribe drawings that you're going to see throughout the day.
You could download official Fusion digital Zoom backgrounds to liven up your workshops and networking by going to AFWERXfusion.com/digital-backgrounds.
And you know what? We want to hear from you. We've been getting a lot of great feedback. We'll have polls active throughout our program, and instructions will appear on screen, but you can also see them on our homepage underneath our agenda.
And at any point, if you get stuck, please visit our helpful help desk, which you can access from the top of the homepage. Daryl is the nicest guy, along with all of the other people within the help desk. Just obviously, if you need help, please go visit them.
Yep, and before we get you back to the showcase, just a reminder, come back here later on today at 12 p.m. Eastern time because we have a heck of a lineup ready for you. We've got Nick Marks, we've got Kevin Hines, suicide survivor, and now advocate. We got Christine Lai. We've got a fantastic panel set up with Raquel Brigham Brown, and she's bringing in retired four-star General Darren McDew, and the chairman and CEO of the Recording Academy, the head of the Grammys, Harvey Mason Jr. is joining us. Then we got a special appearance from Brene Brown to introduce Colonel Dee Halfhill. She's going to talk about leadership communications and trust and vulnerability. We've got the great Mark Rowland, who's also going to host a fantastic panel. And then we're going to close the end of the day with Simon Sinek. So please, if at any point throughout the day you have any questions, please go to our website. But for now, enjoy your showcase. We'll see you back here soon. But first, let's give it up for the 371 exhibitors.
Yeah.
Go check out their booths, hop into their Zoom meetings, and chat with them. They work so hard to be here, and the least that we can do, and I'm going to go do that as well like I did yesterday, I'm going to go in and say hi because there are some pretty amazing things there that I wasn't aware of, which is great. So once again, we'll see you back here at 12 Eastern Time for a day of programming like I just mentioned. You will not want to miss.
Imagine, just for a moment, the voice of an all-powerful being. Rather than tell you who the voice that you are likely imagining belongs to, we thought we'd tell you about the man behind that voice and how he found it. He started humbly. He was born in Memphis, Tennessee in 1937, the son of a barber and a teacher. While he had support from family, he moved frequently and was sometimes displaced from his parents. Eventually, he settled in Greenwood, Mississippi with his mother. At the age of 12, he was ordered to participate in his junior high school's drama competition as punishment for an innocent prank. He was a natural. By the time that he graduated from Broad Street High School in 1955, he knew that he loved acting. He also had a hunch that flying could be an even greater passion. So, he turned down an acting scholarship to Jackson State University and joined the United States Air Force. He started out as a radar technician and did eventually get to trying as a fighter pilot. But when that opportunity came, he realized he had a higher calling. In all, he spent 3 years, 8 months, and 10 days as an airman in the United States Air Force. After that, he pursued that other dream, the one involving stages and lights and cameras. That dream took him to Hollywood, which leads us back to our original question. What does that all-powerful voice sound like? We're guessing that the voice you are imagining sounds something like this.
Hi there. Would you please open the gate and let me in? Please, let me in.
That's former Airman First Class, Morgan Freeman, an award-winning actor and humanitarian. His initial hunch about loving flight, that also turned out to be true. At age 65, Freeman earned his pilot's license and still maintains a fleet of personal aircraft.
We've been thinking a lot about the base of the future, but now let's take a look at the aviators of the future. Guys, I think we're gonna need to lower the camera just a little bit.
My father taught me how to fly. I grew up in Japan, and growing up with the Aero Club eventually just got me into flying. So he had me solo on my 16th birthday, and I just continued flying from then.
We've always flown, so be it our own airplanes, his training planes, his work planes. That's the daily life. We hang out at our hangar when we're not at home, and the girls have been flying in that ever since they were 3 months old.
I haven't done like loopy loops by myself, but I pull the G's with the stick and I do it all by myself.
We love to fly.
Her dream is to be an elite pilot, and based on her name, she's already off to a great start. Please welcome Amelia.
Who is Major Michelle Curran?
She's the third woman to be on the Thunderbird team, and she's upside down 5, and she's always been my dream to meet her.
Major Michelle Curran is here. Come on out.
I think for them to not have the limits is really rewarding. For them to think that they can do anything is really amazing to me. And to not let them think that I'm a girl, I can't do this. I'm a kid, I can't do this. No, you can do anything you want. And the aviation community is like a family. They treat each other with kindness, respect, and they're always willing to help.
Just keep going until you reach your goal and never stop.
Have you ever wondered how much risk the United States Air Force takes when it decides to send its aircraft into battle? The answer is easy: as little as possible. One of the biggest factors beyond fuel and enemy fire? Weather. Meet the Special Operations Weather Team. These meteorological warriors are inserted in advance of strikes for the most realistic terrain and condition reports. The next time that you see an airman in a gray beret, salute him or her. Then ask them, what's the weather going to be like? It's been a different kind of year. We've made plans, we had assumptions, and then along came a virus. In 2020, the United States Air Force ROTC boasted 15,454 cadets. In Nevada alone, there are 90 cadets. 8 cadets earn their butter bars. This is the story of 4 of those cadets. These future leaders are half of the graduating class of Detachment 004 at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas Air Force ROTC. We hope as you hear them, you gain a deeper appreciation for the dedication, determination, effort, and even sacrifice that it takes to become an officer in the United States Air Force.
Lieutenants, how you guys doing today?
Excellent, sir.
Good. Thank you, sir. Good. Well, thanks for being here. Congratulations on your commissioning. I was sitting in those chairs a long time ago in 1999, and so I know the excitement you feel. But let's go around the room. Let's do a couple of quick introductions, if that's okay.
My name is Lieutenant Avery Allen Lias. I'm selected to be an aircraft maintenance officer heading over to Travis Air Force Base.
And I'm Lieutenant Bryce Alvis, and I got picked up this past March to go to Euro-NATO Joint Jet Pilot Training at Shepherd next March.
I'm Lieutenant Connor Smith. I'll be going to Okinawa to be a Force Support Officer.
And I am Lieutenant Ansel Cabrera. I'm heading to Eglin Air Force Base to be a developmental engineer. It's always challenging for students to rise to the level of performance that's expected in college. And then when you put another program on top of that where they have to be dedicated and perform, substantial duties and obligations for that program, it's a particularly difficult situation.
Maintaining a 3.25, which is the requirement of Air Force ROTC, is very tough in College of Engineering. If anybody has a 3.2, they have done wonderfully well. Probably they will be in the top 25% of the class.
What are some key takeaways you're going to leave Las Vegas with to go out there and spread throughout the rest of the force?
Always push yourself. If you're always pushing yourself, that gives the example to your subordinates, and they want to push themselves.
Number one thing I learned was just be willing to change.
Don't ever accept the status quo. If there is a better way, find it.
Patience. Patience for yourself. Patience to kind of learn.
They have to make sacrifices, personal sacrifices, to be able to meet the demands of being in the ROTC program, and also, their academic responsibilities. And so I think it creates a sense of stick-to-itness and tenacity.
It's amazing to see the discipline. It's amazing to see the physical strength these cadets bring in. And in classrooms, these are very disciplined students.
What we have going on around the world right now with COVID. How do you manage that in your head, and how are you thinking about that as a leader?
One of the things with this pandemic too is it's kind of forced the world to challenge the status quo of how they do business and how they operate on a day-to-day basis.
I think the biggest one that we all saw was Zoom. Zoom and WebEx were probably the biggest ones. Learning to be comfortable with them. I mean, it's not too hard of a transition, but for some people it's definitely trying to coach them like, hey, you do this with Zoom, you don't do that, or please mute yourself during the Zoom call. I don't want to hear you making an espresso.
And now here you are, graduating from college, going into the Air Force, and you couldn't walk across the stage.
When we found out that there was going to be some complications with our ceremony and us walking across the stage, not going to lie, we were very upset about it.
I thought that's what was important to me, is getting the opportunity to walk across the stage in front of my family and friends and grab a diploma.
But I think, like with any stressful event in life, you may be upset about it for a little bit, but when you can push through that and adapt to the situation mentally, everything else just follows suit.
Thank you for spending this time with us. Congratulations on joining this long blue line. As a colonel and seeing this next generation and handing the baton over to you, I can't tell you how excited I am for our country. We're in much better hands with you guys taking this full speed ahead. And we look forward to seeing you guys out there on the flight line, and I'll see you at First Lieutenant and Captain and Major and so forth. So thanks again for being here.
Ever since Avery was a baby, he was a very quiet child. But at the age of maybe 7, he knew he wanted to be a soldier. Looking at him today with the bars on, it's a very proud moment for, any parent.
The United States Air Force answered the call to unite and fight at the forefront of the COVID-19 pandemic. Utilizing various Air Force bases, they were the first to set up and manage quarantine for hundreds of U.S. citizens returning home. As the pandemic spread across the country, AFWERX leapt into action to leverage an already established network of private sector and government collaborators. They helped to create the Department of the Air Force's Unite and Fight Acquisition COVID-19 Task Force. This framework would lead the way in COVID-19 relief efforts across the country. But the support didn't stop there. Those who were not able to help medically had other ways to show their appreciation. And the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds were about to say thank you.
It was a different way to use this team. It was kind of a unique way, and we were in the middle of the outbreak of COVID-19. It was really ramping up, and our air show season was effectively canceled. We were looking for a way where we can still recruit, retain, inspire. We can still make use of the time, money, and skill that the squadron has. And so the idea was really kind of a homegrown effort of, why don't we take some of our training dollars, some of our training missions, and let's just put it on public display so that folks can actually see that we are supporting you, we're cheering for you. And we knew right away that the people who really needed some uplifting was the folks in the medical community. They were struggling, obviously, with setting the battle rhythm, dealing with sick patients. We got the sense that perhaps they felt alone, and we realized that. And so we wanted to put that on display and dedicate these missions to the healthcare workers so they could see that we're all cheering for you. We know this is a tough time, but we are a strong country. We have strong communities. We have a strong medical community, and we're going to get through this. And so it was an absolute honor to be able to deliver that message to all the people out there in the United States.
I felt proud to know that I helped Operation America Strong happen. I think it gives me a lot of purpose in my job and who I am as a military member, especially being a part of an air demonstration squadron where all eyes are on you and you represent the people downrange, you know, and it's your job to show the world what the U.S. military is made of.
Providing morale for the country during this time was pretty rewarding. It was a great feeling. I didn't think the crowd was going to respond like that. Walking around when we were doing the mission and having people thank us for everything.
All the folks on the front lines, all our medical healthcare workers, we just want to say thank you for everything you're doing for this nation. This is, without a doubt, your version of combat, and we're right there with you in the trenches. We wish you the best of luck. We're cheering for you, we're supporting you, and we know it's your professionalism, it's your pride, it's your precision in what you're doing every single day that's keeping every American safe. The best thing we could do to thank you and show our support was to conduct these flyovers, and it's a complete honor, but thank you for everything you do. We're amazed at your grit, your determination, your professionalism, and we know we're going to get through this because America is strong when we're together.
Every day when we plan our trips, order our coffees, drop our children off at school, we are assisted. Whether we leave our house to purchase goods or those goods arrive to our houses after online orders, we've been assisted. The assist? The constellation of orbiting satellites that we know as GPS, or Global Positioning System. GPS provides navigation data to military and civilian users all over the world, enabling things like synchronized bank transactions, search and rescue, smartphones, precision, rideshare, ocean-going navigation, and both military and commercial aviation. What began as a way to track satellites and to accurately deliver ordnance now literally powers trillions of dollars worth of economic activity. The Research Triangle Institute, in conjunction with the National Institute of Standards and Technology, has estimated that the loss of GPS service would result in an economic impact of $1 billion per day in the United States alone. Not to mention all of the people who would find themselves irredeemably and suddenly lost. Truly smart communities, whether universities, hospitals, cities, or bases, will require security and defense systems which mitigate man-made threats. They must leverage technology for maximum operational efficiency, and resiliency will matter as natural events affect them. If a network of satellites, originally intended for accurate ordnance delivery, can create predicted economies in excess of $1 billion daily, what will the base of the future enable? How will the innovators that are gathered here virtually mold, shape, and change the community of today into the community of the future? We can't wait to find out.
Whoa, I love that. More stars than even General Goldfein has.
Well, it was just a little thing I threw on, but I love this. It's just sharp, man.
Huh? Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Stop doing that. I know what you're doing.
Sorry. We'll trade sometime.
We will. See ya.
Yeah.
Born in 1952 to proud parents, she had many blessings, chief among them a stable family that provided for her siblings and her. She also had motivation. She was an apt enough student in high school. She knew that college and what lay beyond was the right path for the daughter of parents who were only educated until the 7th grade. By 1974, she graduated as a nurse from the University of Maryland, but it didn't take her long as a trauma nurse to seek something different. In 1975, she joined the United States Air Force. She was commissioned a second lieutenant and served happily, rising to the rank of captain before departing in 1978. Her next choice? It wasn't expected, but it would have been hard to predict just how shocking her new career would become. She went back to school, this time at the Broadcasting Institute of Maryland while working in a local hospital. Her next choice didn't come easily either. Maybe a more experienced broadcaster would have been insulted. Maybe a lesser person would have fled from the opportunity as it was presented. But not her. She listened to the host from WWDC just up the road in Washington as he interviewed a prostitute on the air. This guy, this nut, this Howard something or another. He was supposed to be the up-and-comer. He needed a personality for the news that could wrangle him when he colored too far outside of the lines. He actually wanted it, a commanding personality in the midst of the mayhem that he was trying to create. How could Robin resist? She wasn't sure where the ride would take her, but it seemed like an interesting opportunity. So she leapt, and in 1981 she became what she would later describe as the best dance partner to her shock jock host, following him wherever he might go, but pulling him back whenever necessary. Captain Robin Ophelia Quivers had absolutely no idea that she was about to become the straight-laced partner to the self-proclaimed king of all media, Howard Stern. She also had no idea that she'd wind up becoming one of the highest-paid women of color in radio and television. Not too bad for a girl whose parents didn't see grade 8.
There was a 130 mile per hour gust at the Air Force Base just to your east, and that is before the gauge broke. So most likely the winds were much, much higher.
On October 10th, 2018, Hurricane Michael escalated to become the first Category 5 hurricane to make landfall near Mexico Beach in Bay County, Florida. In total, more than 20% of the damage that it created, or more than $6 billion of damage, was directly to the United States Air Force and Tyndall Air Force Base. It was devastating. 375,000 people were evacuated. 1.2 million people were left without power. Families were displaced. Children were unable to return to classes with their friends. Congregations could not gather in houses of worship. Firehouses, police stations, entire communities were torn apart or blown away. Out of this destruction came an opportunity. Tyndall Air Force Base has the chance to rethink what it means to rebuild, to prepare a base which is secure, resilient, and appropriately leverages technology while creating and building cultures of innovation into it. The opportunity was greater still than just rebuilding this one base. The challenge that Hurricane Michael presented has become an opportunity to rethink how the United States Air Force and even the larger Department of Defense builds, extends, or repairs its installations worldwide.
Tower, we're looking for clearance to land on runway 15.
What? I was just saying you should check out the AFWERX Fusion Experience.
Fusion flight? I didn't even see him. Tower, you gotta tell me where these flights are.
No, it's just a virtual conference. You just register on AFWERXfusion.com. There's gonna be, great speakers and panels and stuff.
Roger that. Information acquired. I'm coming in hot. And tell my wife I love her.
Chris, I'm right here. Do you want the orange juice or not?
My call sign's Hercules. Yeah, that was right. Oh. Did you even see that putt? It was amazing.
Did you know that you could grow your brain? I know, there are a lot of rumors out there that we can only fit so many penguins of knowledge on the ice cube of our brain, but that is simply not true. One of the great studies of our ability to grow your brains comes from researching the training of the London cab drivers. The cabbies, they have to learn this dizzying network of London's 25,000 streets, along with thousands of information items such as tourist destinations. And they have to study this intensively for 3-4 years. Well, researchers tracked a group of the applicants studying the knowledge for approximately 4 years. The researchers also tracked a group of people who did not drive taxis, but were similar in age, education, and intelligence. They collected brain size data from each of the group members as well. Now, at the start of the study, the people had approximately the same sized memory centers within their hippocampus region. However, at the end of the 4-ish years, the taxi cab drivers, those candidates who had all been doing all of that studying, they had larger than average memory centers in their brains. Their intensive training was determined to be distinctly responsible for their brain's growth. So we hope that you are enjoying the Fusion experience, and we hope that you use it as a way to expand your mind, not just metaphorically, but physically as well.
The largest plane in the United States Air Force is the C-5 Galaxy. This monster is 222 feet across and nearly 300 feet long. Unloaded, the Galaxy weighs 380,000 pounds. It has been hauling for the United States since 1968. It is also one of the reasons for our reverse engineering challenge. Component manufacturers for this aircraft and many other critical pieces of equipment have gone out of business. This leaves the United States Air Force with many, many thousands of 2D plans which must be efficiently converted into 3D reality for later additive manufacturing.
But on your darkest days, hold minds in a haze. When you're cold in the shade, swing back harder with an uppercut. And on your darkest days, your mind's in a haze. When you're cold in the shade, swing back with an uppercut. Don't you ever give up. Don't you ever, don't you ever give. Don't you ever, oh, don't you ever give up.
He started out an enlisted private in the United States Army Air Forces in 1941. By the time that he retired in 1975 with over 33 years of active duty service, he was a brigadier general in the United States Air Force. How does a private become a brigadier general? It takes determination. No pain, no gain. But it takes innovation too. 2 days before becoming the fastest human being on Earth, he fell from his horse and broke 2 ribs. Afraid that the injury would disqualify him, he entrusted his wife, Glynis, and his fellow project pilot, Jack Ridley, with his secret. On the day of the flight, unable to close the hatch on his Bell X-1, Ridley helped his fellow pilot create a lever from the broken off end of a broomstick to assist with the task. It still hurt, It hurt like hell, but the two pilots' quick innovation would allow him to break an important barrier. On October 14th, 1947, the same way that a pilot would become a brigadier general, Captain Charles Chuck Yeager would close the hatch and put the world on notice. No pain, no gain. That's how a private becomes a brigadier general. That's how a hatch gets closed with the broken end of a broomstick. That's how we discover the boom that comes along with breaking the sound barrier. And that's how a newly created branch of service, less than 1 month old, puts the world on notice. We aren't just here to defend. We're here to innovate.
I'm Don Brewer from the American band Grand Funk Railroad. As a young boy, my dream was to be in a famous rock band. I followed that dream, and my band Grand Funk Railroad has been making records and touring for over 50 years. I wrote the hit song We're an American Band about my dream of being in a famous rock band. I want to thank the airmen and women for serving, and all the innovators and entrepreneurs for building a brighter future. Follow your dream. Fly, fight, win. AFWERX.
Down to item 43, Mo, can you talk to us about how we're going to handle the electrical distribution for this?
Yeah, so he got
Oh, dude, you're looking kind of tired. I have the answer, just a second. All right, so I think we're down to the final, 63 items. We're going to have to do an equipment review, the camera. Ooh, are you okay? What's going on over there?
Beam, I'm just so exhausted, but you know, innovation never sleeps, so I'll just keep trucking through.
Fair. Hey, can I get you a cup of coffee, maybe?
Beam, if you were in Virginia, I would say yes, but
Ye of little faith. Stand by.
What's he doing?
I wish I knew.
What happened?
All right, what's the next item on the list? Camera angles.
Camera angles, yeah. So we're gonna start with a 2.8 pushed at like something like a 5.6. What?
Oh, excellent.
What was that?
I see that my recent programming between the drone and the coffee machine. You got it?
how'd you get a coffee machine and a drone to work together? How would you even go about something like that? That's
Oh, yeah, that's, you know, I used JavaScript. You know, on the second thought, maybe you should stand up and take a few laps around the hub.
Beam, I want the same treatment as Josh. What's happening here?
Oh my gosh, I totally love this. What is this?
This is Space Force, man.
Space Force. Is it camouflage?
Standard issue, Celestial Camouflage.
Celestial camouflage.
Been right
Incredible.
into the stars. Star Ninja.
Wow, that's top notch. Incredible.
It is pretty cool.
All right, well, take care.
You too, man. Live long and prosper.
Is that the number 4? Or?
Actually, I'm trying to make it number 2, but
Okay.
Devorando el silencio, acariciando el aguacero, me desnudaste. Sensual con alma errante, con tu aliento despojaste tus secretos. Lo que me gusta de ti, va más allá de los cielos. Lo que me gusta de ti, no se descubre en un beso. Oh, me gusta de ti. Oh, me gusta de ti. Oh, me gusta de ti. Lo que me gusta de ti eres tú. Ay, 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 ay. Oh, fuego y eres como un sueño, el más perfecto. Oh, lo que me gusta de ti va más allá de los cielos. Lo que me gusta de ti no se descubre en un beso. Oh, me gusta de ti. Oh, me gusta de ti. Oh, me gusta de ti. Lo que me gusta de ti eres tú. Déjame entrar en el diluvio de tus pensamientos. Solo bailar en el desierto que envuelve tu pelo. No tengo más que decir, embriágame el alma de ti. Oh, me gusta de ti. Oh, me gusta de ti. Oh, me gusta de ti. Lo que me gusta de ti eres tú. Que eres libre como el viento. Oh, de mi aire eres el dueño. Lo que me gusta de ti eres tú. La, 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 la. Me gusta de ti. La, 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 la. Lo que me gusta de ti eres tú.
Protests take on all different forms. Robin's protest had to keep him with the men that he led. It couldn't get him fired. He was a graduate of West Point. He was the son of an Army general. But this wasn't the Army, and Robin Olds wasn't just any Air Force officer. So Robin grew a mustache. It irked the brass, but his men loved it, and that mattered to Robin. Robin didn't advance to the Chief of Staff of the Air Force. He became the Commandant of Cadets at the United States Air Force Academy. Robin's protest lived on. Well before No Shave November or Movember, there was March in the United States Air Force. Every March, airmen don a little facial hair, real and fake, in honor of Robin Olds. Here's to the risk takers. Here's to the rule breakers. Here's to the innovators. Here's to Brigadier General Robin Olds, 3-time ace, leader, aviator, airman.
Hello, AFWERX. Oh yeah, I can transfer you. Hold 1 second, please. Thank you. And when you dial, the world is brighter. You call my name and I'm a king. Off you go into the wild blue yonder. Off you go, leave me alone. Your call to me is worth a fortune. Your love for the Air Force, everything.
Hey, Elvis.
Hi.
I could use a little less conversation, a little more action. Do you mind updating the phone system with our new COVID protocols?
Please press 1 to record your message.
Well, it's a 1 for the big shot, a 2 to get help, a 3 to get the Air Force. No, not at all.
You're the best, Elvis.
Oh, well, thank you, but you can call me King, you know.
Is that your call sign?
No, that's just my informal title.
Cool.
Thank you. Yeah, I know, they just want me to do something here. I don't even know what this means, man.
Bum 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 ba-dum.
Off we go into the wild blue yonder, climbing high into the sun, into the sun. Here they come, zooming to meet our thunder. Adam now, give them the gun. Down we die, spouting a flame from under. Off with the one hell of a roar. We live in fame or go down in flame. Hey, nothing will stop the U.S. Air Force.
Bum 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 ba-dum.
Off we go into the wild sky yonder. Keep the wings level and true, level and true. If you live to be a gray-haired wonder, keep the nose out of the blue. Fight to fight, guarding our nation's border. We'll be there followed by more. In echelon, we carry on. Oh, nothing will stop the U.S. Air Force.
And now, broadcasting live from the Howard Hughes Center in lovely Las Vegas, Nevada, it's AFWERX Fusion with your hosts, John Flynn and Krista Kleiner.
Welcome back, everyone. It's good to see you all here again. Day 3. You know, every day I'm more and more impressed by the exhibitors that we've been seeing on our showcase tours.
Absolutely, Krista. I am just glad I'm not the one tasked with selecting the top contenders that will be advancing onto the next round.
Same.
Yeah.
When are we going to see those teams, though, John?
Well, that's a good question. I think the team is going to be very thoughtful about that because it's a very important decision. And I just heard about 30 minutes ago they're going to make those announcements by the end of next week and then follow up with another event the week of August 31st. So like I said, this is something that's extremely important. We've got a lot of people tuning in, a lot of businesses that want to continue into the next steps. And so it just simply cannot be rushed. But, you know, we might have a little while to wait, but we're going to get this right.
Well, I can't wait to hear when we finally get to.
Yep, me too. So anyway, to give some opening remarks to kick us off today, we have a true authority on all things innovation. She was responsible for managing nearly $5 billion in research and development funding, not to mention a workforce of around 6,000 people as the commander of the Air Force Research Laboratory. Please give a warm welcome to Brigadier General Heather Pringle.
Hey, thank you, John, and thank you, Krista. That was a really great introduction. I am so excited to be here because to me, building the base of the future is really important, not only to the Air Force, but also to the Space Force. And I know that at the Fusion event, you've had a great agenda so far, but today the focus on a culture of innovation and well-being is near and dear to my heart. And to me, it's the most important topic of all. And if we're going to solve these problems that we face in building a culture of innovation and well-being, we've really got to work together. And this Fusion event is really able to get after that. It's military and the private sector, all of us working together to build a better future. But I'll tell you, this is going to be difficult. If you learned over the past couple days that building technology was a difficult task, well, changing culture is even harder. In fact, building the base of the future would be easy if it weren't for the people part of it. Sometimes I'm asked about building a culture of well-being in the military, and I get asked the question, you know, how do you make the work-life balance work? And even today, where we are facing this environment of the coronavirus, it's very difficult. And in fact, the work and the life seems to blend together. And that's especially true in our 24/7, 365 military culture. You never get a day off. Your office is at the home. Your home life intrudes the office, and it can be really difficult to do. So it's going to be a difficult task over the next couple hours, and I'm really looking forward to hearing what you envision. Can we finally get this work-life balance right? Can we finally get and build a culture of innovation and well-being that will take us into the future? I tell you, you've got your work cut out for you, but now is the time to do it. We're doing a lot of learning and innovating as a result of COVID, and that's a good thing. We're doing a lot of learning and innovating with our Air Force. It's only 73 years young, and with our Space Force, which is only 7 months old. And with all the talent assembled here across the military and the private sector, I tell you, the sky's the limit. So let's do something new. Let's build a better base for the future for our professionals in the Air Force and the Space Force. And I'm really thankful that you're joining us on this learning and connection opportunity today. Thanks and have a great day.
Back.
All right, back in field.
That was great. Thank you so much, General. It is such a pleasure to have you here with us today.
Up next, we have a world-renowned expert on the science of happiness and how it applies at work.
You know, I'm feeling happier already just hearing you say that.
Same.
Yeah.
Just wait until you hear him speak. Please welcome CEO of Friday Pulse, Nick Marks.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm Nick Marks, and yeah, I'm going to be talking about happiness, but particularly about creativity and about how creativity is intelligence having fun. And that is a quote from the great Albert Einstein, one of the most intelligent humans to ever walk the planet. And we think of him about intelligence and creativity and perhaps fun too. But I want to make the case today that intelligent positivity is the way to create an innovative culture of creativity at the US Air Force. So just a little bit about me. I am a data guy. I'm a statistician. That's my trade. But I'm also a people person. I trained not only as a statistician, but as a psychotherapist. My mother was a therapist. And perhaps it becomes inevitable that I become the guy that does data about happiness, quality of life, well-being. I used to advise the Tony Blair government and the David Cameron government in the UK. And I did TED Talk about 10 years ago about that work. But over the last 10 years, I've been thinking about it in organizations, how to make them more successful, creative, innovative, by looking at how positive they can be. So what I'm going to talk about is about what emotions and positive emotions are for, how feelings are really good, bad signals, and how you can capture that statistically, and how when you know data like that, you can show that positivity leads to success and creativity, and that ways to build positivity at work. And finally, just some little musings really on structure of organizations and innovation. So to it, what are feelings for? You know, humans are obviously sentient beings. We're not just cognition machines. We have emotions. And the work that I particularly like is by a neuroscientist called Antonio Damasio. He wrote a book a couple of years ago now called The Strange Order of Things, which is kind of a strange title. But what he was really saying is that emotion comes before cognition, not only in the moment, but also in our evolutionary history. And that they really serve three main functions for the organism, which is that they help us monitor our environment, they help us motivate, to give us the energy to act, and they help us adjust those behaviors once we're in the flow of them. Now, if we think about monitoring, really at its heart, this is a stimulus response mechanism. It's really saying, are we a good fit for our environment? It's a sort of good, bad signal. Are we unhappy where we are? Are we happy? You know, if we're a happy frog, we stay in the pond that we are. If we're an unhappy frog, we bounce off and go and find another pond. This happens to us, you know, in our day-to-day lives. Like if you're at a party, if you can remember those before lockdown, but we did used to go to parties, and you meet new people. And immediately you have a sort of like-dislike signal. You know, are they a friend or a foe is our evolutionary signal. And how do we act upon that? So as a statistician, what's interesting about that is such a pure signal that you can actually put a number on it, and you can start saying, are you very unhappy, very happy? And you can give people scores on that. This is a question I work a lot with in my work. How have you felt at work this week? And you can capture that data. I'm just going to flash you a graph here of actually, this is the experience of COVID hitting for all our clients across all of our client base. You can see up until the end of last year, they're trundling along. There's always a peak at the Christmas period, holiday periods. People feel happier. There's parties going on. They're coming up towards a holiday. But then they go back to their mean, which has normally been around 70. 69.6 is the exact figure. COVID hits, and this is across all of our clients, it hit everybody pretty much at the same time. Everybody took a hit. And then there's that slow bounce back. And really that is resilience in action. We're seeing that across our clients. Humans want to be resilient. They are resilient, and they're climbing back. They're not quite to where they were because work is still very variable and more difficult, as we're experiencing today. We're not together. But they not only monitor our environment, we can only create data on that, but they also motivate us. And psychologists tend to think in terms of positive and negative emotions, or even before that, universal or primary emotions. There's a guy called Paul Ekman, did a lot of work in the 60s, 70s, 80s. He's still active today, talking about what emotions all human beings feel. Anger, fear, sadness, happiness. These are all emotions that we all feel across all cultures. And in some ways, anger and fear are part of the fight and flight mechanism. When we're angry, we're trying to deter a violation of a norm. Frightened, something's threatening our well-being, we need to take evasive action, run away, freeze, gather together. They're very, very functional. They may be negative, they may be slightly uncomfortable, but they're functional. And in one way, that they're trying to function us to avoid things. Whereas happiness is an approach emotion. It's saying go towards. But it's actually much richer than that. And it's one of the reasons as we tend to use happiness as like a gateway word to many different emotions. If I ask people, what does happiness mean to you? Then some people will say contentment. Others will say joy or enthusiasm. But they're very different emotions. Contentment is quiet, reflective. Joy, enthusiasm are active, full of energy. And there are lots of positive emotions in between. And they all, in a way, serve different functions. So, as I said, contentment is about reflecting something's gone well. What can we learn from that? How can we repeat it? Joy or awe is about reaching. It's about mobilizing energy. Or awe is about reaching for a higher goal. We perhaps in nature and we experience something, or perhaps we're hearing a very inspiring speaker, and we want to raise our goals to it. But then emotions like curiosity, explore the world, interest, focus, our attention, going very deeply into something. Gratitude, amusement, enjoyment, they're about bonding, creating relationships. And if you're building a positive team, then actually you want people to move between all of these emotions. These are all highly functional, and they're absolutely what makes us human. And what I want to say is they also what make us successful humans, what makes us creative and innovative teams in organizations is that sense of positivity going round. So I can show lots of data on happiness and success, but today I'm just going to really concentrate on the creativity. But I have got data on how happier people stay longer at work, they're more productive, happier organizations have higher share performance. But today, just creativity I'm going to do. And I'm going to use a classic experiment to illustrate it. It's called the Dunker Candle experiment. It was created, I think, in the 1940s, and it's a lateral thinking challenge. You've got some matches, a box of tacks, and a candle. And how do you attach it? How do you attach the candle to the wall in such a way that when you light it, the wax doesn't drip on the floor? Now, it's a bit of a mind mess. When you know the answer, it's very obvious. And the answer is you've got to notice there's a box of tacks, and you empty the tacks, you attach the box to the wall, and you put the candle in it, and you light it, and there you go. Now, some people solve this, some don't. But what these psychologists did was they manipulated people's mood. So they put some people into a good mood before they did the experiment. They maybe showed them a video of cats playing or baby gurgling. And they put some people in a bad mood, maybe cats being dissected or something horrible, or babies screaming. And they left some people just as they came. And what they found was that the people in the control group, the neutral group, solved the Dunker Candle experiment 13% of the time in 5 minutes. The ones they put into a negative mood, 20% of the time. Interesting. The negative mood actually increased people's performance. Let's think about that for a second. But here's the good news. Put them into a positive mood and they solved it 75% of the time. And that's in the moment. But we also find the same thing, that teams that are positive, they're more creative over the next 3 months going on. So the 20% one, going back to that, it's really just to say that in some ways fear can drive results, but not nearly as strong as supportive, positive environments that are psychologically safe, as Amy Edmondson might call it. Now, that's all very well, but how do we actually create happiness at work? How do we do it? What are the ways of doing it? As I said, I'm a researcher and a statistician as well as a CEO of a business, and done lots and lots of work like what are the main drivers of positivity at work? And these are the 5 things we find in all of our data sets, which the first one is connect, which is relationships are really important. Do you belong? Do you collaborate? Have you got friendships? The second one is being treated fairly. When you're treated unfairly, you get angry and you don't even get into the space of being positive. So respect, appreciation, work-life balance, fair pay, those sort of things. The third one is to be empowered. Are people using their strengths? Are they able to influence? Are they able to control their work? Are they able to be themselves at work? Very, very important things for people's positive experience. The fourth is to challenge them. Is that it's a nonsense to think that people want to do nothing at work. People love challenge, they love stretch, love learning new things. Very, very important. And the fifth is to inspire them, which is that when people feel their work is meaningful, purposeful, they're part of something bigger, they're going to much more enjoy those work. And these are interactive. These are a system. You don't do one at a time. You do all of them at the same time sometimes, but together, they're what creates a positive, productive, high-performing team. Now, I just want to have a little musing on organizational structure and innovation. Obviously, the Air Force is what we typically call a hierarchy, and it's also a very large organization. And this is my data on size of organization and happiness. It comes from 22,000 people around the world, so it's a pretty robust bit of data. And it's showing that on average, larger organizations are less happy than smaller ones. And how do you get around that? And so when I see something that says Google is the happiest place to work, I always know it's wrong. It's going to be some small company, less than 50 people that are totally passionate about what they're doing. That will be the happiest place to work. We see all the 5 ways because we measure all of them. They'll all drop off over that time, but you'll see that empower is the one that drops the most. And in some way, we feel disempowered in large systems. And I think this is something to do with innovation too. So when you have a hierarchy, then systems thinkers will talk about how it suppresses what they call variety. Variety is different ways the system could be set. It obviously limits them so it can have a command and control. Very reasonable in all sorts of circumstances. But for innovation and creativity, any idea is going to have to go up and down the hierarchy. It's going to be quite inefficient. So I think we need to think about new structures and new systems. And I love the work of Buckminster Fuller. He was an extraordinary engineer and thinker. And he was very, very obsessed with these ideas of geodesic domes. This is an icosahedron, and about how they spread, how they balance 2 fundamental tensions in engineering. Well, the idea of the powers, the forces in engineering, which is tension, which is the force that pulls things apart, and a compression, which is what brings it together. So, sorry, my PowerPoint's just gone slightly wrong. There we go. Tension pulls things apart and compression compacts them together. And there's another thinker I like called Stafford Beer, who was a systems thinker about organizations. And he talked about how people are the same, that we all want to be different. We want to be independent. We want to have our own empowerment, but we also want to belong. And there was a fundamental tension away between those 2 forces. The icosahedron and a 3-dimensional structure starts to put those, create those forces and balance them out. So if we're doing innovation in organizations, we need to think about networks. We need to think about people being in multiple teams so that information can flow between teams rather than keeping people in silos. So have people half in one team, half in another, but the other team they're in don't have the same people as the first team. Mix them up so that ideas flow and can flow around and then they get built upon. And obviously innovation at work is very much about how people work together. So just to wrap up, positive emotions are highly functional, as are the negative emotions. They're just more uncomfortable. Positivity leads to creativity and innovation. I remember there were 5 ways to positivity work, and that small is beautiful. And one of the challenges about creating an innovative culture is to create smallness in the bigness. Thank you very much. These are my contact details. I'm very active on LinkedIn. If you want to find me, Nick Marks without a K, Friday Pulse. Thank you.
Wow, what a great talk, breaking down happiness that way.
Especially the different variables into those different verticals. I hadn't seen anything done like that.
I like that. Connect, be fair, empower, challenge, inspire. These are all such great reminders for all of us. I'm sure as we're happy, we put out happiness to others, and it's contagious. So especially with the challenges right now, I think that's super important for us to do.
Absolutely. Any ideas how we can do that a little bit better today?
I do. How about we all connect, everyone at home, everyone here at the studio, all around. Let's hashtag Happy AF.
I like that.
Yeah.
Hashtag Happy AF.
Mm-hmm. What have you been doing to stay connected, John?
Well, that's a good question. I think everybody's been going through this time in different ways. Certainly it's been unprecedented. We heard mentioned a couple times the importance of keeping your families informed, keeping your kids informed, you know, sharing what's going on in your life and at work with them.
Yeah.
I think also the outreach to your employees, for those business owners, or even if you're not a business owner, your middle management, making sure that you're staying connected with your team members, reaching out to them, checking in on them every couple of days, and just letting them know that you care. Because when we're physically distanced like this, and a lot of the different models that are out there, you have to be able to come up with other creative ways to be able to lead your teams.
So true. I've actually gotten to a few new things myself and developed some better habits, taking the time to do FaceTime calls with friends, even writing letters to them, sending some friends flowers on, you know, a random day, or just to send some love their way. I think these little random acts of kindness go a long way in spreading happiness.
Definitely. And where would you do your FaceTime calls from?
Oh, my hammock in the backyard.
Just thinking
Hammock
of
life.
the hammock, that puts me in a happy mood right there. Yep.
Creating my own little paradise at home. I surround myself with crystals. Look at us here.
We
got
do.
them all
We do.
over.
We've got our own little happy place up here.
We do. We hope that all of you at home are able to do the same. We're sending lots of happiness and love your way. I am so thankful that AFWERX is acknowledging creativity in all its forms and how it plays a role in innovation. We are now honored to have a very special fireside chat. We've heard so much about the Base of the Future initiative over the course of the last 3 days, but let's hear a little bit about the journey that brought us here from a familiar face.
Yeah, that's right. These next two distinguished airmen can tell the story of this journey perhaps better than most anyone else. Please welcome Lowell Usry, Chief Integration Division at Tyndall Air Force Base's Program Management Office, who will be bringing back to the stage front and center the Executive Director of Tyndall's Reconstruction Program Management Office, which is the focal point of the Base of the Future as it relates to Tyndall, Brigadier General Patrice Melanson.
Thanks, John and Krista, for that introduction. It is now my distinct privilege to host this fireside chat with Brigadier General Patrice Betsy Ross Melanson. Ma'am, I think most of the viewers will remember your awesome keynote from Tuesday, where you talked about the progress we have made at Tyndall. However, for those of you that haven't, I just want to set the stage a little bit. On October 10th, 2018, Tyndall Air Force Base sustained a direct hit from Category 5 Hurricane Michael. Every single building on the base sustained some sort of damage, and roughly half of the facilities will have to be demolished and rebuilt. Luckily, it didn't take too long for the Air Force to make the decision to rebuild the base and site the newest 5th generation fighter, the F-35, here at Tyndall. Once that decision was made, the Air Force established a Program Management Office, or PMO, to repair, rebuild, and reshape Tyndall into the base we need, not the base we had. And ma'am, that's when you were asked to lead the PMO as the Executive Director. In your keynote on Tuesday, you spoke some about the resilience initiatives and innovation that we have already incorporated into the rebuild. As you and I both know, we were never handed a guidebook or a specification on how to build that base of the future with the resilience and innovation.
Yeah.
We've been at this now for over a year. It's been rough at times, but we've managed to keep moving forward. I think it would be great for the next few minutes if we could talk a little bit about that journey. How did we get here?
That'd be great. That'd be great. I'd love to do that.
So we'll start off with our first question. Ma'am, what went through your mind when you first got the assignment to be the Executive Director for the PMO and the rebuild?
So it was really a combination of almost giddy excitement but a fair amount of, oh my goodness, what have I taken on here? The devastation from Hurricane Michael really provided a once in a lifetime opportunity for an engineer. I mean, who else gets to almost build a base from scratch? Pretty exciting things. Very humbling, very professionally gratifying to have been asked to lead this almost $5 billion reconstruction effort. It's a huge responsibility. But in some ways it was a hard choice. I really, really liked my job with the San Antonio River Authority. I had a great team of folks working with me to improve the accessibility and the quality of the creeks and rivers in the basin. But in other ways, it was a no-brainer. I'm getting, kind of close to retirement, and wow, what a high to go out on. I mean, this is amazing. And I also had a good sense of, this is really what I've been kind of training to do my whole career. So I did feel a certain level of calling to lead a team to tackle something that was this huge.
Yes, ma'am. I can only imagine how exciting that must have been to contemplate such a huge effort, and what a fantastic capstone on a already incredible career.
Thanks.
Obviously, those were some big decisions that required a lot of deliberation and thoughtfulness. And in the midst of all that, you probably developed some guiding principles to help you along the journey. Can you talk about some of those?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So kind of first and foremost, you've got to find the gumption and also the finesse to push back on no without alienating folks. While we're getting much better at it, the military is a pretty risk-averse bunch of folks. But General Goldfein was very clear that we need to get comfortable with taking calculated risks. And there's still a fair amount of the mid-level managers who aren't yet comfortable with that. Let's face it, it's much easier to do what's tried and true. But part of my responsibility really is to help the rest of the team understand why it's imperative to move away from what we've always done and really, really harness what's happening in industry.
Yes, ma'am. I think you definitely have gumption and the right mindset to lead such a challenging and open-ended effort. Specifically when it comes to defining something that really just hasn't been defined before.
Right.
As we both know, we really weren't given a guidebook on how to develop a base of the future, and so we've had to work our way through that. So given that, I'm wondering what does the base of the future mean to you?
So I think the base of the future is one that's resilient, it's sustainable, and it's smart. I think that what we do needs to really embrace all three of those characteristics to really get the full benefit of what we're going after. The other aspect really is adaptability. We can't just think about the next few years. We've got to be thinking about 20, 50, 100 years down the road. An example is the primarily pedestrian transportation spines that we've put in several spots throughout the rebuild. While we don't have specific plans to bring autonomous vehicles to Tyndall immediately, those pedestrian traffic spines were designed in such a way that they're going to be wide enough that when autonomous vehicles do become the norm, and they will, we're going to be ready to accept those because we thought ahead.
Certainly, ma'am. Very cool. These things are going to be different and better at Tyndall once the rebuild is complete.
Yeah.
How do you see the day-to-day life for airmen really being impacted while working in this new base of the future?
So it's without question that 21st century is bringing us digital and technological improvements and impacts to our personal daily lives. And it's no different for the missions that the airmen support in their careers. The reshaping taking place at Tyndall is going to provide airmen digitally integrated resources to effectively execute the missions of today and tomorrow. In my comments on Tuesday, I mentioned the use of augmented reality or virtual reality glasses for maintenance technicians on the flight line. That digital integration is going to allow airmen to access or request information more quickly and more easily than ever before. The Air Force is going to grow with the world for the better security of our country.
Yes, ma'am. And so speaking of your keynote, one of the things that I also wanted to kind of circle back on, you referenced the fact that you're a quilter and like to bring together pieces of the puzzle to develop solutions that are greater than the sum of their parts.
Yep.
And honestly, I think you've been very effective in that way by developing and bringing together a team that's helped to formulate that base of the future vision. Can you talk more about how that vision came together?
Well, really, in a word, it's all about teamwork, and more specifically, bringing together and engaging a bunch of really, really smart people. Yes, one of my strengths really is connecting people and building those teams. So make no mistake, I did not personally do a lot of the heavy lifting here. It was a lot of those folks on my team. And really, it's been amazing. That team has grown and morphed over time. Initially, we had a bunch of reservists, myself included, TDY to Tyndall, and some great help from a group of civilian volunteers who spent weeks and weeks and weeks on the planning, developing the programming documents, coming up with the cost estimates so that we could go to Congress and have an ask that's based on some level of actual data, as opposed to just kind of going, yeah, $1 billion. So it really was a group of really very talented and very dedicated team members.
Yes, ma'am. I remember those early days in the PMO with just a few of us and the daily stand up. And since then, our team has steadily grown. And I think we're functioning really well now. I think you've done a great job of ensuring that the PMO is positioned with the right key leaders and experienced professionals in engineering, logistics, budgeting, finance, construction management, to really help, take that vision of the base of the future and turn it into a reality. So I guess my question to you is, in your mind, how are you utilizing this team to really help make that base of the future vision and turn it from just the vision into reality?
So this Fusion Showcase event is a huge step for us. Other big wins include the installation facility standards that were published that incorporate the design flat elevations and the updated design wind speeds and related structural standards. The workshops we held on coastal resilience, the coastal resilience effort, are really promising in that we have a goodly number of organizations who are very, very interested in partnering with us to pilot techniques to reestablish the coastline's natural buffering ability. We also had two pretty recent wins in the area of category management, working with our teammates at the Corps of Engineers. We were able to get approvals to specify one manufacturer for the HVAC, as well as one manufacturer for our facility-related control systems, base-wide for Tyndall for the rebuild. This allows us to be much more effective with our O&M dollars, as well as our maintenance training programs.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, so it's amazing to see that team come together and take this vision and start to execute. I remember again, kind of back when we were just a handful of people in the trailer. Obviously, a lot's changed since then. We've made a tremendous amount of progress and learned a lot along the way. And I think, ultimately, we all want the best outcome, and that involves making those hard decisions, and even sometimes some risks.
Right.
So I think, we all know that, some of these risks and innovation tend to come hand in hand. I think we've seen that, as we've gone through this rebuild so far. Maybe what are some examples that you can point out of how taking some of those calculated risks have yielded positive results at Tyndall?
Sure. So we've solicited and resourced innovation pretty much at every level. As I talked about, there's more than one way to get to yes. And we're taking calculated risks to deliver what our Air and Space Force customers need today and into the future. Early on, we established a working group to help collect and understand the Air Force enterprise vision on different aspects of Base of the Future. As we've already mentioned, there wasn't a guidebook or a manual for the Base of the Future. We really have been learning for the rest of the Air Force and even DoD, establishing something of a standard operating procedure should another disaster take place at a different installation. So part of what we had to do was to develop the vision as we went along. There are some specific things that are now part of the rebuild, like gunshot detection and occupancy sensors and analysis that we've added at the enterprise-wide level as we're working towards developing that Base of the Future vision.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we really did have to kind of grow and adapt to tackle this unprecedented challenge, and I think that in some ways we we made recommendations or got ideas and inspiration to folks that were even outside of our career field.
Yeah. And
it seems like now some of those risks are paying off, like the gunshot detection and occupancy analysis. So I think that's really exciting. So like we both mentioned, we weren't really given a guide, but now I think maybe we've created a bit of a blueprint. We could, something we could certainly hand to other bases as a starting point that they could use moving forward. What are some of those things that you think other installations could or maybe should implement from our Base of the Future efforts?
Sure. So I really hope that other bases are going to pay attention to the considerations that we have given to the variety of measures that we're implementing. And as they have opportunities with sustainment or modernization of their infrastructure, they're going to look to figure out what aspects of what we've done at Tyndall best fit into their project work, whatever that might be. I certainly wouldn't wish another Hurricane Michael on anybody. Don't get me wrong, but I do think that every wing commander has a responsibility to think about these Base of the Future concepts anytime that they're looking and implementing an infrastructure project. We're also developing some new ConOps, like the Installation Resilience Operations Center. We're going to pilot that along with the rebuild of Tyndall, and the intent is going to be to roll that out to all the other bases. Similarly, some of the base defense concepts, like gunshot detection, are going to become kind of just the standard moving forward.
Yes, ma'am. It's so exciting and personally gratifying to reflect back on the impact we're making at the PMO and at Tyndall. We've had some good successes, and I think those should be celebrated. But we've not been without our share of obstacles.
Absolutely.
So ma'am, you touched on the value of leaning on others for problem solving. In the community, we truly do have some of the best leaders and partners that are just as committed to us in our mission to deliver a resilient and innovative base. Can you talk about some of these partnerships and the collaboration and their importance for helping us rebuild at Tyndall?
Sure. So building the Base of the Future, as we've mentioned many times, it's a Herculean undertaking that I don't think anybody thought we could accomplish on our own. It's literally only possible with the help from all of our key partners, to include the 325th Fighter Wing, obviously, the Army Corps of Engineers, the Air Force Installation Contracting Center, the Security Forces Center, and not the least of which is AFWERX. They have been amazingly helpful in getting after what it means to be a Base of the Future. Those partnerships offer us opportunities for mutually beneficial solutions. For example, we're currently exploring the potential nature-based engineering solutions to help minimize flood damage that could occur from another large weather event. Coastal resiliency is important to more than just the Air Force. Other coastal entities are exposed to that kind of adverse weather and potential flood risks from storm surge. So we're looking for those stakeholders to join forces with us to find solutions when it comes to boosting coastal resilience. So that's just one of many, many examples of partnerships that we're pursuing as we pursue the Base of the Future.
Yes, ma'am. I think you're exactly right. We need a lot of dedicated people and a great team in place to help bring this Base of the Future to life. And you've been leading that charge wonderfully.
Thank
For
you.
me, being a part of a team like this has been very rewarding. And I'd like to just wrap up with this this last question. What has been your favorite part of the journey to Base of the Future so far?
I think probably getting to meet and work with so many really talented and intelligent people. We've been extremely lucky with the folks who have stepped up to take this challenge on, starting with Colonel Brent Hyden and Colonel Lori Walden, fellow reserve officers who served as very early PMO directors. Colonel Travis Layton, who has picked up the baton as our long-term PMO director. Colonel Brian Swinger Laidlaw, who was at the helm of the 325th during the storm and just rotated out, was a phenomenal wingman through this entire adventure. Colonel Mike Askergan and Brian Stahl from the 325th Civil Engineer Squadron, Mr. Tab Brown, Colonel Sebastian Jolie, and Pete Taylor have helped us out tremendously to harness the power of the Corps of Engineers. Colonel Aaron Judge, Colonel Shayla Canty-Smith, and Jeff Mixon really stepped up to fill in with some early acquisition capacity for us that was very, very helpful. Ms. Pat Perrine, who was detailed over from the Air Force Civil Engineer Center Category Management Office, stepped in to help with some of that early program management. Dave Covet, Keith Kellner, Tom Brown from the Milcon Division of AFTEC CF, and Ms. Jen Gomez from the AFIMSC Personnel Division. Contractors like KBR Jacobs, Booz Allen Hamilton, and BB&E, those folks, everybody's just been phenomenal. And everyone has really come at this with such passion and vigor. It's been phenomenal. Lowell, you started out with us just over a year ago as a contractor. I have to say, I'm really glad we were able to draw you over to the dark side and switch over to civil service. That's been super. But the list just goes on and on and on. That's definitely been my favorite part of the journey, is getting to work with so many really talented, dedicated, passionate folks. Absolutely.
Well, thank you, ma'am. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you. And I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that I feel like you're really living up to your call sign as Betsy Ross. For those of the folks out there who haven't actually heard that story, I'm not going to spoil it here, but I highly recommend hearing it sometime. Maybe even over a cold beverage.
Absolutely.
It's a very cool story and nothing short of inspirational. It involves your initiative and innovation and your skill as a seamstress. So here again, you're taking the initiative by developing a vision for the Base of the Future, assembling a team to make that vision a reality, just like the quilt that you mentioned in your keynote, bringing all those pieces together to make an outstanding Base of the Future. Thank you for the honor of working with you and being a part of this rebuild that I think is going to end up changing lives and the way the Air Force thinks about the Base of the Future.
Lowell, thanks so much. And I just want to personally thank you for being such an amazing teammate. And I'm going to pass one of these over to you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, ma'am.
Y'all have a great day.
Okay, we're out here.
Oh, I love seeing those smiles. What did she pass?
Was that a virtual coin pass right there? I hope Lowell doesn't drop that thing.
It's so cool. I love how she acknowledged her team. It was so sweet of her.
It's wonderful to see leaders take the time out to do that. It is so important to make sure that your managers and your leaders that are out there pulling it together for you get that recognition. So that was really great to see.
That was great to see. It's been such a journey with so many obstacles, but as they say, it's not how many times you get knocked down that matters, it's how many times you get back up. They've obviously been very resourceful. And those of us here at AFWERX recognize that innovation is messy sometimes, and you just have to find a way to achieve your goals.
Absolutely. It truly is an honor to have her here with us. And let me tell you, a lot of people unfamiliar with the AFWERX mission, they have no idea what we do here, or they think our mission starts and ends with putting on challenges and events just like this.
You mean it isn't? Do I have another job I don't know about?
Yeah, well, events like this is sort of it's the culmination point. They are really the cherry on top of a gigantic, multifaceted, delicious ice cream sundae.
Ice cream.
Ice cream.
That'd be so good.
It will be good today.
Let's try to get some.
Let's get some for the next scene.
Okay.
All right. Chocolate, cherry,
A little drizzle,
sprinkles,
drizzle.
whipped cream.
Oh yeah, all of it.
Gluten-free, can't be dairy-free. No, seriously though, this showcase and this event are important steps in the AFWERX challenge process, but we are really only at the halfway point. After this event, the teams that are selected to move forward will participate in a more detailed demonstration event planned for the last week of August. This will lead to prototyping efforts where the Air Force will test some of the solutions, and finally, if all goes well, the solutions will be implemented to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of our warfighters and modernize the Air Force. So to share some of the success stories the AFWERX Challenge has had, we have a great video clip of Mark Rowland, AFWERX Vegas lead. Run the video, Josh, please.
We have people that work at the Pentagon, we have people that work at Air Force bases, but then there's the hubs. The reason that AFWERX Vegas exists was because the Air Force wanted a hub that was close to the largest entrepreneurial ecosystem in the US, which is the San Francisco area. Plus, we have Nellis Air Force Base, which holds the Warfare Center, and we have Creech Air Force Base, which is where a lot of the drones around the world are flown from. We were interested in attracting lots of different types of businesses. So we then started thinking, well, maybe the X factor here is how can we actually connect the entrepreneurial community within the US to the US military? The Air Force came to us and said that they wanted to help create a new helmet for all the aircrew. And they shared with us a story that in the previous decade they tried to get a new helmet, but in 10 years of trying, they'd only ever had one company submit a solution. My dad always told me that if you do something that doesn't work, just do it different. So I had that in the back of my mind that, okay, we need to do something different to the way the government currently does things. We made it transparent for all the companies to actually submit their solutions and every other company to be able to read their solution. We allowed the government folks to engage with the companies during the process itself and actually ask questions. We invited all the companies here for a workshop with industry to actually talk with the people that might wear the helmet, have those people explain in their words rather than read it in a 100-page, very detailed requirements document. And instead of getting one submission, we had 101 submissions. And then we provided a pathway that they could actually connect with each other, partner with each other, and give the aircrew a much better solution than the helmet that they had been wearing since 1975. The only real metric of success that matters is changing the lives of the warfighter. That is really the only thing that matters to us. Every one person that comes in here that we inspire to go back and do something different, they might inspire 10 other people. So the kind of the network effect of that could be huge.
So good. This is happiness right here. This is the cherry on top of this delicious ice cream sundae that we call AFWERX Fusion 2020. Let me tell you.
What I'm talking about.
Oh,
we're back.
Hey, everybody.
Hello. I had no idea how broad the scope of AFWERX really is. It's nice to really. What?
You have something right there.
Oh.
Here.
I'm not gonna waste it.
There you go. That's my co-host right there. I love it. I love it. Thank you for the sundae. We can keep these up here, right? God bless you all. Aside from helping the Air Force find solutions and get us ice cream sundaes in the middle of a live broadcast, which was pretty incredible.
Happy.
The Air Force finds solutions to problems that benefit the warfighter. And the other key part of the AFWERX mission that we're doing here at Fusion is to support the drive toward a culture of innovation. For those of you interested in the grassroots level innovation on Air Force bases, we have a great panel coming up that is one of our options for people to select on the AFWERX Spark Cell initiative moderated by Molly Kane. We also have 2 additional optional panels on empowering experimentation and collaboration and leveraging technology to enhance teams that we encourage you to join. But first, we have a special word from a very special shark.
What's up, everybody? It's the Shark Damon John here, known more as the People Shark. I'm the president and founder of FUBU, as well as CEO of the Shark Group, and you probably know me from my 11 years sitting in Shark Tank arguing with Kevin O'Leary. But today I want to congratulate all of the men and women at AFWERX for producing this 3-day virtual event to help solve some of the Air Force's biggest challenges. Now, I know firsthand that bringing small businesses and entrepreneurs together in partnership is a great way to cultivate the most innovative ideas of the day. I know innovation and I know innovators. I know what it takes to succeed, and unlike my know-it-all buddy Mark Cuban, I know that real success comes from the follow-through, being there day in and day out, not dropping in just once and then disappearing. And I know this next panel on serendipity in business is going to be of incredible value. So no matter what stage you're in at your career, I'm sure you can learn. Please enjoy, and to all the members of the Air Force and Armed Forces, thank you so much for your service.
Thank you, Damon. I'm a huge fan, and I may have a business opportunity you might be interested in.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about that, and that's something we should talk about later because your entrepreneurial spirit is pretty incredible, some of the things you've done.
Oh, thank you. And I think it's very fitting for us to talk about it today because what drives me with these projects is my passion for diversity and sharing people's stories, and that's exactly what we're going to be talking about today.
I'm looking forward to it.
Anyway, stay with us on the main live stream here as we will be featuring a discussion on serendipity in business, the value of investing in culture, ecosystems, and innovation. This panel is led by a friend of several AFWERX team members who tell me that she is one of the most thoughtful and intentional connectors of people in the world. Christine Lai serves as a community activator with eShip Summit, an initiative by the Kauffman Foundation, and she has gathered some of her friends for an important discussion on culture and communities. Over to you, Christine.
I'm delighted to share the next 25 minutes alongside 3 dear collaborators and friends. As today's theme is around the culture of innovation and empowering well-being, I would like to introduce the 3 panelists in a more wholehearted way, as you can read more about them professionally in their bios. So I'm going to start with Faye Horwit. Faye is an ecosystem healer. She supports communities, ecosystems, and entrepreneurs heal as they reimagine, repair, and rebuild their local ecosystems. Every conversation I share with Faye is full of heart and insights, as she has a natural ability to connect and understand individuals, organizations, and communities from a multicultural lens. One fun fact about Faye is that she was formerly in the military, though we won't say which branch. Susan O'Malley is a champion of people and how we work together. She has an incredible energy and enthusiasm that you can feel in each interaction with her. And she's on a mission to design more authentic, holistic teams and organizations to achieve another level of impact and success through cultivating culture and creativity. One fun fact about Susan is that she's an avid brass musician playing multiple brass instruments. And Tony, he's our 3rd panelist today. He's one of the most caring and thoughtful humans I know, who brings out and invites the best in people. He has a wonderful presence and way of listening and seeing individuals and the unique dynamics of teams, and understands how to unlock innovation and create shared value. One fun fact about Tony is that he once worked out with Mike Tyson while in Miami. So welcome, Faye, Susan, and Tony. Before we jump into our first question, since we have a really brief jam-packed session together, I wanted to mention a couple quick things. I may hold up this heart during the session as an invitation to wrap up your thought so we can dive into another question. And then because we have limited opportunities for engagement during this session with those of you listening and watching, I wanted to just share that our intention is to really talk with you, not to you. And so we have a couple questions we've queued up to get your input and thoughts. The first one should hopefully be popping up in the interactive polls now. And we'd love to also continue this conversation beyond this panel as well. Alrighty, let's get into it. So today we're talking about the value of investing in culture, ecosystems, and innovations. Tony, we're going to start with you. As you coach and work with many Fortune 100 companies and executives, love to hear your thoughts on what themes you've seen that set them apart from their competitors and peers.
Yeah, great question, Christine. So I think it really ties in nicely with our subject. I see organizations and leaders who can kind of create a culture where everyone is involved in innovation. We kind of consider it innovation by all. And as this happened in 2019, we did some research. We surveyed over almost 750,000 employees, over 800 companies. And what we found is that those companies that are doing really well are actually engaging a lot of people in the innovation process. And I'm not talking about like traditional sort of structured innovation process, but just getting people involved on a daily basis. And our data showed that really there's like 3 categories of companies. The best companies, for every 11 people who are involved in innovation, there are only 2 who say they aren't. The worst case scenario, you have 3 people who are involved and 2 who aren't. So it's almost like a trade-off. And you probably wonder, why is that important? Well, that 11 to 2, those companies, if you look at the results of how do they feel about the work they do and wanting to be a part of that work, how agile are they to change and how ready are they for change? There's almost like a 20-point difference between those 2. So we're in this place right now, whether it's a country, an organization, or individuals, we're kind of betwixt and between. We're not what we used to be. We're not quite what we're going to be. And innovation isn't a nice to do, but it's almost a must do. And it shows that when you engage everyone, regardless of who they are, in innovation, it just doesn't create great things for the organization, but it also creates a great culture. It makes people want to come to work. It makes them feel good about changes. And it also makes them feel good about endorsing the organization they're with. So those leaders are really creating a culture of innovation by all.
Nice. Cool. Thanks, Tony. And then do you have any, I guess, like, you always have such great stories. I'm curious if you have any tips or things that you'd share with folks who are really looking to kind of strengthen that muscle, I guess, around innovation with their teams.
Yeah, I think the tips is really, we also looked at what are the characteristics of the leaders within these organizations. And we found some unique things about the leader. It's nothing scientific, it's not breakthrough, but those leaders were high trust leaders. They trusted everyone, regardless of who they are, regardless of their representation. They also were good bridge builders. Their employees told us that they build great bridges between groups. So they're not just focused on the success of their group, but they're willing to focus on the success of other groups. There's also this humility. They step back and not always take the lead. They let other people step in and take that lead. And then one of the things also that their employees are telling us, they create space, safe space for people to try things and not worry about making mistakes. So it was really an atmosphere those leaders are creating led to the results that we were seeing from the survey.
Awesome. Thanks, Tony. Really great to know kind of what you're seeing from a broader perspective. And as we know, companies consist of teams, which consist of people. Susan, I'd love to turn to you next. How might some of those, how might you challenge those in the audience in thinking about their talent and their teams?
Absolutely. It's a great pleasure to be here. The mental image I have in my mind the past couple of years on this topic is what I call the human stack or the people stack. And the analog here is the technology stack, right? We make, particularly in technology focused modern organizations, we make choices about every piece of the stack from the front end through the middle to the back end. And the three points about the stack I would make that feel relevant for this conversation are purpose and values, rituals and norms, and then things like tools and solutions, right? And I think at every level, it's important to be intentional about how are we supporting the type of culture innovation and the type of outcomes that we want. There's a lot we can say about each of those directions, but I would just give you a very short point on each one. On the values side, I think it's super important that we understand our values and that we actually question if we have the right ones and that they're not just abstractions sitting on the wall, that they actually help us be better, do our job better. IDEO's values are published a lot, written about a lot, and what I really love about them is that they contain phrases like embrace ambiguity or make others successful. And it would actually be very difficult to be a successful designer or innovator at IDEO if you didn't do those things. The second point I would make is that rituals are really important in terms of designing them and testing them and talking about what's culturally appropriate for you. And here again, rituals shouldn't just be things that you copy from other companies or that you read about in books. That might be a fine starting point, but you really want them to be authentic to your culture and you want them to also make you better at your job. The third point I won't go into, which is around technology and tools. I think a lot of us over the past 4 or 5 months have flipped overnight to many, many new ways of working. And some of that has been fine and some of it has been good. And I think a question that's top of mind for me right now is how do we move from good to great with that? And how do we actually be even more intentional about workflow design in putting the human back in these systems to make it excellent and not just a thing that's, hobbling along with a Band-Aid.
Nice. And then how about same thing, you have such great stories and examples of so many clients and folks that you've worked with. Do you have any fun stories or examples you'd like to share that kind of really enforce the human stack?
Yeah, absolutely. Probably my favorite example is some work that I did with a veteran services organization that had a really, really entrepreneurial mission and spirit, and we were helping that that set of folks scale into a new context in a set of countries. And we use the design process of looking in, doing empathy and research, and then prototyping and storytelling to help them really understand what was the magic of what made them work and tick. And they knew that they had a great culture and a great early team, but as they were going to scale that up into, you know, dozens and hundreds of new people, they didn't really have kind of the energy or headspace to design that intentionally. And so taking a moment to bring in some outside coaches and friends and facilitators to really look at what was driving them, what was driving their mission and their entrepreneurial spirit was really powerful, I think. And so that was one of my favorite stories. And actually, on a more personal level, I came to know how innovative some of the working models and norms within the military cultures are, and took a lot from that. And I think there's a tremendous amount that obviously business and nonprofits can learn from organizations that are often set up or founded by military veterans.
Awesome. The great story for this audience in particular. Thanks, Susan. And I think the way that we were kind of thinking about this panel too was Tony really sharing things from a more macro perspective from a lot of different companies he's working with. Susan really kind of getting into the teams and the culture and how that works. And Faye, I think really turning to you, actually, I'm getting some of the responses from the interactive poll. And one of them around innovation is hearing voices at all levels. And I think you are one of the best people when I think about in terms of really incorporating that inclusive environment, really making sure people are heard and seen, especially because you work in cities and communities. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts on what makes an ecosystem equitable, inclusive, resilient, and robust.
Yeah, thank you, Christina. I'm really glad to be here. So when we at Forward Cities, we help communities all around the country to build more equitable entrepreneurial ecosystems. And we like to look at ecosystems and their health and resilience through the lens of a concept we call ABIDE. And that acronym stands for access, belonging, inclusion, diversity, and equity.
Oh, wait, can you say it again, Faye, real quick? That's so good.
Yes, most definitely. Access, belonging, inclusion, diversity, and equity. And I know lots of times those terms get intermingled, or people pick one or two, but really we believe that all are important. And just to sort of break it down a little bit, one of the key elements, some of the key elements is that everyone in the community needs to have the same access to information and opportunities. In addition, there should be an intentionality of creating environments, spaces, and teams where everyone feels as though they belong without having to change their identity or who they are, as long as it's not harmful to others. Organizations should strive for inclusion. And this is not only about participation, but one of the key things that popped up in the word cloud was leadership. And so not just participation, but leadership, diversity, and inclusion is really key. What you do, how you do it, your engagement, your messaging, your social media, all needs to lean in an inclusive direction. And there should be a clear understanding across an ecosystem that true diversity does not happen by accident. And I think this is something that everyone that tends to happen. People just think that we're open to all. They say we're open to all and everyone just shows up. And the expectation is that diversity will naturally occur. And that's not the case. Often you have to be intentional about the invitation and intentional to invite people that are different in the way they look, think, and behave. And because diversity of perspective is such a keystone for true innovation. And lastly, there needs to be acknowledgement, particularly in this day and time, that communities and ecosystems have a legacy of inequity and all the isms, racism, sexism, gender bias. We are in an environment now where we have to look back and understand who we are and our history as a nation so that we can look forward. And so equity means, in this context, just a clear effort to level the playing field. And essentially all of these things, access, belonging, inclusion, diversity, and equity, are all about putting people and relationships first. And that is really what's going to be the bedrock of a strong ecosystem.
Awesome. Thank you, Faye. And I think similar to what I kind of opened with Tony and Susan too, you also have so many incredible stories from the communities that you work with. Is there one that might come to mind to kind of really put it into perspective or put it into light for people, how ecosystems really, in focusing on people, diversity, all of the things that really gets folks to be seen? Do you have a good example or story to share?
Yeah, I think for me, one of the things that stands out the most are stories wrapped around when communities are able to recognize their own autonomy and value, and see themselves as see their own assets. There's one community that we work with, and there have been some challenges because they had been systemically underinvested, and they were constantly they were really frustrated about where can we get. Why will no one fund our work? Why are we always left out? What does this, how can we overcome this? And the work that we did with them was really about leaning in and having them to name their own assets. And we got in a room, got in a whiteboard, and began to ask, what do you bring to the table personally, your organization, your community? And we filled up a 6-foot whiteboard to the point where we had to flip it over and fill in the other side. Nice. And then I reached out to that community, in that council setting where we were working, and I said, how much money do you think these assets that you've listed are worth? And they said, easily $1 million. And in that moment, there was this sense of just huge aha, that you don't have to wait for someone to give you. If you can see within a community, within your ecosystem, your own value and assets, but you have to be willing to share them. That's why that's worth $1 million. It's not worth $1 million individually, but it's about the collective and the whole, and everyone bringing what they have to the table for the benefit of the whole.
Beautiful, Faye. I think even though we haven't explicitly talked about serendipity, and that was kind of what we incorporated into our title, there's so much of what each of you have shared that is, I call it the invisible work, right? It's the things that are really relational that we can't really sometimes want to put a value on it because it's invaluable. And so I'm seeing some questions in the comments coming in. I'd love to kind of pose it to anyone that wants to jump in. What's the recommended org structure to foster diversity? And then if there's any insights into how we can also make that happen, since we're in a virtual Zoom environment nowadays too. Curious thoughts from anyone.
I'll jump in and say, it's not necessarily about the organizational structure as it is about about the relationships and the opportunities you provide for people. And so if you can provide the more opportunities you can provide for collaboration and for equity of voice, the better. And often, particularly in this sort of physically distanced world we're living in, it's a unique opportunity. This is why we like to use things like digital polls, because it allows people to express a voice before someone else who typically will be out front and speak loudly and, take up all the energy and air in the room does. So we like to use it because it allows everyone to feel like they have a voice and can share their insights, their perspectives without being overshadowed by others. And so the more opportunity you can have in your organizational environment to allow people to speak first or speak collectively at the same time, that takes away that inequity.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Faye. I think another thing that I heard and the way that I read the question too, it's almost like this org structure, like, is it written on a chart? Because if it's like physically somewhere, but then how are we actually interacting with each other and living that and showing up for each other? And so I appreciate you really kind of like taking what could be written on paper in terms of our org structure, and then what does it actually look like in practice in terms of the ways that we interact and engage. Tony, did you have some thoughts you wanted to share?
Yeah, I was going to add to that. I totally agree. And I feel like the structure is important based on what you're trying to get done. But the feeling of fairness comes from the relationship that I have, especially with leaders. And our data shows that there's still a huge gap. Leaders feel like things are almost 3 times more fair than people of color or women. And so it's really understanding how people are experiencing the workplace and the organization. And you can only do that through deeply listening to their experience. But there's still, even in best companies, there's still this huge gap. So regardless of structure, it's more about what's the relationship like, and am I aware of the disconnect that exists still today?
So that's such a nugget of wisdom, Tony. And I sometimes describe you as like a CEO whisperer. So if I was a CEO, what would you coach me on? Because like, I hear you, I hear what you're saying. How do I actually put that into practice? Like, I'm like, okay, I'm listening. I'm actively, deeply listening. Yeah. But like, how do I make sure I'm actively like soaking that in? Like, what do you have anything that you would share with someone who's like, I get it intellectually, but how do I actually show up in that way?
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. You brought up the key word, listen. And so I want to listen, and I really have to listen to hear. Sometimes as leaders, we listen to respond and do something, but that's not the key. We have to listen first to hear, and then listen to learn, and then we want to listen to respond. And so there's levels of listening. I think it's really important. But it really starts with knowing where you are right now, collecting data and understanding the current situation, and then getting into a more listening mode. Because we often go into emergency response and try to fix things, and that doesn't really get us where we need to be.
Cool. Thanks for sharing that. Susan, I'm curious if you have some thoughts to share as well.
Absolutely. I really love everything that Faye and Tony have already shared. The one build I would have is that I think it's spot on saying that it's not really about structures and about some of the things Faye described. I would throw in the words practices and processes. What Tony's talking about is about how leaders or just colleagues or collaborators show up every day. I think we sometimes forget, particularly on video, we forget the effect we have on each other and the effect that our energy brings in. And so being intentional during this time when we're at a remove, we're away from our, the typical conditions of work is huge. And I would say that on a really practical level, I know we have a connection with Vegas and AFWERX, the responsive org culture and folks at Zappos who've been incredible innovators in the culture world. There's a lot of really neat little micro practices from responsive org design around having everybody check into a meeting, turn taking, getting every voice in the meeting heard, right? I really like inviting more mid-level or junior people to state their intention at the start of the meeting so that it removes that barrier for them jumping in later on in the conversation, maybe where there's an inequitable power structure. So I'm a big believer in these micro practices that we can try out with each other as teams. And I would say, well, I think structure is not the leading idea. I am a really big fan of the ideas of General Stanley McChrystal and his folks at the McChrystal Group, structuring team of teams, structuring fusion cells, having at IDEO, we call them interdisciplinary teams. I think these are really key ideas and they're almost free or inexpensive to implement. And I would really encourage folks who are not familiar with that methodology to check it out because it's an unstoppable force for good, I think, in our organizations.
Awesome. Another great share, Susan. I have a question that just came in. I think it's really interesting talking what you just touched upon, Susan, like being able to invite those voices and acknowledge them. And so this is an interesting question. I'm curious again, how can leaders reward innovation to foster an appropriate environment? And the way that I kind of receive that too is like kind of what you mentioned, Faye. It's kind of like the way that we reward the voices, like are there other ways that we can actually reward innovation and how that kind of shows up? So I'm curious what may come up for anyone.
Yeah, I would say sometimes you have to really listen if new ideas and innovation emerge. As leaders, be willing to pivot away from your plan, the way you saw it, the way you intended to do it, and to really, the reward is actually putting into practice this new emerging idea or innovation that comes from your team. And sometimes that has to mean letting go of what your vision of what you thought it should be.
Nice, that's a good one.
I believe we like to reward the outcome, but there's also the opportunity to reward the learning that comes from the process. And so whether it ends up being a great idea or not, what do we learn from that? And being able to really reward the learning process is also very important.
Yeah, that's awesome, Tony. One of my personal practices, New Year's resolutions and things like that, people are like, what are your goals? And I was like, I don't really do goals anymore. I do intention, because even just a language of like, I have a goal and I'm going to be like dead set on how I get there versus I have an intention. I know where I want to go, but I'm open to the serendipity. I'm open to the inputs of our team. I'm open to what shows up and how we constellate together. Susan, I felt like something may have aha'd for you. Do you have something you want to add?
I was really just a +1. I think that's spot on, the intention and the learning. And process is one of these words I have a love-hate relationship with because I'm not a bureaucratic person and I often feel hemmed in by structure, but I do think that teams having vocabulary and being inclusive and listening and being flexible in the language we use to describe what we're doing is a huge one as well, right? Not everybody might have the same education or the same access to tools, but they have amazing ideas. And so I think what Tony's saying is spot on. How do we focus on the learning and the intention and not just the outcome? And that doesn't mean that we're just failing and moving along. It means that there's actually a lot more unpacking and understanding to do when we try things out and they don't always succeed.
Cool. Thanks, Susan. I've got another interesting question. I'm trying to parse it out live as I'm reading it, but I'll just read it out loud. Is this virtual world allowing us to reach more people, all voices, or are we losing more in-person touch within our existing teams? What are the trade-offs to those things?
I think it allows us to reach more people, but I think we have to be very we have to acknowledge the cognitive load that it puts on people. And so as I move from one meeting to the next meeting to the next meeting, it's almost like I have a social contract with this group, and this group. And it's hard to do that in person, but when we're in technology-driven world, it gets even harder because we don't have the cues we can pick up on. And so as leaders, we almost have to manage the chessboard and know how much our people are engaged in Zoom-type meetings, because as we're moving from meeting to meeting to meeting, that's moving from one social group to one social group to another one. And the cognitive load is really telling in the long run. And so we're not getting the best out of our people if we don't manage that.
That's a great way to think about it. I can just imagine it's like Zooming from one room to another versus having to get up, walk to another room. All right, so I got the time warning that we're going to wrap up soon. We can clearly go on for many more hours. Wanted to invite each of you to kind of share a closing thought that you'd love the audience to kind of hear, maybe invite them to kind of do, and then let's pop up the second question in terms of what your takeaways are, but let's open up a closing round.
Yeah, I would say that I'd like to leave with people with asking you to think about, interestingly enough, it's a word that you don't hear often in business, but that's grace. This is a very unique time in our history and in our nation, and we have to understand that everyone is going through a bit of a trauma together, multiple traumas, and while still trying to accomplish our work and fulfill our goals, while having kids and children at home that we're taking care of that are not in school, and spouses, and we're opening up our homes and our lives to other people in a way that's unprecedented. And so just being able to look at one another and look at your teams, and as leaders really have a true sense of grace for yourself and for others in this time, I think is extremely important.
Thank you, Faye.
I think that I'd build on that. That's great. And Susan mentioned values earlier, and I feel like we need to lead with and make decisions based on our values, because we all have these great values and they just can't be artifacts that are on the wall, but we actually have to make decisions based on those values and lead based on those values. I think that helps get us through the environment that Faye described. It's like this unprecedented time. We have to lead with our values.
Nice. Susan?
Wonderful. I would say that the words of he's a computer scientist and a Nobel laureate, but I heard this phrase from an old colleague and mentor of mine, which is, "We design whenever we shape the world to meet our needs," by Herbert Simon. And I think it's a really powerful idea in this moment, and particularly in this moment for the world of work. There are so many choices we have and can make every day about our systems and our people and how we treat each other and respect each other. And I think there's never been a better time to question our assumptions about how we're working, who we're hiring, how we're creating opportunities, all of these things. I would encourage this group and would welcome dialogue on let's question some of our assumptions and design a better way forward.
Oh, awesome. Thank you for those closing words. And again, thank you, Faye, Susan, and Tony for sharing your insight, your presence, your time. It's so much appreciated. I hope everyone is taking away some new ideas, perspective, and thoughts. Feel free to reach out to Faye, Susan, and Tony via LinkedIn or Twitter to continue the conversation. And thanks again, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the programming for the day.
Thank you
so much.
Bye.
Oh, that was great. I really love them talking about diversity of experience and thought. What's your experience with that?
Yeah, the diversity of experience, thought, perspective, it's so important. And I don't think it's talked about enough. From the business background, private sector, public sector, it applies across the entire spectrum. Because when you look at a business and you look at your customers that are out there, you want to make sure that all of their backgrounds and all of their customer experience requests are certainly met. And the best way to do that is to make sure that you have the most diverse team at the table when you're making those business decisions. And guess what? That same blueprint applies to the U.S. Air Force, to the Department of Defense, and throughout the entire federal and state and local governments.
I'm so happy to hear you say this. It's essential, right?
Me.
Yeah,
it is.
of course.
It is absolutely essential. And you know, an organization can pay lip service all it wants to the importance of innovation, but that by no means guarantees that the organization will actually innovate. To do that, you need to change the culture, and that is a much harder problem to solve.
Absolutely. And big lumbering organizations think of themselves as innovative because they invented something a long time ago, but sometimes they make themselves rigid to defend their place in staying power in the market.
The question then becomes not just how can we innovate, but rather how can we create a culture of innovation that will endure, be resilient, and persevere into the future. So to help us wrap our heads around this, let's have one of our AFWERX own talk to us about the Culture of Innovation Challenge.
With the Base of the Future initiative, the Air Force has an opportunity to start from the ground up and create an installation that will become a universal symbol of innovation and excellence. The Culture of Innovation Challenge is one of 6 related to the Base of the Future initiative. We're seeking solutions that will bolster and enhance the culture of innovation within the Air Force. Our goal is to create a base where collaboration, transparent communication, experimentation, and the rapid adoption of new technology is the norm, creating a positive environment for the airmen who are driving change and mission excellence. We strive to provide airmen with the best collaboration and communication tools to succeed in their missions. The focus areas of this challenge include creating innovative and open workspaces, transparent and timely communication, internal and external community engagement, and increased organizational agility.
The culture of innovation is important because it is about setting the tone in the environment for how airmen interact and engage on a daily basis. It is our duty to constantly be improving our nation, and we have to set the right pathway, the right tone that people want to continue changing and improving on the way that we deliver services, that we protect and defend our nation and our way of life. But culture is also about those day-to-day little things, about how you feel about it. What are your beliefs on this subject? Do you think that this can actually be done? And if you do, are you motivated to get after that? And that's the real execution part behind the strategy.
So we ran the Culture of Innovation Challenge on March 9th. We had 153 submissions for it. We are proud to say that we've invited 48 of those submissions to participate in the Base of the Future Showcase. They are all having private pitches with the government. They're also available for attendees to visit in their exhibitor showcase. Speaking of both innovation and culture, we have a special, sharp-dressed guest with a message he'd like to share with us.
Hey now, this is Billy F. Gibbons from ZZ Top. Some of you might know me as the guy from that band that makes a lot of loud noise. Yes, ZZ Top is still the same 3 guys playing the same 3 chords. And just for a second, let's talk about the subject of innovation. Whether it be designing a car, improving the performance of an oil well valve, innovation can be considered a pure expression and the extension of the human creative process. And the value of innovation begins with an understanding of the importance of recognizing the spark of that creative feeling. That peculiar moment when a new idea mysteriously emerges. It's a surprising moment when the gift of what can be called the creative momentum appears. And to be clear, although anyone is privy to that so-called peculiar moment. And beware, the arrival of that peculiar moment can often disturb one's familiar territory, and at the very second where this unexpected awakening shows up, well, the point is, we can brave the moment when an innovative idea pops up. Keep in mind, you don't have to swing at every pitch, but there's a home run waiting when you get in the game and play. As the saying goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, until innovation comes to the rescue and provides a possible improvement over what existed before. The creative process of innovation can bring the so-called fix-it into focus. So right now it's time for me to innovate a new song. I better turn it up loud and say something profound.
How cool is that we got to hear from Billy Gibbons?
ZZ Top?
Right?
That was awesome.
Don't you have a personal experience with him?
I did. My great friend Mark Linden, he helped us make this connection. And what Mr. Gibbons has done, you know, obviously he knows his brand.
Yeah.
Been around for over 50 years, the same 3 band members. So we were sitting there at dinner one night, and a fan came up and wanted to take a selfie with him. So he takes his time and he gets in there and takes a picture with her. And then he takes out a little notebook that he keeps in his jacket, and he pulls it out and has her write down her address and first and last name, and then he sends a follow-up thank you note to her after the fact. Yep.
That's
and
amazing.
And then we got appetizer. He's an entrepreneur, so he owns a couple of side businesses. So they showed up with an appetizer, and we were looking for hot sauce, and he looks at me and goes, I got my own. I was like, what? And he goes in and he pulls out his own branded hot sauce, and he pours it right there on the appetizer. It was great.
That's so bad.
That kind of stuff makes me happy AF.
Me too.
Yep. And you know, one other thing I have to admit, I have been pretty jealous of that beard.
Well, it is a really cool beard. I mean, I may not have a killer beard, but I have a happy AF mask.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. From one of the happiest places on earth, second only to AFWERX for this past week. So, you know, I'll tell you what. That beard, it's as long as, like I said, his 50-year-plus career. It's really impressive. Same 3 chords, same 3 people. Thank you, Mr. Gibbons, for doing that video for us.
Yes, thank you. And speaking of legendary careers, 2 women who are destined for just that in their respective fields are coming up next.
Yes, and these incredible technologists also just happen to be good friends. I'm excited to see their candid exchange during our next fireside chat, driving a culture of innovation with private sector teaming.
Leading the discussion is AFWERX's very own Chief Technology Officer, Jennifer J.J. Snow. And joining her is the co-founder of the iRobot Corporation, Helen Greiner. Welcome to Fusion, ladies.
Thank you.
Wow, thank you. I have never had ZZ Top open for me before, so I feel like I've reached a whole new level. I don't know about you, Helen, but that was amazing. So super stoked to be here and sharing a stage with you today, and especially about the topic, culture of innovation. So let's dive in. As an innovation leader, when you're establishing that initial culture, that foundation, where do you begin? What's the most important part?
I think the really most important thing is the leadership recognizes that ideas can come from anywhere. It could be outside, inside, top of the organization, the janitor, it could be marketing, it could be finance, it could be engineering. But the best organizations I found really judge an idea, not by who it came from, not just because the CEO says it, but they judge it by the idea itself and, you know, the merits of the idea.
So really a big tent philosophy where everybody's welcomed in. You want a real diversity of opinions, perspectives. And I think that's an interesting point to kind of dig a little bit more on. When we're talking about diversity and innovation, I get really excited about this because it's more than just race or gender or age. For me, I'm thinking also about things like diversity of perspective or diversity of experience, personality, even spirituality, and how that comes into play. And you've worked with some amazing teams during your time. So can you just share some of your experiences and where you saw that come into play really powerfully?
It's hugely important. Because at iRobot, we were making a product for people, the Roomba vacuuming robot. The team coming from all different backgrounds made it a better product. I'll give you an example. The second Roomba program manager was, her name was Salma. She was an Islamic refugee from Bosnia. She had, probably more importantly, she had twin toddlers at the time.
Oh, wow.
And she said, we're gonna make a product that I need around the house. And you know, guess what? She knew what every busy mom needed because she was a very, very busy mom running Roomba and having twin toddlers at home. And you know, I think studies back this up, right? They show that diversity increases innovation and she really should be a tenet of every innovative organization.
Yeah,
and
you know,
I'm sure you found the same on the military side.
Exactly. Yeah, I got to say, the most innovative teams that I've collaborated with across DoD, but especially within AFWERX, have included a lot of people with different backgrounds, coming from a broad perspective of life experiences. And that really opens the aperture in unique ways because it removes bias, first of all, but then it also makes you think in ways that you traditionally haven't. And that gets exciting because the creativity starts to really explode and you move from what might be incremental to really transformational innovation. That's been powerful for me to see in a lot of the teaming events that AFWERX has pulled together, and how we are so inclusive in bringing in a variety of people from private sector and government, and then also hackers and makers, even artists in some cases, and mixing it up, even academics, in unique ways so that we've got all of those perspectives in the mix, and what comes out the opposite end is amazing. We've been able to achieve a lot of really incredible things with that.
And I think a key tenet in that is also what we always call no squashing. Because as background, started iRobot, we built bug robots. So no squashing had special meaning for us. Now, I'm not saying it was a good business plan or anything, but you know, they were scurrying around showing intelligence with modest computational assets, etc. And of course, if you build bugs, you don't like squashing. But it really came to mean don't squash ideas, because no matter how crazy they might seem, if you let them percolate up, if you kick them around, discuss the pros and cons, the crazy sounding ones might just lead to something that's not so crazy.
Yeah, exactly. And when you push the boundaries, and I think this goes back to that establishing a culture of innovation, when you set the right parameters for that, you've got the strategy, you've got the vision clearly communicated, everybody's on board, ready to go, then there are some essential elements that come into play. And tell me how this lands for you as an innovator. I know for me, the more successful teams that I've worked with have always had trust and communication at the core of those experiences. And that's enabled people to really come forward with ideas that maybe they might have been too afraid to share because they would have thought, oh gosh, people are going to think that's crazy, I'm not going to take that risk.
Right. I really think you have to have that trust, because when you have a diverse team, people with all different perspectives coming together, they're not going to see the world alike. So that strong leadership to be able to empower people to come up with ideas and to listen to other people's ideas and put their own ideas in is essential to getting things actually done.
Exactly. And so can you share a couple tools or methods that you used at iRobot to really facilitate that type of open discussion and get people comfortable with just stepping into, that experimentation mindset?
I think, back to what I said originally, making sure ideas can come from anywhere. For example, the idea for Roomba wasn't mine. It wasn't my two business partners. It came from one of our engineers who said, hey, we should be doing the simplest possible thing first. And as leaders, what we did was empower a small team. We gave them a small amount of money, and every time we couldn't see a reason why it wouldn't work. And we were always looking for that reason, because when you're going to defy conventional wisdom, it's probably going to be wrong. But you need to, push it forward and say, hey, maybe people are missing something. So by putting something on the market, a Roomba that was modestly priced so people could take out their wallets and buy it, it really did defy where the industry in general was going with higher priced robot systems, ones for factory automation, et cetera. And now 20 million out there, it's been a huge success.
Yeah, so I'm really curious about something you said. You emphasized the fact that you put only a small amount of money against that project initially. Tell me about that, because I see other innovators that do this, and it feels like by placing that kind of restriction where you're not over budgeting, some really cool things start to happen.
I think it does. I don't think we would have got on the market originally for $200 if we had thrown a lot of money at it, because we'd have a lot more features and et cetera, where the technology really had to build up as an industry. So having, like, we didn't have a lot of money, so we didn't have a choice. So we're not that brilliant, right? But, you know, having the team motivated to get to that next success level and really feel like, I think it's Margaret Mead who said, the anthropologist said, a small group of people can change the world. In fact, it's the only thing that truly does. I truly believe that. Yes. So if a small group of people struggling in a garage to try and get your conventional wisdom defying innovation out there, I think you've got more success than internal to a large company that's already in the industry and you're trying to pull this glacier a different direction. I think that, you know, having that small group empowered with buy-in is really, really powerful. And I love that's what you're doing with AFWERX.
Yeah, this is something that, you know, I have been so impressed with the leadership because they've set that space and held that space for us to really explore and innovate on things that maybe we might normally not do inside of the government.
Do you have any good examples?
Oh my gosh, where to begin, right? Well, if you look at our recent work in Agility Prime, I mean, a lot of people would have thought a few years ago a flying car, right? But now look at where we are. We're not afraid to step into the unknown and explore the options that exist out there for making what we thought was sci-fi actually science fact. And that makes me excited. And you'll see this across a lot of our challenges, Base of the Future included, where we're looking at what was and imagining what could be. So in the future, what might be a base today may turn into, you know, a 3D printed base that is able to be EMP proof and has a lot of robotics on the base that maybe
Absolutely.
Right. And so you've reduced risk, you've got touchless contact where the robots are loading or offloading cargo or servicing jets. You're replacing some of the riskier like refueling with robotic assistance or automation. You have a lot of smart applications. Maybe those are built on the blockchain. Maybe those are inspired by artificial intelligence or both. And so that's what I love about the innovation space that's been created here for all of us to play in, because people bounce in and out with these amazing ideas, and the ones that stick, we start to build on that. And our leadership has been great in enabling us to do that.
Now, a lot of small companies might have some great ideas about automating the base or other aspects of base operation and culture. How do they get involved with AFWERX?
I'm so glad you asked. Okay, so there are so many ways to get involved with us. Coming into one of our spaces might be a little limited right now, but that gives us a physical collaboration space where people can team up. But if you go to any of our AFWERX sites, you can do a weekly webinar to learn about our different funding opportunities. You can also check out all of our challenges. Base of the Future was on there. We've got some really cool space challenges coming up. And our companies, the small companies, academic inspired companies, individual innovators can also play in unique events like Hack the Satellite, Hack the Sat, which is going on at DEF CON. That was awesome because now we went from 100 teams May 22nd down to the top 10 teams that are identifying and showing us where vulnerabilities are on Air Force satellites and how we fix that. And that's the kind of awesome event digitally, that collaboration that we're facilitating right now through events like Fusion or for Spark Collider, where we've got our airmen with problems being brought together with companies and academic teams with bright solutions to solve it quickly and then get it back out into the field to benefit the warfighter.
Great.
Just some of the various ways.
I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that I most recently worked in the Pentagon for the acquisition executive of the Army. And in the Army, likewise, we have the X-Tech Challenge, which takes a look at broad, more deep tech innovation and makes connections, a small amount of money, but also makes connections between the research, Army Research Laboratory and all the CCDCs and the PEOs that actually run acquisitions when there's a really good idea that they should be aware of. In addition, rapid equipping, I'm a huge fan of rapid equipping because at iRobot, we also built the first ground robots deployed in combat. And, you know, it wasn't where all the research money was going at the time. So it was truly innovative because everybody wanted to, you know, put money behind the next generation tank because that's what they knew.
Right.
And we were saying, hey, let's do the smallest thing first, get them out there. And we did that through rapid equipping. The rapid equipping force, now in the Army, there's the ROTC. And if you've got an innovation that's maybe 2 to 5 years out, you can potentially enter that way and get that user feedback and then transfer it over to a regularly scheduled acquisition program going through the PEOs.
See, I love that. And so we're seeing.
And I don't think we should, sorry, but I don't think we should discount the SBIR program, right? Because SBIR is very powerful for small companies. And one thing that companies need to know is it's great money for a small company in phase 1 and phase 2, but there's also a potential phase 3. And if you've won a phase 1 and phase 2, you've already won a competition. So if you find a sponsor with money, they can put that money onto a phase 3 SBIR. So they're a very valuable, one of the tools that small companies really should take a look if it's right for them.
Yeah, and we do weekly webinars around SBIRs and STTRs for any of the companies that are interested. We've got a fantastic team that has the information around that, and companies can come in every week and ask questions or ask for help around the process. And I get so excited about that because you see a lot of companies for the first time in some cases approaching the government because we're providing a friendly front door. And the efforts that you mentioned are all part of Department of Defense, expanding that reach and providing agile acquisition mechanisms that will really change the face of how we do business for the future. So it's a pretty exciting time right now.
Now, I participated as a government official and as
you are a highly qualified expert, right?
Qualified expert. That's a real title, by the way.
Yes. Well, tell me a little bit about that.
Not one of those mediocre experts that
highly qualified expert. So what was your role in advising the Army? And can you tell us a bit more about how you brought your private sector expertise to bear on that?
So my role was really advising on the robot program, so what direction they should go from a technology perspective, but I also had the opportunity to help a lot of small businesses while I was inside. And I just like to say that I love helping small companies negotiate this, and I make an offer to the attendees today. LinkedIn to me, tell me you met me here, and I'm happy to tell you what I know about the system and how to break through. And we have now, it's part of FLIR. It was sold by iRobot, but we got thousands of robots into the field, broke through that kind of the regularly scheduled acquisition process, got the stuff out there, and there are mechanisms to do that, but you have to know the system and where these mechanisms flow to.
And see, I love that illustration because now let's bounce real quick into you as an innovation leader inside of the government. As you're taking that role and you're establishing a culture of innovation, you're bringing public and private sector together in unique ways. What were some of the key lessons learned that you brought away from that experience? And it sounds like you're going to share some of those with small businesses that are connecting with you too, but I'd love to hear some more.
I think the key lesson learned is there are reasons for everything that happens, right? And you think it's so slow and glacial, but there's a lot going on in the background that you may not be aware of, and sometimes they can't even tell you. But there's a lot of truly dedicated people really trying to make things happen. And sometimes, there is a system in place that you have to kind of break through. And the right people are there, and it's about empowering them, right? It's about giving them the ability to really push for the innovation that what I believe the small companies, the academic institutions can provide for the militaries.
Love it. Helen, I'm getting the signal that we're about wrapping up, but I'd love to ask for any closing remarks. As somebody that has led innovation, is passionate about innovation, what do you want to leave our audience with today?
I would say defy conventional wisdom. You might be wrong, but at least you will have tried, and just do it. You know, just the Nike's tag phrase is just do it. That's what I believe. You got to jump in and you got to learn from experience. You got to learn from your customers, and to get something new out there, you can't be shy about it. You have to be bold and push it through.
Helen, I love it. It's so good to see you and reconnect with you soon. If I don't know what your schedule looks like, we might be looking for a highly qualified expert for the Air Force in the future. I'm just saying, we'd love to have you. Thank you so much for joining us today, and it's so good to see you.
And thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thank you. Hey, everybody out there in AFWERX land, have a great day, and thanks for all your support. We love you guys.
Oh, it's so awesome seeing women leaders in technology, both in the private and public sector, solving problems of not just the future, but the now.
Yeah, absolutely. And watching Helen and hearing her story and how she's solved problems, and JG leading that conversation as we talk about business leaders driving the culture, driving innovation, it really is inspiring. Right. And so we're inviting Helen to come onto our team, but quite frankly, for either of those two, we want to be on your team as well.
Yes, please, sign us up. You know what else is inspiring? How many women I've seen take the stage over the past few days. That's something that really sets this event apart.
That's right, Krista. You know, that's something we really take seriously, and we always want to continually improve. Last year was only our second event, but we noticed we had about 14% of Fusion speakers were women. We knew this year that we wanted to improve, because equality and diversity of thought are extremely important to us.
Well, how do we do this year?
This year, I'm proud to say over 45% of the keynotes, panelists, and fireside chat participants you've seen on this live stream have been some of the most outstanding thought leaders in their career fields, and they happen to be women.
Oh, that makes me so happy. Happy AF. I know the team has worked so hard, especially our girl Evelyn and Lisa. I mean, it's really wonderful to see the passion and commitment and the support of everyone to drive this in the direction that we've come in. What a huge growth.
Big growth. Wow. I mean, that's 2 to 3 times more year over year, which is exciting to see. It's, like you said, a big team effort. We had great support around this, some very creative, innovative thoughts around how we could do this the right way, and I think we're getting it done.
Absolutely. And when we talk about women in leadership, you can't avoid discussions around something known as the glass ceiling. But we'd like to invite you to take a look at one remarkable woman who punched a space shuttle-sized hole right through it.
You're smart, AF.
From a Girl Scout to one of the 300 most influential women in history. For Eileen, that was never the goal. She just knew early on, if she did the work, if she studied hard, and if she trained even harder, she would one day fly. In high school, she took a part-time job to save $1,000 for private flying lessons. At the age of 19, she stepped into the cockpit for the first time, and she knew it's where she wanted to be. She had a plan, but not a lot of money. This dream, it would have to be earned. So for 2 years, she attended Corning Community College, where she earned a 2-year ROTC scholarship to Syracuse University. She graduated Syracuse with a degree in mathematics and economics and joined the United States Air Force, where she was one of the first 4 women chosen for undergraduate pilot training at Vance Air Force Base. Now she was off the ground, but not far enough. Within a year, at the age of 23, she became the U.S. Air Force's first female flight instructor, and later, the second woman to graduate from the prestigious Air Force Test Pilot School. She earned a master's degree in operations research from Stanford University, and by the time that she graduated from Webster University in 1989 with a Master's of Arts in Space Systems Management, Eileen was ready. She studied, she trained, she had done the work. It was her determination and her level-headed reputation that made Colonel Eileen Collins not just a groundbreaking airman, but an atmosphere-shattering astronaut. Collins went on to become the first woman to pilot and later to command a U.S. space shuttle. More than 870 hours in outer space flew by for Colonel Eileen Collins, but the trail that she blazed for women, that trail will burn brightly for an eternity.
Another incredible story of a trailblazing woman, isn't it?
It's something else. I love these pieces.
Me
Great
too.
job, Josh.
Me too. To the production crew, fantastic job. Well, that is just about a wrap for our first session of the day.
You know what that means. It's time for food. I mean, networking.
Sorry, but remember, we also have some phenomenal workshops going on at the same time. And hold it right there, because some of these workshops, we have people coming in and running these workshops. They're already on their Friday. It's 3:45 in Sydney, Australia on Friday, and 12:45 in the morning in Singapore. And for those that are joining us for those workshops and running those workshops, thank you so much. But you can check out these workshops at AFWERX How and Why. The next one is A Tale of Two Campaigns, How an Orange Dragon Got Airmen to Take Off. That sounds pretty cool. Overcoming the 5 Barriers to Innovation Impact. Discover Personal Talents and Blind Spots for Innovation and Collaboration. This is a cool one. And Employee Mental Health is Healthy for Business. So we're going to be showing you the team all the way from Australia, like I mentioned, given they got up in the middle of the night to be with us.
Oh, such commitment. I love it. Make sure to check out the agenda on AFWERXfusion.com for a full list of the awesome programming happening right now. And that's also going to be where you'll find the links you need to hop in and participate. We love that you're watching us right now, but AFWERX isn't for observers. It's for doers.
It is, and we will see you right back here at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time for another amazing and final session of programming.
Creating something, and the use part is validating the idea. So it's experimentation. So it's like, I don't know what we're really doing here. We've got this kind of thing. Let's just jump in and let's just experiment. That's what use would be. And concept is very much thinking about the problem, stepping back and asking the questions, well, why is this important? What's our thesis? And really playing with that more abstract thinking around it. And then the structure would be your old school, when we're thinking about startups, business plan of having a strong, solid plan. And depending upon where you did your MBA, it could be a 50-page MBA document. Or if you're actually in a startup, doing a startup, it's going to be a 2-page plan or something similar. So what do we think was the findings of critical motivations around use, concept, and structure? Is use important? Is concept? Is structure? How high would they be? How low would they be? What do you think are the critical ingredients for innovation and collaboration?
So we've got quite a few comments here. We've got problem equals concept, and then we've got concept again. We also have someone does need concept or structure, but teams like taking action, from Sean. And then we've got Celine earlier that shared it's structure with action. And then Matt shared, if I'm less familiar with the project, it's some use and the structure.
Okay. Great. All right. Well, let's find out what we found in our research. So we found that successful startups have a very low focus on structure, nearly 1 whole standard deviation lower than the rest of the corporate executive workforce. So this is a pivotal, significant finding in our research. We actually found that high structure was correlated with early stage venture failure. Now, this is very counterintuitive because when we at business school and other places like that, there's a very, very strong focus on structure and concept. And in practice, what our research findings found is that a high focus on use in the early stages was very important for the experimentation, for the validation. Some people were high on concept and some people weren't, but they had a strong amount of use, that experimentation and wanting to validate the innovation. Does it work? Does it work? Does it work? Until there's something that could be commercialized. which we could use the concept of for implementation. And then structure starts to come up. This was also a critical ingredient when we looked at starting up, so innovation in the startup phase versus what we might call the scaling up phase. In the scaling up phase, where we're now going to replicate what the innovation was, and we're going to be able to grow it and scale it en masse, we found that structure increases. And this is where there's, we found in our research, that this is a significant pitfall potentially for many people who have been leading out the early stages of the project, because the mindset that created that successful stage of the startup is often a different mindset for the scaling up phase. And structure is the one that's critical that needs to change, as is procedures that we went through earlier. So any comments here, Annie?
Yes, we've got some new people that have joined. So welcome, Luke. Welcome, Peter. I think Rob's just shared it's not counterintuitive, very natural outcome if you've been through this on both sides many times, like some of us. Yeah, so that's the current comments that we've got at the moment.
Okay, great. Thanks, Annie. Okay, let's dive into a topic that makes some people's skin crawl, which is the concept of rules. So we're going to ask you, who do you think should determine the rules? So when we use the term rules, we could be referring to the customs or the values, the implied expectations, or the explicit, written rules of the organisation. Who do you think should set the rules? Those of you who believe in assertiveness, you'll feel like your rules, your standards, your principles are how the world should operate, and you'll unconsciously judge the world based on your own principles and your own values. So you'll be judging the world that there's a right way and a wrong way based on what you think is right and wrong. Kind of the concept of there's a universal rule book, and why don't these people know that they're doing the wrong thing? The next one is what we would call indifference. Indifference means that you do not see a prism of limitations or rules. The concept of rules doesn't even resonate with you as a limitation or a boundary. And so you don't care about the rules, you don't listen for them, and you don't hear them as an expectation that needs to be followed. So you don't see it, you're indifferent to the rules. The third one is what we refer to as compliance. Compliance means I'm listening for who the boss or the leader sets the principles and the rules and the modes of conduct, and then I want to be following what those values are. So in a values-led culture, someone who's high on compliance is very motivated to live those organisational values, comply to the principles of the modes or of expectations, which might be here we wear our uniform, or it might be here we definitely don't wear a tie, we wear cut-off jeans, and if you came in a suit and collar, that implied expectation is that we wouldn't accept you. But the complying person would never do that. And then we've got tolerance. Tolerance means you can have your rules and values and customs. I can have my rules, values, and customs. Both can coexist simultaneously. So if we take it for Japanese culture, if I go to Japan, I wish I could travel to Japan right now. Not many people are flying anywhere at the moment, but if we could, and we go to a Japanese household, what is expected before you walk into the household? Of course, you're going to take your shoes off. It's a custom that culturally is expected, even though you might not do that in your own home. The person who's high on tolerance is going to accept those customs and be happy to follow them, but also expect that everybody else will accept their customs and their rituals. So when we look at assertiveness is going to be very useful leadership style for asserting the principles and the rules and inspiring and asking other people to come up to their principles and standards. In the dark side of it, assertiveness can come across as my way or no way, if somebody's unconsciously aware of that. Indifference is where we really see our rebels and we see our disruptive leaders. If we use the examples of some disruption in the world, whether you like it or not, I'm just using it as an example, would be Uber and Airbnb. There are a whole lot of rules in different cities around transportation and taxis and letting your home. And Airbnb and Uber didn't see those as constraints. So they played outside the constraints of the rules and therefore created some revolutionary, innovative, disruptive products and services. So that's indifference, not constrained by the rules. So therefore exceptionally creative, not intentionally being disruptive necessarily, not trying to be that, just the thinking mindset is, because they're not constrained by the rules. Compliance allows for consistency, for shared values, for alignment, for being a unified team. And tolerance also is a very strong motivation for diversity and inclusion. So in cultures that are very high on tolerance, diversity and inclusion is a very high value in the organisation, and the hiring and the development is all around having a very diverse, collaborative team. So, which one applies to you? So do you think you have strong principles and rules and you feel comfortable to tell other people what those are? Or do you feel like it's more about following what's set and so on? What's your natural bias? So let's hear what each of you feel your natural bias is around your relationship to rules or lack of rules.
Yeah, so we've got comments here. Peter has shared it's about shared responsibility. We've got Rob that's shared the teams make the rules, sponsors set the boundaries, which teams then violate if needed. And then we've got tolerance is good within boundaries of ethics and morality. And then we also have from Peter, it's about listening from both sides. In academia, we share governance where administrators and faculty are at the same table. And then Tom's shared tolerance. It's personally, it's ANT. And then we've got Jesse rules have to make sense or I won't want to follow them. That's already like that. And then with tolerance with some assertiveness, Platt's just shared indifference internally, and then minus compliance with codes externally. And then Sean has shared military is big on compliance and personally unbalanced. Yeah.
Okay. Great. So when we think about innovation and we think about collaboration, there's some interesting biases here. So another term that we use for each of the things we're measuring is what we could call cognitive bias. These are the areas that you just don't know that you've got the bias for until it's illuminated to you. So let's have a think. In creating an innovative culture and you being able to, lead innovation, what would be the unconscious bias here, do you think, for innovation? Do we think assertiveness? Is that going to facilitate innovation, indifference, compliance, tolerance? What do you think? What's going to facilitate innovation, creativity, disruption? What do you think is going to be the key findings from our research? Okay, so this is the part where we're going to do the drum roll. We're going to reveal for you. Let's have a look what we found. We found 2 standard deviations lower. So 50% less, one whole standard deviation lower, 50% less than the rest of the executive corporate workforce on assertiveness. So very, very low assertiveness. We've actually seen that it can sometimes be up to 2 standard deviations lower for assertiveness. That means that those who are leading out and commercializing innovation do not have any set ways that it must be this way. They don't have a rule book of shoulds, must be, etc. That's absent. They're high on indifference. So high on indifference is a motivation for not being constrained by rules or the expectations of others or the way it should be done or the defined rules. These individuals or cultures actually just don't feel constrained by them. So without the constraint, it allows exceptional creativity to think up things that have never been existed before because there's no rule book or outline that they're having to play and draw within. So very high indifference. Now, the very high indifference can sometimes be a wet blanket for collaboration because high indifference means that these people will not always meet the expectations of others and will not play inside the rules. So for people who are very compliant, these people can feel like they're rebels, going against the culture, difficult to get along with. Yet it's these folk that are likely to have the unconscious bias to bring enormous creativity and disruption, innovation to your team if you can embrace it and see it as a strength rather than them trying to be a defector. Low compliance, 1 standard deviation low on compliance. So this is a tricky one, as we just heard in the chat, particularly for the military, because compliance is so important for the roles and for the functions that are in the military. And so this can often be a real handbrake in the military for innovation because these things are in other realms and other places critical. to be safe and secure in the military. So very low compliance, so not needing to follow the rules. And so obviously in teams, this can feel like it's not collaborative, but innovative and able to help people to think outside of the way it's always been done. And then we see very high tolerance. So very accepting of diversity, very accepting of you can do it your way, I can do it my way. It doesn't have to be the same way. So we see enormous inclusion and therefore enormous support for collaboration because it's embracing the uniqueness of others, embracing difference, and that whole idea of diverse teams are more creative and do much more together. So very high tolerance. So Annie, any comments that are coming out so far?
Yes, we're got some awesome spotters here. So Tom, Platt and David have also guessed on indifference and tolerance. And then we've got some new comments here. Rob says compliance is critically operationally, but then set aside for innovation.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Rob. Okay. So what is the impact on innovation? How do these things enable or be a handbrake on innovation? So we're going to go through these now and then pause and allow for some time for you to ask some further questions and for further interaction. So the handbrakes on innovation are procedures. So in a culture that has a bias towards procedures, there's no freedom for alternatives. So therefore, there's no questions being asked around how could this be alternatively done? So procedures become a handbrake. Structure is enforcing planning rather than experimentation. So one of the enablers of collaboration from all research, not only our own, is experimentation is a critical ingredient to innovation. And so an organisation that requires extensive planning before doing anything means that the planning is becoming before the experimentation. And so when we look at commercial innovation, we'll see that the experimentation comes first and the plan comes later. So this is an unconscious bias that functionally you may need to do structure to be successful in some of your roles, but it'll be a handbrake to the innovation. An assertive culture, which says it must be my way, which means that we're not inviting tolerance, we're not inviting diverse thinking, we're not inviting experimentation. We could be also facilitating fear. And we know that fear is obviously going to be a handbrake on innovation as well, fear of failure. Compliant culture, this is the way that we do it here and don't question it. So unconscious compliance, which might be required operationally, is going to be a handbrake for innovation. So you can see how when people are wanting to create innovation projects, and we know that so many of them fail, you can see how these cultural biases can make it very difficult for innovation to thrive. And then we've got sameness. So sameness is about keeping things the way they've always been or keeping things the same. And so sameness culture will be, well, we don't do things that way here. This is the way it should be. This is the way we've always done it. So that unconscious bias is going to obviously be a handbrake on innovation. So as you're all feeling into that, as I just even lay them all out, how's everybody feeling? How do you feel when I talk about all of these things? You'll notice that your energy is probably being depleted from your body. And you know the impact of what that feels like. So what are and how do we increase the innovative mindset, the innovative culture that breeds collaboration, that breeds the opportunity for innovative and even disruptive ways of doing things? So the proliferators are initiation. So we haven't gone through that yet, but initiation is measuring the motivation for taking the first step without knowing if it's the right step. So it's about taking the first step to say, let's start this, and then experimenting with the next steps. The next one is alternatives, which is the flexibility to create new ways of doing things. If this doesn't work, let's try that. It could be this way. All flexibility and alternatives, which allows experimentation. Then we've got use, which is being able to experiment in a project without having to have the plan all structured in place, which allows the freedom for experimentation and a very important factor of validating things before putting the budget and the resources and the plan behind them. Indifference, which is inviting people to play without rules and seeing what comes from that, what creativity comes from that. So it doesn't have to be the one way. And tolerance, embracing the unique styles and the diversity in others. When you have a diverse team, we are going to be able to have all what we refer to as blind spots covered. As you've learned here, each one of us has cognitive bias, and that cognitive bias will impact our leadership style, impact our cultural leadership, and impact all the things that we do. And as you can see, in a diverse team, you don't have to have all of the right lenses and bias. You can lean on your collaborators in your team and see that they bring strength rather than divergence, which we know isn't always easy, but the mindset of tolerance enables that type of embracement. And then evolution. So difference will be the one that helps us to start and the initiation to do new things, but evolution is going to be the one that allows us to incrementally improve things step by step over time. So these are our proliferators of innovation, and it gives you basically the opportunity to use data to design basically innovative teams. And so we've offered and made available to you access to our platform, Fingerprint for Success, which is a people analytics and artificial intelligent coaching platform that we launched 3.5, nearly 4 years ago now. And it will allow you to actually go into the platform and privately on your own, take an assessment which will measure your motivations and allow you to benchmark yourself against that research data that we just went through. And if you want to benchmark your whole team, and if you wanted to do some cultural analysis on your team. So I'm going to hand it over, Annie, and see if we've got any specific questions that have come through. Does anyone have any further questions that we could chew on before we wrap up the workshop?
I've got some really interactive comments here just on some of the handbrakes. So Shane shared with everyone, change is very hard in our structured and hierarchical organizations, especially when hierarchy is threatened by the person coming through and their ideas. And Peter shared it's about flexibility and pivoting. And Sean also shared that the initiation part is actually the hugest step. And then we've got some plus ones with what Peter also shared. Peter shared it's kind of like a research project where you don't know everything at the start, you experiment and sometimes you fail, but you move on to the next idea.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And then Molly's just shared with us, patience is moving forward and with the team's behaviors, or shall I say learning patience, compassion and empathy. I love that.
So does anyone have any further questions to dive in, or something that you'd like to, other further comments or questions regarding the insights from our global studies on commercially successful innovation and some of the tools that we talked about, collaboration?
And we just had some new people join in as well. We've got Evandro, I think, just joined.
Hey, Evandro, what a shame. We're just at the end.
Two Johns, AJ, Jeffrey, Mike.
Hey, everybody. Hopefully you'll be able to get access to the recording as we begin to wrap up and close. Obviously, there's a happy hour coming up soon, so hopefully you'll reach out to us. We'd love to chat, say hi, learn a little bit about your organisations, and obviously support you in all of these ventures. So I think that's
we do just have 2 questions actually now just popped in. Michelle, okay. I think we've still got
let me
ask
Tom, do we still have time? Because my time clock's right on 0.
Yes, absolutely. We can extend past and do some Q&A, no problem whatsoever.
Okay, fantastic. So what's the question, Annie?
So we have from Platt, have you profiled the most disruptive companies compared to the most successful startups, and what are the differences? And then we've got from Celine, how do you transition from leadership that benefits disruptive innovation to scaling?
Great, beautiful question, Platt. So yes, we have got many of the world's most successful startups in the platform and the most disruptive, and the founders have actually gone through and taken the assessment, and that's added to our data sets. And the most disruptive ones that we've seen, the founder who's the head of the product or the head of the design of the core of the business itself is very high on indifference, extremely high on initiation, and has very low reflection and patience. So they move very quickly, and so therefore the experimentation happens very quickly, and because of that very, very high indifference, they are thinking things that nobody else is thinking. So very disruptive. What's the next question, Annie?
How do you transition from leadership that benefits disruptive innovation to scaling?
Yes, so that's a beautiful question. So interestingly, some of the ideal motivations for the innovation are actually the ones that make it very difficult to scale. So as we saw, low procedures was critical to innovation. It's a handbrake if the bureaucracy is so high that you have to go through so many procedures, there's no flexibility. So that's very important in the innovation stage, but then we want to scale the innovation. We're no longer actually in the innovation stage. We want to still keep continuous feedback loops in there for the innovation, but now we want to increase some of the procedures so that that innovation can now be replicated and be quality. So procedures, structure starts to increase, reflection and patience starts to increase. So these things are all low during the creative, innovative phase, and then they start to scale, not super high, but they scale and get higher. And therefore, unless the leadership is aware of that, these become blind spots. And that's very often why innovation never scales. So sometimes the blindness, and sometimes we need different people to scale the innovation.
Cool. And the last comment we've got here from Robbie is my experience that there are many great folks who can scale and few who can innovate.
Yes. Yes. We agree with you, Rob, from our research findings and also from all of the founders that we've worked with. We've been working with startup and innovative founders in research, science, and entrepreneurs for more than 25 years, people through the various different stages. And so that's what actually led to this research initially. So yes. That sounds like it's the place to wrap up. I'd like to thank everybody for joining. We loved your interaction. That's exactly what we were looking for from our workshop. We hope you find these insights useful in your teams, the organisations that you're working within, and we'd love to support you if there's any opportunity to do so. Annie, your final words.
Yes, thanks everyone for joining in on the interactive session. I really enjoyed hearing and seeing some of your insights. Please connect with us. I've just posted in our Google form if you want to keep talking and looking at ways to collaborate. That's what we're really excited to be part of AFWERX, and we hope to be working with you as part of the Base of the Future.
Bye everybody.
Excellent.
Thanks, everyone.
On behalf of AFWERX, thanks for joining. The live stream program will pick up right at the bottom of the hour, so you've got a quick break. And once again, we'll resume in the live stream at the bottom of the hour. Thanks for joining, everyone, and have a wonderful rest of your Fusion experience.
How's it going? My name is Paul Nurkala, aka Nurk FPV, and I'm a professional drone racer. I was the 2018 DRL Allianz World Champion, and I was invited to the Air Force Museum in Ohio to come and fly a couple months ago, and then like a year ago, and both times were an incredible opportunity to fly through the aviation history of the United States. Thanks for letting me be in there flying, and I hope that you enjoy these clips.
We're back, and I just cannot get over how great these workshops have been. And they're being run by team members all over the world. And I just wanted to throw out to everyone that has participated on their Friday while we're still back in Thursday.
Yep, and I'm in just absolute awe of the incredible people at AFWERX, the incredible people at AFWERX have brought together for this virtual experience and the quality of the teams in the showcase.
Yeah, I know I'm engrossed in this stuff every day, and I am still learning so much. And as we talked about our numbers and we talked about the great women who have participated, and I think we have to comment and just let you talk about some of the pins that you're wearing today. Do you care to share why those are so special to you and, of course, to our team here?
Yes, absolutely. Well, you see I got my rainbow heart here, and that's in support of the LGBT community. Very important to me. I have worked so closely with so many amazing people from this community, and special shout out to my diva of a makeup artist and hairstylist, Kim Flores.
Shout out for me too. Thank you for helping me out.
Yeah, a good few powders in there. And of course the other is be the change that you want to see. And I think it's so important to lead by example and be a ray of light in this world and spread that. And I believe that everyone at AFWERX really embodies that. So I thought it was very fitting to wear it today.
Yeah, and change is incremental, no doubt. And as we're reminded today with the burial of Representative John Lewis and what he represented and what Representative Lewis represented, and you think about the Pettus Bridge that he crossed a couple generations ago, and he got beaten for crossing that bridge, and now a country mourns and celebrates him in a flag-draped casket and coffin that happened over the weekend. So if you can't,
touching.
It is so touching. I agree.
I can't believe we're already in our final session of programming. We have just one more challenge category to highlight, and that is Airmen and Family Well-Being.
You can fill a base with the best equipment in the world, but it's nothing without its heart. And at its heart are the brave men and women who live and work there day in and day out to faithfully execute their duties.
That is why this AFWERX Challenge is one of the most important and meaningful initiatives of the Base of the Future.
And if we're asking the best of our service members, the Air Force owes its best to them too. As testament to the Air Force deeming this of utmost priority, we enter our finale to discuss empowering airmen and family well-being.
We are seeking approaches, resources, and tools to empower our airmen and their families to lead healthy and fulfilled lives by effectively coping with stressors, all while maintaining military readiness. Our definition of well-being in the context of this challenge is based on the comprehensive airmen and family well-being model that incorporates mental, physical, social, spiritual, and financial well-being. And we are focused on 3 well-being dimensions: individual, community, and strategic. The main focus of this challenge is to find solutions that can leverage existing and new data, provide insights into areas of need, develop technology platforms that can connect people to information sources and also collect data, leverage modern communication tools to create connection, and create solutions of care for people that meet the needs of the whole person.
Of the 700,000 that work for the Air Force, a large proportion of those have a spouse, have a partner, some have children. Oftentimes you're away from your family and your friends, you're sent at short notice to other places, you have to get moved every couple of years from place to place. Not only that, but the stress of, you could be deployed literally at any moment in time, sent somewhere that could potentially be life-threatening. And again, as you, the airman, that's stressful, but then it's also stressful for the spouse. It's also stressful for the children. So there's lots and lots of stresses that impact the airman spiritually, mentally, physically, emotionally, financially, that all impact the well-being of the human. And if the human isn't well, if the human isn't performing to the best of their abilities, and that human then is put in a situation where other people's lives depend on that particular person to make the right choices, to react quickly, response time. So I think in any organization it's the right thing to do to look after the humans that work within the company, especially for our military.
We ran the Empowering Airmen and Family Wellbeing Challenge on March 11th. We had 307 submissions for this, and we are proud to say that we've invited 63 of those submissions to participate in the Base of the Future Showcase. They're all having private pitches with the government. They're also available for attendees to visit in their exhibitor showcase.
Throughout the past few days, you've witnessed many lighthearted and scrumptious moments in our programming. And that's because the team at AFWERX is connected by a certain set of values, among which involve creativity and play. But another important value that drives this organization towards its mission is its people-centered focus. So it is with great honor that we can feature the upcoming conversations around well-being and not shy away from the challenges the Air Force faces.
We have all been impacted by the ongoing COVID pandemic. However, there is a different epidemic among servicemen and women that continues today. Active duty, reservists, guardsmen, and veterans alike. Over the last 14 years, more active duty servicemen and women have taken their own lives than have been killed by our adversaries in Iraq and Afghanistan combined. And if you include veterans, the numbers become even more staggering. It is simply unacceptable.
Sometimes the single best thing we can do for those struggling with their mental health in our communities is to listen. We're grateful that we will be able to do just that with someone we're lucky to still have with us, thanks to more than one miracle taking place on a very dark day. Our next speaker survived his attempt at suicide and now dedicates his life to suicide prevention advocacy. Please welcome Kevin Hines.
Hello, everyone. So grateful to be a part of this amazing conference and event at AFWERX. So appreciative and so thankful. I'd like us to start off with a very solemn moment of silence for all of those in the Air Force that we have lost to suicide and every veteran in general at large that we have lost to suicide. A very quick but important moment of silence. My name is Kevin Hines, and in the year 2000, while dealing with severe bipolar disorder, abandonment issues from infancy, and a detachment disorder, I attempted to take my life by way of jumping off the Golden Gate Bridge, a suicide attempt that is 99% fatal. Of the over 2,000 people that have attempted off the Golden Gate Bridge, 99% of them will never again get to tell their stories. 39 individuals were lucky enough to survive that fall, 1%. Of those 39 individuals, I would be number 26 of 39 to survive. Of those 39 individuals, I would be one of 5 to regain full physical mobility, to be able to walk, stand, and run. I'm so grateful to exist, to live, and to be here every waking moment of every day, but it wasn't always like that. In the year 1998 in May, I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder 2 years prior to my nearly fatal attempt. I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder type 1 with psychotic features, later diagnosed with bipolar disorder type 1 with schizoaffective disorder. I heard and saw things that didn't exist to anyone but me, auditory and visual hallucinations that would plague and terrify anyone, terrified me on a daily basis. I'll never forget the day I had my first complete mental breakdown. I was at Archbishop Reardon High School in San Francisco, California, and I was on a stage in a show, performing in a theater show called How to Succeed in Business Without Really Trying. I was playing a character they called Gatch. If you don't know the character, Gatch is a philandering businessman. He's got the wife at home, but he's messing around with all the secretaries at the office, that guy. And I'm playing that character, and I'm wearing one of my father's old suits and ties, which was no small feat. Pat Hines is 6'1", and I'm not. They hemmed the suit to sort of fit me. I'm on that stage, out in front of a 1,200-person audience. Not one seat was open. And I begin to have an extreme paranoid delusion, the first for me of many. I begin to believe that all 1,200 people at any moment were going to rise, rush the stage, and end my life. This would be something I dealt with and deal with over the rest of my existence, living with bipolar disorder with psychotic features. I would have paranoid delusions on a regular basis that massive crowds were coming to hurt me and harm me. And I speak in front of crowds on a regular basis, so this would happen often. But this first time it occurred, it was devastating. I ran off stage. I ran to the lobby. I was met there by the director, who sent me home to my mom. Debbie came to pick me up, my mother, and I'll never forget the look in her eyes as she gazed into mine, because I could see within them, that she could see within mine the depths of insanity brewing behind them. Very soon thereafter, I would see my first psychiatrist, Dr. J. Kevin Rist. Dr. Rist was a kind man, and by all accounts, he was considered one of the best in his field. and I was lucky enough that my family could avail of his services. But Dr. Risk turned out to be on methamphetamines the entire time he treated me and his other patients. He was very ill and needed help, and nobody knew. He would end up dying by his hands. So would my theater director, Mr. John Fennell. But sadly, those are two stories we don't have time for. I would be placed on medication, but I would not be following a treatment plan. I told everyone around me what they wanted to hear. I'm following the treatment plan. I'm taking the medication as prescribed. I'm working hard for my brain, mind, behavior, and mental health and well-being, none of which were true. I was pretending to do all of the above. I was taking my pills one day and not the next, 7 days and not for 7 days, or while binge drinking until blackout on the weekends while on psychotropic medications, which could have ended me. But I wasn't trying to get high or feel a buzz. I was trying to stop the voices in my head. I was seeing things like death himself hover through my window, the Grim Reaper hovered through my window with his sickle and blade in his right bony arm. He reached out his other bony hand, turn it upside down, and his eyes would like to fire in his skull face, and he would say, "Come home with me." Monday through Monday. Do you think I told anybody? I did not. I kept it all inside. I buried it. I got really, really good at one thing that a lot of airmen are good at, silencing my pain. I would later learn after my attempt, which I wish I learned earlier, that a pain shared is a pain halved, and that by sharing your pain with someone who empathizes, you can always survive said pain. But I didn't know that. On September 25th of the year 2000, I boarded a bus with my note in my bag. Mom, dad, brother, sister, best friend, girlfriend, I love you, but I can do this no longer. Please forgive me. I sat on that bus in the very back row in the middle seat, and I began to cry. Waterfalls flowing from my eyes, mucus dripping from my nose. I believed I was useless. I felt I had no value. I thought I was worthless. I was wrong. I had value. I had worth. I was a pertinent member of society and my family nonetheless. The bus arrives at the Golden Gate Bridge parking lot. At this point in time, I've already yelled aloud, but I don't want to die. I'm a good person. Why do you hate me so much? In a crowded bus filled with 100 people. And not one person turned to me and said, "Hey kid, are you okay? Brother, is something wrong? Or pal, can I help you?" Which is all I wanted. I wanted one person to see me, see my pain, and say something kind. Instead, the only person to react aloud to me was a fellow to my left, who said to the guy next to him while pointing at me with his thumb with a smile on his face, "What the hell's wrong with that kid?" And that's often what we find in American society. This innate ability to see somebody in the greatest lethal emotional pain they've ever experienced, but feel nothing for them but fear of them and apathy toward them. That's his or her problem, but it ain't mine. I got things to do, people to see, and places to go. I formidably disagree with that notion, just like I think every airman feels the same way I do. We are our brothers and sisters and individuals' keepers. We are here for one another. It is our sole purpose on this world. You all know this more than most, given the service industry you are in. You give back to your communities, your families, your country, and the globe every day, and for that we are grateful. We are only the land of the free because of the brave, because of all of you. But there I was, on the Golden Gate Bridge walkway, begging myself not to do it. And that's when a woman from my left approached me. She had blonde curly hair and giant sunglasses on that women wear that when you can't see their face. And she approached with a smile on her face. And I really believe this is it. This lady's going to help me. I don't have to die today. I don't have to do this. And then she pulled out a digital camera and said, "Will you take my picture?" And that was it for me. I said in my head, absolutely nobody cares. The furthest thing from the truth. Everybody cared. My father even tried to stop me that morning, but I didn't see it. Everybody cared. At that moment, the voices in my head beckoned at decimals I can't express to you without piercing eardrums. Jump now, and I did. I catapulted myself over the 4-foot rail. The millisecond my hands left that rail, it was an instantaneous regret for my actions and a 100% recognition that I just made the greatest mistake of my life, and it was too late. I fell 220 feet, 25 stories, at 75 miles an hour in 4 seconds. Praying the entire way down, what have I just done? I don't want to die. God, please save me. In the water, as I was flailing to stay afloat after going 70 feet beneath the water surface and somehow making it to the surface with 1 breath of air without the use of my legs, I had shattered my T12, L1, L2 lower vertebrae and missed severing my spinal cord by 2 millimeters. Something came to my aid. A creature in the water began circling beneath me. I thought it was a shark. It turned out it was a sea lion, circling beneath me, bumping me up. No longer was I wading in the water. I'm lying atop it, being kept buoyant by this creature until the Coast Guard boat arrived behind me. The Coast Guard boat arrived. The officers fished me onto a flatboard. They put me in a back brace. They put me in a neck brace and strapped me in from head to toe and started asking questions. The first question, kid, do you know what you just did? I said, yeah, I just jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge. They said, why? I had no answer. I thought I had to die today. One guy leans in, he says, son, do you understand how many people we pull out of these waters that are already gone? I said, no, sir, I want to know. He said, I'm going to tell you anyway. He said, young man, this unit alone has pulled out 57 dead bodies from these waters and 1 live one, you. And that gave me a massive amount of perspective. It would be a long and hard journey back to recovery. It would take 9 psych ward hospitalizations in the next 14 years, including my hospitalization last year, for suicidal ideation. Every day I fight to stay mentally well. I work tirelessly for my brain, mind, behavioral, mental health, and well-being. I exercise, I eat healthily, I educate myself as to my diagnosis. I use coping strategies like music and art therapy to cope. I go to talk therapy on digital. I do everything I can for my brain and mental health and well-being. And every time there's a new treatment for bipolar disorder, I activate it into my plan. If you are an airman and you are struggling mentally, I beg of you, ask for help. You deserve it. You're worthy. You matter. You're important to me. You're important to the Air Force. You're valued. And if nobody else says it today, we love you and we want you to stay. So fight for your well-being. Be here tomorrow and every day after that, because you deserve to live out your life until its natural end. You're a gift to this world, and you're 1,000 times greater than the worst thing you've ever done. I survived my attempt, which was 99% fatal, to give you this message, to share with you that there is always light at the end of the tunnel, even if you don't see it there. Just keep moving forward. Eventually, you'll get there. Thank you very much for your time. I greatly appreciate it, and I wish you all wellness, the greatest wellness in the world.
Wow. Some incredibly touching words there from Kevin. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that with us, Kevin. I think these are incredible times that we're going through right here. And we mentioned this going in that this impacts everybody. Right? We're focused on our airmen. We're focused on the families. And this impacts everybody in business because of all the things people have been going through. The nonprofits, academia that are also tuning in, the entrepreneurs that are tuning in as well. And we got a great note from someone during that feed from an Air Force spouse. And
2018 Spouse of the Year.
She was the 2018 Spouse of the Year for a shout out. And you know, I've been married for over 15 years, and we've gone through 10 moves in the military. And I always say that, you know, the spouse and the family members we don't thank them enough. And so I do want to say thank you to the spouses right now, but also going back to what Kevin had mentioned there too, that, you know, just a simple act of kindness, a little thank you, a little smile in these bizarre times of being socially, you just don't know how that can change somebody's life. You never know how far that random act of kindness can go.
Yeah. And listening and paying attention to the people around us, right? Being cognizant of people's emotions is super important right now.
Yeah, we cannot overstate how necessary this work is and how much we appreciate you are doing for us, Kevin. So thank you again. I know it hits home for so many of us here in Vegas and certainly around the globe.
If you or anyone you know is struggling, we urge you to reach out to the Veterans and Military Crisis Line. It's a toll-free, confidential resource with support 24/7 that connects veterans, service members, National Guard, and Reserve, and their family members with qualified caring responders. You can reach them at 1-800-273-8255 or at veteranscrisisline.net.
I'm truly grateful for the Sea Lion as well, saving Kevin so he could be this advocate for the last 20 years.
Yes.
And for animals like that, for the Sea Lion to come to his aid, that is absolutely incredible.
Isn't it? I mean, it really goes to show how intelligent animals are. You really rarely give them credit for that, but I think so many of us who own pets know just how impactful they can be to our healing and our wellness.
That's exactly right. They really can be life-saving. One airman who recognizes that is Senior Airman Rachel Rhodes, based locally out of Nellis Air Force Base, who provides therapeutic services to aid the mental and emotional health of active duty military, spouses, and family members assigned to Nellis and Creech Air Force bases.
I noticed that the Air Force was having a lot of high suicide rates and mental health was a real issue. And so I decided to do an event to highlight therapy dogs and the benefits that they can have. And I did a therapy dog event at the dorms with 30 therapy dogs, including Corolla. When I first did an observation with Corolla, we actually went to a hospice facility, and the lady who was dying just kind of broke down and said she didn't want to die alone, and that really hit me, and it really showed how important a therapy dog is. Petting a dog will lower your blood pressure, and it's been proven that if a dog is in a patient setting, the patients are more willing to participate in their treatments and be more open about the symptoms that they're having. And I think if we were to able to incorporate that into our mental health department, airmen would be more open to telling their counselors or the doctors what is actually going on with them. I'm trying to actually make a program here at the hospital, and hopefully that will inspire maybe other hospitals to want to bring that on, because I don't think there's anywhere in the Air Force that really has that right now.
Hi, my name is Chadwick Johnson, and I'm honored to share my song, Have We Forgotten, with the men and women of the United States Air Force, as you all come together to consider ways to help the well-being of airmen and their families. Have We Forgotten is a song about reconnecting to humanity, because it's our connection to humanity, it's our connection to one another that gives us hope in even the darkest of moments. Please enjoy this video and help AFWERX, the United States Air Force, and me turn 137 into 0, because one lost member of this community is too many.
I've been thinking about things lately, about where we're going and where we've been. What really matters, that's the question. So busy mocking losses and counting. To pay attention, to challenge what you know, question what you don't. How did we end up so divided? If I don't adopt what you and I assume, have we forgotten how to be people? What makes us human through and through? What makes us bleed? What makes us breathe? What makes me just like you? Yet here we are with things so different. Are we drawing lines? Is it black and white? Angry words, they hurt, they cut me. But if I just give up, our story dies. Have we forgotten Call back the light I love in you. These are confusing matters, but what really matters is you. We'll sift through the sticks and stones we say, we'll build on the clay and shape our way to truth of me and you. Have we forgotten we can be heroes? We can move mountains. We'll walk through flames, cross the divide, dig deep inside, building bridges we may change. 'Cause what makes us different makes us human, makes us the same. Or have we forgotten?
Wow, what an uplifting story and such beautiful music. It's great to see Chadwick use his talent as a writer and a singer to create such a touching piece.
Yeah, it really is. And when you think about the therapy dogs and the comfort dogs, you know, we have our own personal story here in the Las Vegas community of the terrible shooting that affected so many of us a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And I can tell you from personal experience, having those dogs there are so helpful to get you through those times. They feel you, they know you, and it's just incredible to be able to have them.
I feel you on that. I love my pups, and you're a great partner, John, but I wouldn't mind if we had a little furry, four-legged friend up here.
Yep. And given our Aussie connection here today,
yay.
I think we can go with a little bit of comfort up here on the screen. But you know, how could I blame you? You gotta love who you share the stage with Krista Kleiner. You know, and one person we know, our next panelist won't mind sharing the stage with, is our very own innovation actualizer, Mark Rowland. Knowing Mark personally, I'll tell you that he is not only an entrepreneur and inspiring leader to his colleagues, but he is also someone who is personally passionate about positive psychology and the well-being of his team members. He's a perfect fit to lead our next panel on holistic well-being.
You can say that again.
At the same time, we also have some other amazing panels for you to choose from. Topics include creating a holistic culture of care, solutions for financial, physical, and mental well-being, and leveraging AI to enhance well-being. For those staying on the main live stream, we will hand you over to Mark right after another video from a guest that we are honored to have with us.
Hi, my name is Don Goldfein, spouse of the 21st Chief of Staff of the Air Force, General David L. Goldfein. It is such an honor to be included in the 2020 AFWERX Fusion Virtual Experience today and to introduce this panel, Holistic Wellbeing. It's time to look at the whole person. I want to thank the AFWERX staff for their dedication, ingenuity, and talent tackling our Air Force's most challenging problems. Despite the many impacts of COVID-19, they created conferences like this to share ideas, spark innovation, and produce real solutions for airmen and their families. As a military spouse of over 37 years, I personally experienced and observed both the challenges and the many opportunities of life in the military, while also enjoying the sense of family unique to the military service. Challenges at home disrupt airmen working to execute the Air Force mission. They impact what motivates and connects our airmen, affecting retention and airmen and family resilience. The most concerning symptom has been the spike in active duty member suicides over the last year, signaling we need to act now to institute real change in our military community. Today's panel will help explain the background of the Airmen and Family Wellbeing Challenge. The goal is to answer the question, what real change will the Air Force adopt to address resilience, retention, and suicides? It's a big question. But our moderator and AFWERX Innovation Actualizer, Mr. Mark Rowland, as well as the expert panelists, are ready to tackle it. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of this journey. This is work that truly matters, and I'm confident the best years of our Air Force are still to come.
Thank you, Mrs. Goldfein, for that wonderful introduction and also for your support for this initiative. The Airmen and Family Wellbeing Challenge launched a few months ago with a workshop here in Las Vegas in February. I mean, who'd have thought the world would have changed so much between now and then? You'll see behind me pictures of people that were at the workshop. Mrs. Goldfein was included, Mrs. Wilson, the wife of the Vice Chief as well as some pretty amazing airmen, spouses, and other subject matter experts from academia and industry. In fact, most of my panel I met in person at that workshop. So our topic for this panel is holistic well-being. It's time to look at the whole person, and this is definitely something very close to my heart. I have some pretty amazing panelists with me. You can see their bios on our website, but we have Candice Hatcher-Solis, a neuroscientist at AFRL. We have Mary Palenko, Senior Enlisted Advisor for the Air Force Resilience Program. Maggie Laws, Human Resilience Program Manager for the Air Force, and Tara Falcone, founder of Rise Up. So welcome, ladies. So I'd love to post the first question, Mary, to you. Given the current environment that we're in, I'd love to know how the conversation around resiliency and well-being of our airmen and their families has changed given the current environment.
Thank you so much, Mark. Well, first, thank you for having us on the panel, and thank you to everyone who's joining. When COVID hit, there was a massive shift in conversation as far as what we can do right here and now to assist with all the challenges that a lot of us have never even thought of. And so the COVID, we have pushed out lots and lots of information for things like homeschooling, which I know as an active duty service member for 20 plus years, that was never even on my radar, but things like that, as well as isolation. And I think that the talk surrounding resilience has shifted not from the foundation of what resilience means and how it's important for us, but just some of the unique challenges that we are facing. And I also think it was a great opportunity for us to really adopt grace for everyone. I know that my challenges I'm experiencing, I have 2 little ones who I am homeschooling, are different than the airmen who may be isolated or maybe working in the med group 12 hours a day. So it's just really allowed us to all kind of listen to each other a little bit more and talk about resilience in a different way as it relates to us today.
Yeah, I can certainly attest to my family. I have 2 teenage kids and a wife that works at home, and I'm working at home. So it's definitely changed my family life as well. So Maggie, next question for you. Given there's over 700,000 people that work within the Air Force and all of its different contractors, what have you found so far that's the best ways to connect, actually make a real connection with airmen? And then if you wouldn't mind adding to that, how do you connect with the spouses specifically? Because I'm assuming that would be very different.
Well, thank you. Thank you again, too, for having us, just like Chief Polanco had stated. So one of the things we found is, I think there's a misnomer with the new generation that they want to be connected to via text or, just through written communications. But the truth is, they're a really engaging population and they really thrive on that face-to-face connection. And so what we found, especially with COVID, one of the best ways to do that is to continue that face-to-face using virtual platforms just like we are today. And we're seeing that spring up right and left. We see Zoom, we see WebEx, we see FaceTime. There's a lot of things that they're doing, and that's helping to keep them connected. But more importantly, our leaders are really reaching out in these facets to not just ensure that they're in with all the workplace things that need to go on, but they also are asking them questions about them to engage with them to make sure that they're okay and coping with what's going on with the COVID. To answer your second question, I'm really excited to share. So since COVID started, this really launched a huge virtual communication stream. And for spouses, particularly our senior leader spouses from the top down have been hosting virtual sessions, and that's really trickling all across the Air Force. we see an increase in spouse engagement with these virtual sessions that they're hosting via FaceTime, Zoom, those things, because we're actually eliminating some barriers that they might have had previously, like finding childcare, getting to an installation, being able to leave work. So those things are actually being taken care of by hosting these virtual sessions. And so we've seen an increase in those engagements with our spouse and community. So we're really excited about that in response to what's happening. So I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, is there anything that we did, maybe before COVID hit that you found worked really well for airmen and their spouses that you could mind sharing?
Yeah, so before COVID hit, one of the biggest things that we found, and we're still trying to keep continuously reinforce it, honestly, is that face-to-face communication. So really having those meaningful, intentional conversations to make each and every airman feel like they're valued. And that happens at the lowest levels all the way up. And so when we see that happening, we recognize that the morale and the welfare of that particular unit or community is a little bit more thriving. And then the same with spouses, it's reaching out to them, understanding that they have this similar circumstances to you, and just making sure that they're valued and that you're creating those personal relationships. I can't stress that enough. I think that a lot of people, what we've heard in the past few years is the younger population really just likes that technology type of relationship, but that truly isn't the case. They want that engagement.
Yeah. Thank you. Candice, I'll ask you the next question. So I know you've done a lot of research on these topics. So would you mind sharing with us some of the stresses that the airmen face? And also, if you would also mind, I know you've done a lot of research, just adding some of the research that is currently being conducted around these.
Sure. So I'd like to echo the sentiments of my previous panelists and say thank you for having me, and thank you to all the people that are out there listening. So airmen face various different stressors, both psychological and physiological. And these stressors, as you all know, can impair your well-being, but it can also impair your performance. So at AFRL, we are really focused on keeping the airmen in that optimal state for performance. One of the particular stressors that we are interested in researching is fatigue. And we use a model where we try to sense when the airman is experiencing fatigue objectively and before we see a performance decrement. Then we want to assess their state of fatigue. And then we want to try to augment their performance by applying some type of intervention. We have several lines of research that are also interested in understanding the basis of stress and resiliency. We're all different here in this panel, and we all have different reactions to stress. We have different stress reactivity, a different stress vulnerability, and different stress resilience. So we're really interested in understanding the molecular determinants for that, and so that we can individualize our monitoring and that our interventions that we can apply for airmen.
Cool, thank you. That sounds like really important research. Tara, over to you next. And I loved having you at our workshop here in Las Vegas. And I remember being in a session with you where we were discussing the pillars of well-being. And you were an incredibly passionate advocate for adding financial well-being to the already established kind of official DoD list. I would love for you to share with our audience, why you are so passionate about adding financial well-being to the pillars.
Yeah, I'd love to. Well, thank you, Mark, again, as everyone has said, for having us here. And thank you to all who are tuning in. As you mentioned, I was extremely passionate about making sure that financial wellness is added as a pillar to the, the wellness and the well-being, group that the Airmen has already been focusing on. And I think, that's because money is so pervasive in all of our lives, right? It's a common thread, no matter what you are doing, whether you're, in the military or you're in the civilian life. And so I think that when it comes to, money and how we think about these things, many airmen are in the military, one, because they want to serve, but also because it provides a steady stream of income, especially with what we're seeing with, unemployment rates being historically high right now. They have a safe, stable income. But that doesn't mean that they're not without financial stress. Maybe their spouse has lost their job. Maybe their spouse can't go to work anymore because they now have to homeschool their children because those children can't go to school, or whatever it might be that is happening. And I think that it's really important to recognize that financial wellness is such a huge stressor in our lives, or money can be such a huge stressor in our lives. It's one of the biggest pieces of stress when it comes to, divorce or marital stress. It's one of the biggest causes of arguments, I think, in a lot of relationships. And when you have your finances in order, those other pillars can then be built up and can strengthen the kind of house, right, that you have, if you think of yourself as a building. But if your finances are not in order, it can really cause cracks in those foundation that then really kind of crumble those other pillars. If your money is not in the right place, you're not then able to go out and focus on, your spiritual well-being or your physical well-being or your mental well-being, because you're worried about just how you're going to feed your family today. So I personally think it's very important that we include financial wellness into this discussion, because it's inevitable, it's something we can't ignore. We cannot ignore the fact that this is such a huge part of our airmen's lives.
Thank you. And you can tell you're still passionate.
So passionate.
Mary, I'd just love to come to you, because I know for me, obviously I've never served in the military. I've never worked for the government in my life. So I know for me, I think of my own life, and I know my friends' lives, but could you just mind sharing with the audience, because I think probably the majority of the audience are not military, just the biggest differences that normal life in the military would have over normal life in the civilian world?
Sure. Well, I want to preface this by saying that the differences are unique, but they're not any more strenuous or more important. Everyone's stressors, everyone's life challenges are important to them. So I just want to preface that by saying that it is just unique to the military. But one of the things, I think the foundational difference is service in the military is one of the occupations that really has the members signing their unlimited liability clause. And that means that whenever called upon, they will answer the call regardless of the situation. And I think that in and of itself puts a different spin on their commitment level to the service, to the country. But also there's some pressure there, if I'm being honest, just not knowing what's coming next. But the things that people experience on a day-to-day basis are, one of the big ones is the PCS move, and that is the permanent change of station. So when we get assigned to a new duty location, and taking, for example, a family, I know I'm married, I have 2 children. When we move, it's challenging for me. Yes, of course it is. I have to readjust to a new location, new people, all those things. However, I'm also taking into account, I'm welcomed into a team automatically. I have camaraderie building just from the very first meeting with folks. And so there's a different dynamic there for me, but for families, they don't have that. They are going to be showing up, and they're going to not necessarily have that forced interaction with others to have friendships built, and kids have left their schools and their sports and all of those things. So it's very challenging for the family unit to kind of get going again. For us, it took us about the 6-month average to kind of get into a good groove. So that's another challenge. But military life also comes with challenges with regard to spousal employment, because, like I said, they are leaving jobs behind and to start over. My husband is a tennis instructor. And so when he has a client base, that changes every time we move. And so that's a challenge. But then additionally, CDC care, which is not unique to the military. There is a national crisis for CDC care, child development care. But for us, there is we're not next to our families. We don't have the support that we could reach out to some people who have good family networks. So we don't have that. And we're mandated for the duty, right? For the showing up to work every day. So there's just some unique challenges that we face, albeit the Air Force has put in place a ton of resources and great agencies for us to give us help.
Awesome. I just noticed in the live stream, someone just made the point for spouses when they move, is there a central place where they can go to look for employment options in that area, or is that something that you're working on?
Actually, I will defer to Maggie. Maggie, do you?
Yes, I'm so glad that you asked. So we have a huge ecosystem of support really tailored for spouses. So there's something called the Airmen and Family Readiness Center that is at each installation, and it's staffed with individuals that are there specifically to help airmen and their families, so their spouses, find employment, find homes, those types of things. But in addition, there's a lot of great things that are coming out of what we call our services realm that are focusing on making it easier for spouses to find employment by those big partnerships with big companies. And so over the next few years, we'll see that grow as well.
Cool. Tara, I can see you nodding. Anything you want to add?
Yeah, I will just add as a spouse myself, although I'm a Navy spouse, not an Air Force spouse, that one of the benefits that I've been able to take advantage of is the MySECO, so My Spouse Employment Career Opportunity, I think is what it stands for, and then also the MyCAA Scholarship, so the Career Advancement Scholarship. That actually, while we were stationed overseas in Japan, I was able to use that scholarship to take a Certified Financial Planner course, and I was able to attain my Certified Financial Planner designation while we were stationed overseas. And that was an enormous benefit for me when we got back to the States.
Awesome, thank you. Just got one other question that came through on our live stream. I think maybe this is for Maggie, but Candice, Mary, Tara, feel free to jump in. So rather than having processes in place to deal with stresses once they've happened, what preventative measures does the Air Force implement?
So I'd like to start the conversation and you guys can jump in. So the Air Force, again, we've got this huge ecosystem that's in place. And so from the moment that an airman gets into the military, they start a process in developing resilience skills, coping skills, life skills, those types of things. And it happens right from day one. And that continues with them throughout what we call the continuum of learning. And it goes through them with something called technical training. That's where they learn the technical trade on whatever they're going to be doing in the Air Force. And that continues when they get to their installation. Once they get to the installation, when I say that, what I mean is they get trained and then they get assigned to a installation to start their Air Force career doing the job that they've learned to do. They participate in something called the First Term Airman course. And in that First Term Airman course, there's something called resilience skills training. It is founded by positive psychology, so it's evidenced with that. And really what it does is it equips the airmen right away with some foundational skill sets that we know are used to combat everyday stressors. And the goal with that is to get them to start adopting them early, to use them for everyday stressors that military members are going to face, in addition to the ones that Chief just mentioned, the PCSing. Transition is huge. I mean, that's a big life stressor for anybody. So the idea is for them to adopt those, bring them into their everyday life so that it's like the go-to for the brain. So when something does happen that might be traumatic to them, they will have a go-to that their brain automatically goes to, and it helps to better equip them to handle those heavier situations, if you will, better. So that's set in place. And then as they continue throughout their career, they have some very specific things placed. And I'm hoping Chief can jump in because you've been through most of those as we develop our airmen.
I was actually going to add exactly that. So from the, Maggie talked a lot about what can we do for ourselves and how are we giving them the skills to kind of cope internally. But additionally, the professional military education system starts them very young, where we actually teach them leadership concepts and principles. And then through that, show them preventative ways to lead others, preventative ways to help people through their own issues by leading. And so when we're doing that, we're teaching all of these skills. That is a preventative measure from the leadership perspective, as opposed to the internal. So we're trying to do it from multiple angles.
Awesome. Candice, I'd love to throw this next question to you. So we've got a lot of submissions to this particular challenge, and a number of them were around, using technology. I'd just love to hear from you, because I know this is probably one of the areas of your field. What technologies do you think are relevant or could be relevant to address stress and resilience within our airmen and their families?
Thank you for that question. My current research, we do a lot of non-invasive brain stimulation. So these technologies have been used to improve mood, but also when an airman is stressed with a high workload or there could potentially be a performance decrement from sustained attention, you can use these non-invasive stimulation technologies to increase their alertness. And I've been studying these different technologies, also why there are certain enhancements for some individuals versus others, and others at AFRL have looked at it in more of an applied aspect, and looking in military service members, the benefits that we can have from non-invasive brain stimulation.
Awesome, thank you. Tara, could you share, just for the audience, because I'm sure not everyone here knows, what information do airmen currently get in relation to financial planning support, if any? And then if you could also just add on to that, what do you think they should have access to? So what additional features do you think would have the biggest impact in helping our airmen and their families?
Yeah, so I think the core of what is provided from a financial education or financial wellness standpoint is the Personal Financial Readiness Program, which is designed to help airmen and family members provide the foundations on the beginning of their career and then kind of continuing throughout. And as far as I know, it requires 12 touch points of financial literacy kind of as they go through their career. They are required to do some training, some of which is optional, most of which is mandatory. And so while I think that the education and the training itself is a great place to start, it's a really good core, I think there has to be a lot of kind of layers of interaction and implementation that are kind of put on top of that. So because we don't want people to just know what to do or what they should be doing. We want them to actually change their habits for the better. So, some of the things that should maybe be considered when thinking about a financial wellness solution would be things like, in-app like Q&A or some way to get their questions answered as to how it pertains to them. Maybe access to a financial advisor. I actually know a number of companies, corporate financial wellness companies in the private space that have this kind of educational component. They've automated or provided technology to automate the financial planning process for an individual. And then they provide access to a financial planner to either walk that individual through their plan or for that person to then ask questions and get more information. And then the next layer would be some way for them to actually take action and put that plan to work, whether that's, in-app connections to different partner companies for banking, for credit cards, for loans, for investing. Some way where it's like, hey, here's your plan. Here's what we recommend that you do to have a sound financial foundation. And then immediately, a place for them to actually take action would be, to me, the most kind of holistic solution that they could put in place.
Awesome. Great advice. Okay, my final question. I'm going to throw it to you, Maggie, but anyone please tag on. So I've heard a lot of people talk about, well-being and resiliency within the Air Force, and some people just seem to only really talk about these giant kind of really stressful events that happen in people's lives, and that is then a trigger to actually get some help. Whereas I'm sure there's probably a lot more to it than that, and that's probably the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot of everyday stresses that people have. So I'd love for you to talk about that if you would.
Yeah, thank you. So that's a great question, and I think that there is a misnomer that people practice resilience only or get the help when something traumatic happens. But really what we know is resilience can be learned, and over time it builds in the brain as the go-to, as we talked about earlier. So not only can somebody self-assist themselves in building those skills, but in addition, it's seeking that help as early as possible, just kind of like Tara said, getting with that financial person as soon as possible so that you can reduce those stressors later on. And so that's part of our strategy, is to really start encouraging our airmen, their spouses as well, to reduce that stigma from going to seek help, because we all endure stressors and we've all been through it. There's a lot of things that are similar for many of us, and if we had the conversation, they would find that, wow, they had the same type of stressor I did when they were this rank or at this installation. As a military spouse myself, I can say over 20 years, a lot of stressors. So that's really the conversation that we're trying to ignite so that they are seeking that help early. And one of the ways that we're hoping to do with this challenge is to make getting that type of support or assistance or seeking that help so much easier. Honestly, as easy as maybe even being able to talk into an Alexa, those types of things, because we need to simplify it for them so they can reach the resources as soon as possible. But at the end of the day, it's getting it early and then building those go-tos so that when something does traumatic happen, you don't have a buildup of a bunch of other things going on at the same time, because that's something we want to avoid.
Cool. I got 30 seconds left if anyone else would like to add on. But
go ahead.
Oh, no, Mary, please, you go.
Sure. Okay. Just adding on to the understanding resilience from the perspective that it doesn't mean you're unbreakable. It means that you have the tools in place to help you through that when something does get broken, because we're all going to go through the process. We're all going to have ups and downs. And so we just want to make sure people are equipped. We're all equipped with the understanding and the acknowledgement of when we need that extra assistance.
Tara, quickly.
Yeah, I would just say when it comes to your financial well-being, it's really about those small daily habits that you're implementing, kind of like, taking care of yourself physically so you don't have to go get intervention medicine. It's about the preventative stuff. So making sure you're saving for an emergency fund. So when this trauma does occur, maybe your spouse loses their job or, something breaks in the house, you have the funds to put towards that. You're not stressed out about it. And then you've got that baseline of wellness so that when larger things come up, buying a house, moving, having another child, you're then able to seek financial advice for those larger milestones, but you're kind of taking care of your day-to-day by yourself.
Got it. All right. Well, I just want to really thank you all. Thank you, Candice. Thank you, Maggie. Thank you, Tara. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you to our panelists. It's really great to hear from them and learn that the programs and support that they discussed are available to our airmen and their families.
Yeah, it really is great to see. And I think when we think about and talk about the base of the future, you think about the infrastructure and the actual construction of the hangars and the roads and the runways. But the actual base, the most important base, the foundational base, is our airmen and their families. And being able to take an innovative approach, usually in the past, innovation has been connected to technology and those sorts of systems. I love it, the fact that AFWERX has taken an innovative approach to how do we take care of each other.
So important, and that's definitely another thing that makes AFWERX such a gem. We've got a great discussion coming up next, but first, let's learn about yet another extremely creative airman.
Well before he hurt or sold 90 million records, before addiction, recovery, relapse, or redemption, before sacrilegious horns on unwelcoming stages, before lines walked or rings burnt, before prisoners entertained, before he was the man in black, he was an airman in blue.
I had no idea that he was an airman.
Yeah, me neither. That was pretty special, wasn't it? Mm-hmm. We have another great panel coming up in just a minute, but our great friend from NASCAR, one of only 2 African Americans on the NASCAR circuit and recent star as a NBC Sports commentator, not to mention he's a naval reservist. Ladies and gentlemen, Jesse Wuji has a message for us.
Hey there, AFWERX. This is U.S. Navy Lieutenant Commander Jesse Wuji in the Navy Reserves and also driver in the number 33 for the NASCAR Truck Series. As a son of 2 Nigerian immigrants who immigrated here to the United States to pursue the ultimate American dream, living proof of their successes, and I would not be the person I am today without their sacrifices, nor would I be here without their inspiring influence on me and the rest of my family. So thank you so much, Mom and Dad. As a fellow service member, I salute all of my brothers and sisters in the United States Air Force whose diversity of background, perspectives, thought, and organization make a stronger and better military. And I also want to congratulate all the small businesses and entrepreneurs out there who are participating in this year's AFWERX Fusion event. More collaborative together, more agile together, more innovative together, more beautiful together. Let's do the work together to keep driving toward more diverse and inclusive teams and leadership within all of our forces. Thank you so much for all you do, and everyone, please have a blessed day.
This is the perfect segue into our next topic. Here we have the opportunity to discuss something deeply important to me, and I know to you too, John. As you know, I've committed my life to supporting this cause. Last year, serving as an ambassador for the National Diversity Coalition. And in my service with them, I host, produce, and wrote a special segment for Spectrum News in which we told inspiring immigrant and first-generation citizen stories. Very important to me, being my mother is an immigrant, and supporting this cause. And currently with my production company, focusing on developing a variety of shows that, with the intention to help foster understanding and help break down perceived societal barriers.
And we are a country founded by immigrants, of course. What's the name of your production company?
Kinetic Productions, and I
Why
chose
is that so important? That's such
Yeah.
a cool name.
Thank you. First, a fun play on the KK, because I use both of it, but really, you know, the word kinetic, I chose that because it's, in order to really fully support this mission, I believe that it takes a lot of teamwork and people coming together. You know, it's something that's so much more powerful that way. And so picking that name with the same intention of knowing that I want to collaborate with a lot of people on this mission.
Well, we can tell you're very special, and we feel very, very fortunate to have you with us throughout this entire week, Krista.
Thank you so much. It's such an honor.
Yep.
Especially feeling that everyone at the AFWERX team fully supports this cause as well. And it's the perfect segue for our next group of speakers in a fireside chat. She is a pioneering business results and governance thought leader who spent 30 years advising CEO and C-suite leaders operating in 20 countries. Please welcome the founder of Radical Abundant Mindset and an independent board director at multiple organizations, Raquel Brigham Brown.
Thank you so much. So pleased to be here. And I'd like to introduce the other panelists, General Darren McDew, retired Air Force, 30 plus years of service, and retired many planes during that time. And then I'd also like to welcome Mr. Harvey Mason Jr., the interim CEO and president, as well as the board chair of the Recording Academy, which to most of us, we know that to be the Grammys. So it's much bigger than that, but that's to the novice what we realize. And I want to give a tidbit about Mr. Mason that I think is really cool, so I want to share it, which is, number one, I read you wrote your first song at 8 years old. And
that's true.
Yeah, and number two, which is really, really cool, I think it's true. I put it together myself, which is you probably are the only man who has a Grammy and who also participated as a college athlete basketball in the NCAA Final Four basketball for University of Arizona. So I think
possibly.
Yeah, I
possibly.
think that sets you apart. And so that is just one example of how diversity plays in a lot of fields. I mean, as I say, I think that really sets you apart. And so today, what we're really interested and excited to talk about, as today is the funeral for Congressman John Lewis, is really what his life was about, which is getting into good trouble and really saying, let's think about inclusive diversity. Let's think about how we can move it from where it is further. Let's think about what's the mindset shift that needs to happen. As I've been attending the conference for 2 days. Yesterday, one of the speakers says, it's not an innovation problem, it's an adaptation problem. And I think that relates very much to diversity and inclusion. And so I'd like that as we talk, that people think about what is the mindset shift that you need to make in order to really bring diverse and inclusive teams into your workplace. And so we're going to spend our time talking about that, having the benefit of these two leaders to talk about their experience and what they know works, some lessons they've learned that maybe can be helpful to you. So I'd like to start with you, General, and ask you to share, why do you think that the investment that's been made in diversity and inclusion has not returned the commensurate return on the investment?
Well, Raquel, first let me thank you very much for leading this effort here. And I wish the entire audience and everybody listening could have participated in the session that the three of us had a few days ago, where we had more than an hour of just conversation about a number of things, and I learned a ton from that. I also want to say how humbled I am to be on this kind of stage with the two of you and all of your accomplishments. And I want to point out very quickly that Mr. Mason was very quick to point out that he wasn't the 30-some-odd-year-old military dude. He was the younger guy. He waved when you gave his introduction to make sure everybody, everybody knew who the old dude was and who the not so old dude is. So, but thank you very much. But you know, as we talked about a little bit last week, I think one of the reasons it hasn't taken on as much, and we have to acknowledge some progress.
Absolutely.
Because a lot of organizations struggle, and I'm biased about this, and I think it's a purely leadership issue. There's a lot of things that factor in, but there are a lot of people that have not fully invested in the one, problem, and two, the solution. It's very easy to say, I want a diversity organization, but if the leader of the organization isn't involved and leading that effort, it really can't go very far.
And so do you have some examples of when you as a leader had difficulty pushing it through? I mean, I see you when you were in active service as you were really the leader of leaders. Meaning,
I don't know if I'll go that far.
Well, really meaning, I mean, you're the general, so everything follows from you. And you know, so I'm wondering, you know, do you have some examples where you had leaders, in fact, say, you know, I believe in it, but I'm concerned, or they didn't say it, but you could tell by their action that they weren't bought into it?
Well, I've had some directly tell me, I don't believe in diversity. And when you get to talking to them about what their definition of diversity is, many of them talk about quotas. Many of them talk about unqualified people ascending to ranks that they have no business being in. And some of it comes down to a little bit of ignorance and a little bit of what they have read or listened to in other people and pundits. And what they don't understand is that there are sometimes barriers to that qualified person getting in front of you. So one of the things I instituted in one of my commands is you are empowered to hire your people. However, at a certain level, I want you to talk to me about the candidates you're looking at and why you're selecting the person you're selecting. And then I also added, never, ever select the wrong person for the wrong reason, i.e. don't come to me and say you've selected a diversity candidate who's not qualified, because that puts the entire movement behind if the person isn't successful. But I also say there are people out there with qualifications that have a chance to succeed that need to be put in front of you so that you can make that judgment.
And so I appreciate that. Mr. Mason, do you have that experience in your industry where there's people who believe that it's fine to be diverse and inclusive when you're an artist, but now on the business side, you know, we need to not have that same mindset that maybe they're not qualified?
I don't know if anyone's really had the heart or the guts to tell me that to my face, actually, but I'm sure there's people that think that, right? We do have some diversity, quite a bit of diversity in the creative side of our business. I think we're still working on it. We've got ways to go as far as gender equality and things like that. But on the executive side, a lot of it's just education. Like, we don't educate the people that are making the decisions around what's happening in the world today and in our experience. A lot of people don't feel that there is a need for improvement because they just don't know. I don't like to hand it to or pass it off to people not being good people. I have a hard time like just justifying that. I think people are good people. I think when the majority of people find out that there's a real issue, and the issue is stemming from things that they're not even aware of, they might be contributing to it or they might not be contributing to it. But once they're aware of the issue and they understand it in all of its complexities, I tend to believe, and I like to believe, that they would make real action to change it. So for me, I think it's about education and informing and amplifying the message. And I think that's what we're seeing right now in these latest days. Over the last couple of months, you're seeing a lot of people come to like a realization, have a moment like, oh man, something's really wrong. Something's very upsettingly wrong. And I'm probably getting the same phone calls you guys are getting from my friends of other races and saying, I had no idea. What can I do to help? I didn't realize that this was happening. I didn't realize that was happening. So I think that's more of what I'm seeing, Raquel.
Appreciate that. And I am getting those calls, and I'm with you also, Mr. Mason, that the intent is positive by most people. So the business case has been made. You know, more diverse, inclusive teams perform better. So I think that whatever stereotype people had that, well, you won't perform, I think that's been laid aside. But I do think that we're talking about change, and we're talking about personal change. And so that means if I have to change, it's not that easy. I always say there's only one person that likes change, and it's a baby when they're wet. Everybody else, we talk about we want to change, but it's not that easy to change. And so I think, General, as you talk about, you know, someone actually being honest and being able to say to you, here's my concerns with it. And then you being able to, in some way, change the system a bit to give them the incentive to learn along the way that I'm not going to ask you to hire someone that can't do the job. And I think that that's an interesting way for a leader to lead someone to say, I'm not going to force you, but I'm going to strongly encourage you to change your mindset. And so what other things, General, do you think leaders could do to move this process of diversity and to make their processes be more inclusive? I know as we talk, the military is a bit more hierarchical. And so inclusion sometimes is difficult in that kind of structure.
When you say a bit more, that's quite
that an oxymoron.
It's exactly hierarchical on purpose and actually with intent. But I'm going to challenge you a little bit on the case has been made for diverse teams perform as well or better. I think the case has been made, but I don't believe everybody believes that.
Fair.
Therefore, the problem. So in the military and outside the military system is different in this regard. There's one way in, and then you have whatever your input is, you have to produce those people along the way. There's only one way to get a 20-year colonel in the military, and that's to have developed them for 20 years. In corporate America, which I sit like you on a couple of corporate boards, if you want a 20-year executive, you can go poach them
right.
from somewhere else and never have to develop them. So one of the problems with the developmental problem is that many organizations are very poor because they don't need to be better at developing people to become executives because they just feel as though they can get them someplace else. Even when they try to develop, the upskilling of their managers isn't to become leaders, isn't sufficient enough so that it disproportionately impacts minorities and people of color. The other thing that's not realized in some organizations is that diversity is race, gender, ethnicity, but it's also more than that. Some people like to talk about diversity of thought, and I'm okay with that, but I don't like to use that as a cop-out because you can't measure it. The other pieces of diversity that I tried to measure were underrepresented career fields. So if you have an engineering organization, your center of your bullseye are other engineers. And you have to look at that cohort to see how diverse that cohort is. And then if that cohort feeds your upper echelon of management, then if there's no diversity in that cohort, how do you bring the other career fields, the other people into your leadership team to bring diversity from that aspect in as well?
And so, Mr. Mason, at the recording industry, what are some of the things that I know as the interim CEO you're working on changing to foster, as you said, you're not as equitable in the gender area? What are some things you've got your eye on?
We actually have our eye on everything. We're looking across the entire organization as to how we find how we find new members and how we recruit new members, to how we constitute our boardroom and how we elect our elected leaders within the boardroom, how we hire people on the staff, how we do our awards, our representation on the television show. We really literally are looking at everything. And I ran as chair of the board about a year ago and was elected really on my platform of change and improvement. And that was kind of the way I thought I needed to come into the organization, was let's look at everything we do. So now as interim president and CEO, I have the ability to really make some changes and do it rather quickly, which is a really unique opportunity, having me holding both the board seat and the president CEO seat. So it gives us a great chance to really make some great changes and start in a really cool direction. So I'm excited about it.
Well, and I'd say, as you said, you're looking at everything. I mean, I think that's the difference. That in my mind is why the investments that so many organizations have made have not generated returns, because they've been so specific, only looking at, for instance, recruiting, getting the people into the organization, but not changing anything inside of the organization. So people, don't find it inclusive, don't find it what they've been sold. So bravo.
It's really the culture. Yeah, that's the culture, and it's everything that we do. I have to say we've made some great steps even before I started, but I just really feel like some of the things we're doing now are at that level. They're the real deep core of who we are is changing, whether that's in the office and how we run our staff and our processes, but also just externally, membership, events, things we're putting together. We just started a Black Music Coalition for the first time in the history of the 63-year-old organization that is really based on the bedrock of music, but specifically Black music. So these are the types of things that really go to the core of the organization, and I think permeate everything we do. My hope is that it will.
And in closing, as we have only a few minutes, I wonder if both of you, starting with General, if you share, what are some lessons learned? What is the advice you'd give to everyone at the conference on if they're really, really serious about making a big change and getting the results that they know will contribute to innovation? And if they don't know, trust us that it will contribute to innovation. So what's your advice? What are the lessons?
Well, I feel somewhat inadequate, but I've failed at a number of things. So it gives me an opportunity to tell you the things that I know can work. And I'm an example of some of those things. First of all, you don't have to look like the person you're mentoring and growing to be successful in mentoring and growing them. If that was the case, I wouldn't have achieved the rank of 4-star general, because there were very few people in the flying business when I started and in my path along the way that looked like me. My very first supervisor gave me the model for how to get it done for a person of color, or actually any person along the way. He acted like and treated me like he was a leader, and he expected me to be a leader. He challenged me to develop. He pushed me in areas that I didn't think were all that important. But what did I know? I was brand new to the organization. And then as a receiver of that, you have to acknowledge that maybe you don't know everything you need to know. And then he communicated clearly to me what expectations were. And he set them higher than he thought I could achieve. And I clawed to get there. And he got to know me as a person, and got to understand what my goals and objectives were for my life, both personally and professionally. And then he helped chart a path to get me there. And surprisingly, this is a white guy from Maine, Vietnam era guy who had no other compelling reason to do this other than he was a leader who felt that the organization would be better if I was to get better.
And you, Mr. Mason?
It's a really great question. And I think there's two ways to look at this. One's probably more ideological than the other, but I look at it in a couple ways. Number one, being more diverse and inclusive, it feels good. It's the right thing to do. And I know that sounds a little corny, but we know it's the right thing to do. Treating other people the right way is the right thing to do. And also it's very, very good for your business. You're going to make better decisions. As you said, you're going to have a more well-rounded experience in your business or in your organization. You're going to get different perspectives. You're going to get different input, different kind of collaboration. And that's really, really important to the success of any organization. And the flip side of that, and the other way to look at it is, and this is not as cool, but we're in a different world. And if you are not adopting diversity and inclusion, you are going to be left on the outside. And I think it's going to be unfortunate for any organization that's not paying close attention to that. And I think you're going to be in a disadvantage, not only as far as the creative and what you're producing and the ideas that you're coming with, but also just as far as the perception and the optics and you're not going to be perceived as a forward-looking, forward-facing organization. And that also is very, very important, not only to your bottom line, to the business, but also just to the ethos and the expectation of your organization. I think in both ways, it makes total sense to be diverse, inclusive, and have equity among in everything you're doing.
Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. And I hope that we've left the audience with the idea that leadership is everything. Diversity and inclusion is everyone's business, starting with the leader, and either jump on or be extinct. I think, Mr. Mason, that's basically what you're saying. The days of staying the same have passed us.
Over.
Appreciate you all being part of this, and hoping we gave the audience something to think about.
Thank you all very much. It was great to be here. Really appreciate it.
Enjoyed it, guys. Thanks.
Oh, you most definitely gave us lots of great things to think about. I really appreciate General McDou's expanded way of viewing diversity.
Yeah, I do too. And what he also talked about there was that sometimes certain positions in a company, those positions are the ones that get promoted, and that as the leader, you have to set the culture and the standard that you need to take into account every position, because sometimes the best people for that next promotion are not in that core position that usually get promoted. The other thing that I liked about that is, as we've talked about the culture of innovation and change, that that culture gets driven at the top. It has to start with the leader of the organization, and that person is the one that sets the tone. So General McDou has led that. He has led that change. Mr. Mason Jr., he is going through that, and he is leading that change as we speak. And then Raquel Brigham Brown being able to bring that all together was pretty incredible to hear.
It was great, wasn't it? I think it's the right approach to really drive productive progress forward.
I agree. I agree.
Well, look, I have a special announcement here. It's General Melancon's birthday. Happy birthday, General.
All right. Happy birthday, General. I understand she's tuning in right now, so thank you so much for your tireless efforts to help us build this base of the future. So now for something extra special, to introduce our next speaker, Colonel Dee Halfhill. We have an incredibly distinguished professor and thought leader on the subject's research on courage, vulnerability, shame, and empathy, and author of 7 books, including 5 New York Times bestsellers. Wow. Please welcome Brene Brown.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brene Brown, and I am a research professor at the University of Houston, Graduate College of Social Work. I also hold a position as a research professor of management at the University of Texas at Austin, McCombs Business School. And I have the great pleasure today of introducing your next speaker, Colonel Dee S. Halfhill, who currently serves as the Special Assistant for Public Affairs to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I have spent my entire career, going on 23 years, studying the experiences and emotions that make us human: courage, vulnerability, shame, empathy, and many, many others. But those 4 are the ones I really spent. We just actually passed 400,000 pieces of data last year. I've spent a lot of time trying to understand and unlock who we are, how we show up, and how we lead. And I had the great pleasure of working with Colonel Halfhill, not only on Air Force Base but also training her in my work. And she gave me very strict instructions. And if you know Colonel Halfhill, you do not, you follow the instructions she gives you. She said, do not waste any time talking about me and the things I've accomplished or done. Talk about the importance of the work. So here's what I'll tell you. Probably the greatest finding of my career is that courage is a collection of 4 skill sets that can be taught, learned, measured, and observed. And the core of courage, at the heart of courage, is the ability to be vulnerable. And, you know, I'm a 5th generation Texan, family motto, lock and load, not raised with a whole ton of vulnerability. Raised to believe, I think like many of us, that vulnerability is weakness, that talking about emotion, talking about how we're feeling is weakness. I was raised with a healthy dose, I think like many of us, of suck it up and get her done. But as it turns out, there is no courage without vulnerability. Vulnerability has a very simple definition. It is the feeling we experience when we are in uncertainty, risk, or emotional exposure. And it's interesting because several years ago, I was working with special forces and I asked for an example of courage that did not require uncertainty, risk, or emotional exposure. And there was just quiet and a lot of hands over faces and a lot of shaking of heads until someone just said, "No, ma'am, 3 tours. There is no courage without vulnerability." And then the next week I was with the Seattle Seahawks, asked the players the same question, same answer. And we've since that time probably asked 10,000 people, give me an example of courage that didn't require uncertainty, risk, and emotional exposure. And there is no courage without vulnerability. Yet most of us are not taught how to be vulnerable and how to communicate around our emotion, how to show up for difficult conversations. We end up talking about people instead of to people. We end up blaming and shaming and finger pointing instead of doing the uncomfortable work of accountability. So Colonel Halfhill is here today to talk to you about this work. I have to say that of all the people, we probably have a couple thousand folks trained in my work that teach it. There's no one that I'm more proud to convey the research, the data, the message of the importance of showing up with each other in human ways so we can be brave with each other in our work. There's no one that I can imagine can do that better than Colonel Dee Halfhill. So without any further ado.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me to be with you today. I have to say thank you to the AFWERX organization. What amazing work to take this big conference and turn it virtual so that we all have the opportunity to learn from one another. I have been listening in today and I've really been struck by 2 comments. One made by Kevin Hines when he said he was on the bus and all he really wanted was one person to see his pain. And then we've heard others talk about the fact that as airmen, we need to ask for help when we need it. And so I want to talk to you a little bit today about what is that gap, because in one, the individual just wanted someone to reach out to him. And in the other, we're asking them to reach out to us as leaders. I've been following Dr. Brown's work since probably about 2010. It's incredible research, it's incredible language. And this quote right here really summarizes for me how I want to show up as a leader and the kind of my guiding light on a daily basis. And this quote is, "A leader must spend a reasonable amount of time dealing with fears and feelings, or they will squander an unreasonable amount of time trying to manage ineffective or unproductive behavior." And really that speaks to not only those we lead, but ourselves as well. We have to take the time to understand, as Dr. Brown mentioned, what makes us human and how do we engage that space in ourselves and others. So rather than kind of do a PowerPoint bulletized brief today, I really want to share that gap I was talking to you about through story. In 2017, I was the Mission Support Group Commander at Barksdale Air Force Base. And like most commanders, I was out talking to one of my squadrons. It was the Communications Squadron, and we were there to present them an award.
And like any time you're out in a large group as a senior leader, you really want to take the opportunity to hear from the airmen and hear what they are experiencing. So after we presented the award, I said to them, does anyone have any questions? And one airman in the back raised his hand and he said, ma'am, when is the ops tempo going to go down? Because, man, we're tired. And I said, I hear you. Like, we've been at war for nearly 2 decades. We have a high deployment rate. When we're not deployed, we're back home, we're training, we're just getting the business done of running a base that has 15,000 people, 2 headquarters. Like, we ask a lot of our airmen. I said, also, I had just come from Air Mobility Command, where I had the opportunity to sit in on the presentations wing commanders were making to the 4-star. And so often I heard the same thing. We're asking so much of our airmen and they're tired. And so I asked them, in that moment, how many of you are tired? And the whole group raised their hand. Well, as fate would have it, 3 days earlier, I had been reading an article in Harvard Business Review. And this article was talking about ops tempo and exhaustion. And it talked about a company that was going into 5 different organizations. And it was trying to understand why these particular organizations were reporting such high levels of exhaustion. And after spending months with these companies and talking to their employees, what they found was not just that people were tired, but that they were lonely. And that loneliness was manifesting itself in a feeling of exhaustion. So I decided in that moment to take a chance. And so I asked the group, maybe somewhat hypothetically, if I were to ask you today, instead of who's tired, who's lonely, how many of you would raise your hands? And while I wasn't expecting it, out of the group of about 30, 35, at least 15 raised their hands. And I stood there for a moment, not quite sure what to do because I don't consider myself a loneliness expert. But I was also a little bit heartbroken because, see, as we've heard so many people talk about today, our Air Force is dealing with a really heavy problem of suicide within our ranks. And we spend so much time as leaders trying to understand why this is happening and how we engage and how we get our airmen to talk to us and to speak up when they need help. And so I kind of stood there for a moment, a little stunned, because see, when as a leader, if I ask you if you're tired and you say yes, I'm probably going to tell you to go get some rest. But what if what's really going on is you're lonely and I send you away? I'm potentially exacerbating the very problem we are trying to address. I've sent you away. Now there's a time and place to send our airmen to those who can get help, to those people who are trained in the mental health professionals. But like Kevin said, sometimes they just want to know that one person cares. And we as leaders have to know how to do that. I certainly didn't ever think I would be talking about loneliness. As I said, I'm certainly not a loneliness guru. And looking back, it took a lot of courage for me to even step into that arena. But even more so, it took a ton of courage for the people in that moment to raise their hands. And then we could stop and we could have a conversation about why this was happening and why people felt the way they felt. I tell this story everywhere I can because I think it's so important as leaders to understand. Sometimes it's as simple as a different word choice. Sometimes it's as simple as using a word like loneliness versus tired. I was out talking and I had another commander come up to me and she says, "Ma'am, I talk to my airmen all the time about being disconnected." And I said, disconnected? That feels like such a sterile word. Like, what is our resistance to using something like loneliness? Because when we can use the language and we can use the word, we show people that we understand as leaders the rawness of that experience, the rawness of what that feels like, and sometimes the rawness of just being human. But we don't. We stay with safe words like disconnected or isolated versus really using a language that allows us to connect. And why? Why do we do that? What gets in our way? And sometimes I think it's just a lack of practice with the language. Humanness. You heard Brene mention it. We've heard it several times today that we have to understand how to engage leaders or how to engage our airmen from a place of humanness. So in 2014, I was going to my SDE program and I was writing a paper on leadership. And as part of my research, I thought it best to explore the Air Force's most current manual on leadership, AFDD 1-1. That document was written in 2011. And as I was going through AFDD 1-1, it talked about our core values, service before self, excellence in all we do, and integrity. But it talked about how these 3 core values were an evolution of these 7 leadership traits that were in our very first manual on leadership, written in 1948, AFM 35-15. And as I was looking at these 7 leadership traits, one of them was humanness. And I was struck by that word. Like, I'd been watching, exploring Dr. Brown's work. I was going through several programs on my own about coaching and how we engage people differently. And so this word humanness as a leadership characteristic in our very first manual jumped out at me like a spotlight. And I thought, I have to read this manual. So I went and found AFM 35-15 and started reading it. And as I was reading it, I was struck by how much I was feeling. And that was odd for me because I certainly didn't have that feeling when I was reading AFDD 1-1. So I decided to do a word search. And the first word in AFM 35-15, again, written in 1948, that jumped out at me was feel or feeling. You have to understand how your men will feel. You have to understand the feelings they're having coming out of combat. That was in there 147 times. The second word, confidence. You must have confidence. Your men must have confidence. You must have confidence in your men. 129 times. Fear. Understand the fear they will have. Remember, this was 1948. This was right after World War II. These men knew fear. That was in there 35 times. To belong. As a leader, you need to create a sense of belonging. Your men will want to belong. They need to belong. They need to know they belong. Was in there 21 times. Kindness and mercy. Please be kind to your men. Have mercy on your men. 12 times. Self-confidence. She's kind of a badass. I love it. 11 times. Friendly. Be friendly with your men. 6 times. Forgive. Forgive them when they make mistakes. Teach them to forgive one another. 3 times. Shame. They're going to have shame when they make mistakes. We're all going to feel shame when we don't measure up. 2 times in 1948. Admired. Admire. You want to be admired. Twice. And love. How many times do you think love was mentioned in an Air Force manual on leadership in 1948? 13 times. And so I thought, well, to be fair, I should probably go back to AFDD 1-1 because maybe I just wasn't reading it closely enough the first time. And so I started to do the same search. Words like fear and feeling. 1 time. Confidence, 4 times. Fear, 4 times. I need to add in here that confidence and fear were both in there 4 times as a subset design element pulled as a pulled quote from the very first document. To belong, 1 time. Kindness and mercy, 0. Self-confidence, 0. Friendly, 0. You can see where this is going. Shame, 0. Forgiveness, 0. Admired, 0. And love, in our AFDD 1-1, written in 2011, 0. Now, just so I wouldn't be accused of being a feeling wonk, I decided to also do a search for the word mission. And that was in there 186 versus 107 times. Now, in AFDD 1-1, it talked about tactical leadership, operational leadership, strategic leadership, but never did it talk to us about being human and understanding the personal experience of what our airmen are going through. And so that takes me back to this quote: a leader must spend a reasonable amount of time attending to fears and feelings, or they will squander an unreasonable amount of time trying to manage ineffective or unproductive behavior. That is what we are doing today. And if we as leaders can understand that by just doing a simple shift in our language and using words that actually talk to the human experience, empathy and kindness and compassion and courage and bravery, if we can use the words forgiveness and loneliness and shame, we have got to start talking about shame if we are ever going to be able to address this idea of suicide and help our people not feel shame for asking for help. You know, Kevin said he wanted one person to see the pain he was in, but so many of us don't step forward when we ourselves need that help because we feel shame for needing it. We've got to change our language. I don't have enough time today to tell us how to do it, but we've got to take it one small step at a time. And if we do so, we can teach people that feelings are not weakness, and that to be courageous means we have to step into vulnerability first. And more than anything, we can get back to the business of being human. Thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you for that, Colonel Halfhill. I mean, what a great point to differentiate between being tired versus being lonely. And she's so spot on when she says that using the proper verbiage, actually shows that our leaders understand the rawness of our feelings and will help drive us and connect us. What do you think, Bob? Bob's a deep thinker. While he ponders that, we have one incredible chat left, featuring two absolute rock stars. To tell you who the other rock star is, please welcome back my phenomenal co-host, John Flynn.
Ladies and gentlemen, now let's welcome John Flynn. Colonel.
Hey, thank you, Krista. What a great way to culminate the end of this 3-day conference. We're so lucky to have best-selling author and motivational speaker joining us today, Simon Sinek. Simon, I know how busy your schedule is. We asked for 20 minutes. You said make it 30. I can't thank you enough for making this conference a priority. It's so important.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here.
Yep. And I love the hat that you're wearing. I mean, talk about knowing your brand, knowing your audience. So thank you for putting that on. The AFWERX, the group responsible for this 3-day virtual conference, I mentioned to you, they were honored by Fast Company yesterday as the number 16 most innovative places in the world to work. By the way, Amazon came in number 18. It's the first time ever a government unit has made that list. It's truly historic. But this should come as no surprise to you. You've said publicly before, the Air Force isn't just the most innovative branch. It's quite possibly the most innovative business in the world. I love that. I hear some cheering down the hallway. I know they love that too. Why do you feel this way? Do you mind spending a few minutes telling our audience what makes for that great culture of innovation?
The Air Force is a culture of ideas. It's what it is. Everything about the Air Force and the way it operates is all about idea generation. If you think about it, a kid with a couple stripes on their arm can say to a full-blood colonel, "Hey, ma'am, I've got an idea," and that colonel will say, "Let's hear it." You can't do that in the Army. Like, that doesn't go over well. It's an organization that's comfortable with asking questions. I mean, it's a joke. It's a joke in the Air Force, right? The only constant in the Air Force is change. Everybody knows it. It's a punchline. It's an organization that's comfortable with experimentation, and innovation requires experimentation. And I love that. If the commandant of the Marine Corps said, "I want all my Marines on parade ground on Sunday in white gloves," every Marine would be there. Every base, every town where there's a Marine base would be sold out of white gloves. and they'll all be waiting, being told what to do. If the chief of staff of the Air Force said, I want all my airmen on parade grounds in white gloves on Sunday, the emails would start flying. Do we have to be in white gloves? Why are we wearing gloves? Do they have to be white? Can they be off-white? It's just a culture of questions, and it's a culture of experimentation, which is just a perfect foundation for innovation.
Yeah, I love that analogy. I've sent those emails myself and received them, so that's really good. And you put out a new book about a year ago in 2019 called Infinite Game. I've read it a couple times. I love it. I've got it on Audible. And I've taken so many notes because I think it really applies to so many people and so many different levels of the organization, whether it's business, the military, and quite frankly, any sort of community effort. As we talk about base of the future, so many bases that are out there when you talk about spiritual, mental, emotional, physical. So high level, just what are the concepts behind it, the differences between maybe some of those businesses who play that finite game versus the infinite game?
So Dr. James Carse, a philosopher in the mid-1980s, articulated these two types of games, finite games and infinite games. A finite game is defined as known players, fixed rules, and an agreed upon objective. Football, baseball, even conventional warfare. There's always a beginning, middle, and an end. And if there's a winner, there has to be a loser. And then you have infinite games. Infinite games are defined as known and unknown players, which means new players can join at any time. The rules are changeable, which means you can play however you want. And the objective is to perpetuate the game, to stay in the game as long as possible. We are players in infinite games every day of our lives, whether we know it or not. There's no such thing as winning education. No one's declared the winner of careers. And there's definitely no such thing as winning business. There's definitely no such thing as winning global politics. It doesn't exist. The players come and go. The problem is, if you listen to so many of our leaders, they talk about being number one, being the best, or beating our competition. Based on what? Based on what agreed upon objectives, based upon what agreed upon rules, based upon what agreed upon metrics, based upon what agreed upon timeframes. And the problem is when we play with a finite mindset in an infinite game, there's a few very consistent and predictable outcomes: the decline of trust, the decline of cooperation, and the decline of innovation. And so the organization that is the United States Air Force, like the United States, is playing in an infinite game. The goal is not to win or lose or beat the other branches, for example. It's to stay in the game as long as possible, to be relevant and viable, like any business. And likewise, I think what is a new concept for a lot of people to consider is that warfare can exist in both forms as well. We're mostly familiar with finite warfare. There's an agreed upon objective, whether it's a land grab or decimating an enemy or something like that. And at the end, there's usually a treaty. Right? There's a handshake and we say, okay, we're going to stop fighting now. There's a beginning, middle, and an end. One team is declared the winner and the other team accepts that they are the loser, right? But then there's infinite warfare. The Cold War is an infinite war. We don't want a winner or a loser in that scenario. It's catastrophic. And so both teams play to stay in the game. And so in an infinite game, because there's no winning and losing, the objective is to frustrate the enemy of will and resources. And just to give one analogy, it's what happened to the United States in Vietnam. We won most of the major battles, if not all of them. If you look at the Tet Offensive, for example, the surprise attack against over 125 targets, we repelled every single attack, every single one. If you look at the Vietnam War as a whole, we lost 58,000 troops. The North Vietnamese lost 3 million people. So if you go by the metrics, we won. Then how come we lost? It's not that we lost. It's that we were playing against an enemy in an infinite scenario. They weren't playing to win or lose. They were playing to survive. And so I think one of the great opportunities for the military is to reconfigure itself, to know what kind of warfare it's in, and then to adjust its strategy and even the manner in which it uses its platforms so that it's playing for the right game that it's actually in.
See, and I love that connection. I wanted to talk about, I think, a worthy rival. I think you would define China as a worthy rival.
Yeah.
When we go back a few years ago, General Mattis, Secretary of Defense, where he said that, look, we tried pivoting to Asia back in 2010. We left one foot in the Middle East. Now we've made a significant change in our national defense strategy, where he said that, our biggest threat but our biggest advantage is our entrepreneurial ecosystem. And the fact that we are not tapping into it is how China is going to be they'll compete against us better in the future. That's quite frankly why we have the AFWERX challenges, is to be able to help accelerate some of these great innovative technologies at the front lines. You've written about companies that are playing the infinite game right now and those that don't do it so well. But from a geopolitical perspective, how are we doing in this infinite game against China? Because it seems like they're playing the infinite game quite well, and some would say that we're playing the finite game.
I mean, I will use a technical term. We're doing shit. We're crap at it. Let's be honest. The United States, I would say, since the fall of the Berlin Wall, has become a consummate finite player. Shorter and shorter time frames, falsely believing we can win and lose. Heck, when the Berlin Wall came down, when the Soviet Union was dismantled, we announced to the world that we had won the Cold War. No, we didn't. There's no winning global politics. The other player dropped out of the game because they ran out of the will and the resources to play. That's what happened. And unfortunately, we acted like a victor and imposed our will on the world. We had good intentions, but turns out that lasted for about 11 years, and then other nations started to push back. If we consider that the Cold War existed on three tensions, there was a nuclear tension, there was an ideological tension. We're both ideological exporters. We're exporting democracy and capitalism looking for customers. The Soviet Union was exporting Soviet-style communism looking for customers. So there's a nuclear tension, an ideological tension, and an economic tension. The two largest economies in the world were the United States and the Soviet Union. Not coincidentally, corresponding precisely with life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The only three things for which we will bear any burden and pay any price. They are, for the United States, existential. And it was convenient that that our primary competitor in that game, all of those three tensions existed in a single pole in the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union dropped out of the game, not because we won. They dropped out of the game because they ran out of the will and the resources to stay in the game. They ran out of money. Turns out the Cold War was super expensive. They fell out of the game. New players emerge, as is the definition of infinite games. And so the nuclear tension has been replaced by North Korea, maybe Iran, maybe Pakistan, the ideological tension, Soviet-style communism, has been replaced by religious extremism. And the economic tension has been replaced by China. We don't really fear nuclear war with China, but my goodness, do we screw with each other's economies all the time. And so the Cold War is alive and well. It's Cold War 2.0, which is a big problem when our modern military has almost every facet of our military, from strategy to the way in which we conduct warfare, has largely, if not completely, been formed, because we were isolationists prior to World War II, by the Cold War. And so now the world is different. We're in Cold War 2.0, and the question is how are we going to adapt for the game that we're in? Unfortunately, we are unaware that we're in the Cold War because we don't perceive a single rival. There are these multiple rivals. And so we still falsely believe that we're fighting to be number one based on I don't know what metrics, to be the best based on I don't know what metrics. And the reality is because others are doing a really good job. They have 500-year and 1,000-year plans. We have 2, 4, and 6-year plans, if we're really lucky, even annually. And I think we're way, way, way behind. There's a lot of hubris that existed because we were the last country standing for now.
Right.
For now.
Right.
And that's the thing in the infinite game. You might be the winner for now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Andrew Marshall, OffSNet assessment. So his strategy is what helped drain the Soviet Union, get us out of the Cold War. Some would argue that China is sort of taking that same blueprint and potentially trying to do that to us. When you take a look at, maybe a stated goal by them being a hegemon by 2040, 2050, you look at their economy, their GDP, the number of people they have, and it's all shifting to Asia. So is that the sort of strategy that they are looking at too when you're talking infinite game?
You can look at all of the rivals that we've competed against in recent history and how they've played against us. Look at Al-Qaeda, look at Osama bin Laden, right? Clearly, Al-Qaeda can't defeat the United States. It can't happen, right? Militarily, just like the Viet Cong couldn't defeat the United States militarily, couldn't do it. And so the question is how do you attack our will and how do you attack our resources? Because of what every expert knows is a relatively minor threat of terrorism with a very potentially low loss of life. But it's the fear that they instilled in us. This is what terrorism does. And if you think about the amount of money that the United States has spent to combat that threat, not to mention the fact that they've even created a groundswell of racism in our nation. And so they've affected our will and they've affected our resources. So who won? Who won in that scenario? Great damage has been done to the United States, the fabric of our nation, and the money that we have. China's doing the same thing. They're very, very skilled at getting us to react and spend a lot of money and to unnerve us. Will and resources are the things you drain in an infinite game. And most of our competitors in this second Cold War, this Cold War 2.0, are better at it than we are.
Yeah, I think there's a lot that's been written out there that would certainly agree with you on that. And I think others are saying that we continue to play this finite game. We look at Hong Kong, South China Sea, intellectual property rights, Taiwan. So you've got those real issues that we have to contend with, while also thinking about the long term. How do you balance that? And is this where the innovative entrepreneurial spirit of America can come into play? Because we may not be able to compete person for person or dollar for dollar, but we have to think through maybe asymmetric ways that we can do so for the next 20 years.
Yes. I mean, the simple answer is yes. Remember, the infinite game is not the absence of finite games. It's the context within which finite games exist. We have to stop thinking of it as conventional war. We also have to stop using sports analogies, because those are all finite. We have to start thinking of it much more like lifestyle. It's like going to the gym. You want to be healthy. Well, you can still have a finite goal. I want to lose X amount of weight by X date. Great, go. And metrics are really important because it helps us, A, stay motivated, but it helps us measure progress towards some sort of ideal. I want to be in shape, right? That was an arbitrary goal on an arbitrary date. And if you hit your goal, you're super excited, everything's great, but here's the problem. You have to keep exercising for the rest of your life. The game doesn't end. Or let's say you miss your goal and you don't lose the amount of weight by your chosen date. You know what happens? Nothing. Nothing happens. In fact, you're healthier now than when you started. And if you just stay on the regime, you're 100% going to hit your goal maybe in the next month or two. And this is why character and values of an organization and of a nation state matter so much, because it's about process. It's about sticking to what we believe in. It's about sticking to the game plan. And even though we have goals and we have time frames, and they are largely arbitrary, and they help us measure things, they're not absolute. Now, sometimes there are absolute things contained within that infinite game. There are battles and wars that happen within the infinite game. There are things that have a beginning, a middle, and an end, and the objectives are crystal clear, that we know that when that objective is accomplished, the fight ends. But that's not always the case, and sometimes we're very bad at articulating those things. Afghanistan didn't have to drag on as much as it did if we had a clearly articulated finite objective where we announced, upon this objective, we're leaving. Iraq is the same. But because we didn't, we found ourselves in the same kind of quagmire, in the same kind of infinite scenario that drains our will and resources like it did in the Vietnam War.
Yeah, we do. And I think a lot of people would say the next 3 to 5 years and decisions we make, that's what's going to shape the next 20. It's so important to get these next couple of years.
And I think that the military has an amazing opportunity to reinvent itself. Let's be honest, we've been so dominant in so many areas for so long. It's been 20 or 30 years before we faced a peer competitor. And I mean, you get lazy, you get complacent. The push and the drive to innovate and innovate and innovate, a lot of the innovative forums with Deep Blue, Checkmate, all of these things that used to exist kind of went by the wayside because they were seen as less as a need or too expensive. And I think now we're feeling a little bit humbled, if I'm honest. And I think now's an opportunity to get going and really sort of make up the lost space.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why we brought so many entrepreneurs and small businesses to the table with our showcase here at AFWERX Fusion, to be able to get some of the best innovative ideas are in those small businesses. And so if I could transition to people, because without our people, it doesn't matter about the machines, the technology, none of that's going to matter. So we've been attacking so many issues the last couple of days. There's been so much to talk about with mental health and the spiritual base. You speak on leadership, you know it very well. You've studied the military for decades, but you also write about trust. We talk about vulnerabilities, the importance of identifying your team's just cause, and things have changed a little bit, or maybe the rules of the road have changed a little bit over the last 4 to 6 months. When you look at places that people congregate, churches, public spaces, sports, classrooms. These are areas that people draw upon to help strengthen their spiritual base. Have the leadership methods in the congregation of the next couple of months, next couple of years, have those changed? Or do the same concepts apply? We just have to be a little more innovative in how we continue to foster those trusting partnerships and relationships.
So I think there's a few things at play here. You know, when COVID happened and many of us were forced to work from home, there's a few things that happened. One of the things that happened is the military, which has been trying to do this for years, who said we could never do it, all of a sudden found itself able to do it in a month, right?
Right.
Like nothing like a burning platform, right? In other words, we have capacity. But I think when people started to discover that we're able to function virtually, maybe we don't need our offices anymore. They're taking for granted, A, that the relationships pre-existed, that the trust pre-existed. That's number one. Number two, we're also starting to realize that being at home by ourselves or with our families the whole time, like, I actually would like to leave the house, you know? And you can't really have a great brainstorming session over Zoom. It just doesn't work. You know, there's something about being in person. And I think one of the things that people fail to recognize is that running a virtual organization is actually way more difficult than running an in-person organization. And the reason is because trust doesn't happen in a Zoom room. Trust doesn't happen in a meeting. Trust happens between the meetings. Isaac Stern, the virtuoso violinist, said, he said, music is what happens between the notes. And trust is the same. Trust happens between the meetings. It's when you're filing into the conference room and you're like, hey, Steve, hey, Bob, you know, it's like, hey, I heard your dad was sick. Oh, yeah, he's doing much better. Thanks for asking. It's when you leave and you walk down the hall to your offices and you keep talking and decisions are being made. It's having lunch together. It's bumping to each other in the hallway or at the copy machine. It's all of the in-between things that build trust. It's like a relationship. Like, you know, our spouses didn't fall in love with us because when we were on the date, or when we remembered their birthday or Valentine's Day. It happened in between. It's how we conduct ourselves and how we treat each other, you know, when I go to the fridge and I get a drink for myself, I bring you one as well without you asking. It's these little things that happen between the big events. And so I think that going back to the office, it's that fabric that holds us together. Nothing replaces human contact, nothing. We can mitigate it for a while, we can drag it out for a while, but at the end of the day, human contact and human interaction is where it's at.
Doesn't matter if I do a bunch of Zoom calls, if I do emails, phone calls, FaceTime, it's irreplaceable, correct?
I've heard a few examples of people who met a potential significant other on Zoom. They're doing the whole COVID dating thing. They're on FaceTime every night. They're falling for each other. I heard a story just recently, another story, where somebody was living on the East Coast, fell in love with a woman on the West Coast. They've been talking for a couple months. He thinks she's the one. She thinks he's the one. He says, I'm going to come visit you, gets on the plane, flies to California, and in a day is like, yeah, no, this is not for me. And she's like the same. There's something about human interaction and the chemistry of human beings that, as much as we like to believe, cannot be replaced. Take a Zoom room as a perfect example, even in a meeting. I mean, so for example, first of all, we spend a lot of our time looking at ourselves rather than the other person, or we're staring at a dot in the middle of our computer to give the appearance to the other people that we're looking at you, but really I'm just staring at a dot on my screen. Or if I really want to make eye contact with you, and I do look at your eyes, you see this as I'm looking at you in the face trying to make eye contact. In other words, it's fake. It's fake. It doesn't really work. I actually think phone works better, to be honest, to have difficult conversations rather than Zoom.
Yeah, and you know, it's interesting to bring up that point where you try to keep your personal family life separate from your work life. You know, your family's at home saying like, we don't want you working at home, and you're coming in saying like, well, I don't want you playing at home. But now you've got this sort of integration, this overlay of family and work, and you're trying to maintain that balance. So do you see this sort of model, and I don't know if this is going to last for 6 months, a year, 2 years, who knows, but do you see this model happening over time where more of your work persona in life actually integrates with your family life?
Yeah, I think that's a good thing. We have this twisted notion of work, you know, we're always talking about work-life balance as if they're two completely separate things. I mean, the reason your friends love you is the same reason your colleagues love you. It's you. And if you're different in one of those two places, then in one of those two places, you're lying. I think there's something to be said for showing humanity. I'm a great believer in the huddle, the Monday morning huddle where we come together and don't talk about work. We say, what's on your heart and mind? How was your weekend? And we learn about who people are. And I think there's something magical about you being on a Zoom call and, your little daughter runs in and sits on your lap, or your dog's barking in the background. I think it adds a level of humanity and vulnerability to someone that we are actually very, very good at hiding and masking and pretending doesn't exist. I think it's a nice thing to have a blend. I think to keep them so separate is untrue. Human life is messy, and we all have a messy life.
It is, and we've heard several times over these last couple of days, Simon, that our families we try to shield them from some of the pains, from some of the stresses at work, specifically as it relates to COVID, but even just across the spectrum, from a military standpoint, and even from business owners, you feel like you're the shield, that you could take it all on yourself. But what we continue to hear is that families want to be a part of the day-to-day life. Families want to hear what you're going through. And the more that you can share those experiences with them, the tighter of a bond that you're going to have.
It's a team. Your family is a team, just like work is a team. And if you're struggling at home, your work family will help you out. And if you're struggling at work, your home family will help you out. Your home team will help you out. So I think there's a lot of good that's actually come out of this. So
I agree. And I think a lot of people are feeling that way. Everyone's experience has been a little bit different. But as we talk about leadership and supervising and accountability of people that are around you, you write about ethical fating and trust in the infinite game. I think it applies from both the leader to the employee perspective and from the employee to the leader perspective. So what does that mean right now? If leaders can't be in the rooms making sure that their subordinates or even their colleagues are doing what they're supposed to be doing, because like integrity is you're doing what you're supposed to be doing even when no one is watching. So how should bosses, how should leaders, and even just how should work colleagues be thinking about that?
Well, I think asked and answered. I think highly functional organizations that are values-based, people will do the right thing when no one's watching. The fact, when you say your boss looking over you, I think you have a weak organization if we need your boss to tell you that what you're doing is unethical. Everybody makes ethical lapses, but ethical fading affects organizations. So I think one of the things I found so interesting about these COVID times is it's really, crisis is a great revealer of good and bad things. And I think a lot of good old-fashioned leadership has sort of been revealed. So for example, whether someone was an effective or ineffective leader prior to COVID happening, what we saw just organically happening is a lot of people in leadership positions, when COVID hit, picked up the phone and checked in on their folks. They picked up the phone and said, "Are you okay? How are you doing? Just want to make sure you're okay." Well, why did it take a crisis, a global pandemic, for you to do that? That's called good leadership. Why aren't you doing that all the time? And for organizations that have been well led, you'll find that when left to their own devices, the people will continue to conduct themselves in very highly ethical ways. Organizations that put excessive amounts of pressure on people to hit arbitrary numbers by arbitrary dates, to the point where they find themselves hoarding information instead of sharing information because of I have to get ahead, I have to win, I have to get my bonus at the end of the year. Again, you can hear the finite-mindedness in this, where I might stab someone in the back or take credit because literally my pay depends on it, or my promotability depends on it. Organizations that did that prior to COVID, well, they're going to suffer during COVID as well. So I think strong values-based organizations, whether we're together or not together, I think we take care of each other, rely on each other, and as individuals and as a group, act more ethically.
So those who were flourishing before COVID will flourish even more. Those who weren't will not.
It's the great revealer.
Great revealer, right? Final question. We got less than.
And crisis was an opportunity to shift and to learn lessons. But if all things being equal, then it would have exaggerated whatever was going on before. Yes.
I know we got less than a minute left. Servant leadership. What does that mean to you? And like I said, we've got thousands of leaders at all different parts of the organization tuning in right now. And as we're going through this tough time, coming out of it, we're piecing this all together with the base of the future, tying it back to innovation, health and wellness of our airmen and their families, servant leadership. What does that mean?
I find it ironic that we have to call something servant leadership. All leadership is servant leadership. You have servant leadership and you have bad leadership. That's what you have. Servant leadership to me is serving those who serve others. It's committing yourself to the responsibility to see those around us rise. It's not about being in charge. It's about taking care of those in our charge. That's what leadership is. It is a responsibility to take care of human beings. There's not a single senior leader or person in leadership position who's responsible for the results. Zero. They're responsible for the people who are responsible for the results. Generals don't win wars. We're responsible for the people who are responsible for the people who are responsible for the people who are responsible for the outcome. And effective leaders take care of those beneath them and set upon them the responsibility to take care of those in their charge. And that's called effective hierarchy. A Marine Corps friend of mine, Lieutenant General George Flynn, he's a retired 3-star. He said he can always tell if a young lieutenant is a good leader. He says because their Marines will start to take possession of their lieutenant. They'll say, "That's our lieutenant." If they say that's the lieutenant, there's a leadership problem. There's good leadership when they say that's our lieutenant. It's always the colonel. It's never our colonel. It's always the colonel because the relationship is distant. But you can tell when it becomes a personal relationship, when it becomes our lieutenant, there's something good happening over there. In other words, it's human.
That's great. And Simon, what a great way to end this on our people, culminating this fantastic 3-day virtual conference with you. It's just an incredible honor to have you here. Thank you so much for spending so much time with us, and be well, and we'll see you again soon.
An honor, and I hope I get to work with you again soon. All the best, everyone.
Likewise. Take care. Krista, back over to you in the studio.
Is this awkward silence time?
Are we in overtime? I'm sitting in.
Hello. Sorry about that. We had a little bit of a technical difficulty there for a moment, but thank you so much, John, and thank you, Simon. That was such an interesting conversation to hear, discussing finite game versus infinite game. And I love the point that Simon made about the goal being not to win or lose, but to stay in the game as long as possible, and how he stresses the importance of human contact and staying connected to our humanity. So thank you again for that. Don't you agree, Bob? Yeah. He's so agreeable. Well, while my co-host makes his way back to the stage, I want to remind you that there is an amazing book that AFWERX has released for free to help organizations become more innovative. To tell you more about it, here are two of my favorite people.
Oh my gosh, AFWERX ebook empowerment. This is where it gets good to incredible to super incredible. 3 levels up. You're not going to believe this. You keep going. I'll translate for you, B. Marino.
Hello there. We hope you are enjoying the Fusion experience.
Hey, it's no problem. You don't even have to stand by. You can sit by. This is going to be comfortable, fun, and enjoyable. Get ready for a great ride.
Have you ever wondered why some innovation efforts succeed while others fail?
Oh, that's completely obvious. You have to understand that the tough get tougher, the strong get stronger. The good rises to the top, like cream that's kind of rotted, and it goes to the top. You know what I'm talking about? But that's why I'm translating for you, because you don't understand what I'm talking about.
If so, then journey with us and our AFWERX book, and together we will uncover many answers to the question, how does innovation survive and thrive?
You're going to love it. Survive and thrive is what he says, but I say tune in, be filled with amazement, because that's what we have right now here at Fusion. Amazement. Fusion, amazement. It all comes together. See what I mean?
Within our book, we tried to offer some useful views on our innovation culture, structure, and processes, which have produced results across diverse focus areas.
This is going to be incredible, people. I want you to measure the impact of this book in kilowatt hours, Newton joules, all the different things that can come together to let you know this is big. Put it on your scale, scale broken.
If you read the book, you will not have to take the same wild ride that we did with our learning curves in order to benefit from our startup year's experiences.
So there are a lot of books out there. Tolstoy. No, but really, I'm skipping laughing because that's nothing as compared to what we have right now. This book is something you're going to want to open and read and be amazed by. Let me tell you what, this book is the height of innovation. It brings it right to you. I believe that's what the old Maorino's wanting to talk about.
From Sun Tzu to Silicon Valley, from Herodotus to Hap Arnold, we have applied profound lessons from Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Confucius, Cicero, Adam Smith, and Alexis de Tocqueville.
Forget all that other stuff out there, ladies and gentlemen. You can get onto the AFWERX train. Woo-woo! We're going 120 miles an hour right in the fast lane of success.
We even offer about 100 sayings in bold font to give you a skimming option, including our bumper sticker of think big, start small, fail cheap, learn fast, and win big at scale.
It may be a jungle out there, but don't you worry. AFWERX is going to help you navigate that jungle. Snake, swampy thing, snake, swampy thing, navigating right through. That's what we do for you at AFWERX.
We think that you might find our lessons learned useful.
Whoa! Listen up, folks. Class is in session, but don't you worry. AFWERX was not built on fortune cookie sayings. It was built on the real deal stuff that you're hearing and seeing here right now.
Thank you for helping us build a bridge to the future, and we hope that you enjoy the rest of the Fusion experience.
Bing, bang, boom, bomb! Got it, B. Marino. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Mau Mau. Bapa Mau Mau. Lots of big words, but that's okay. We translated it, B. Marino.
Don't forget, you can grab this book for free on our website at AFWERXfusion.com.
I'm still recovering from that interview with Simon. That was a lot of fun.
That was great. I have to tell you, you asked so many great questions, and it was such an intriguing conversation. I know that was a big moment for you. You told me even leading up to this that you were such a big fan of his in that book. So how did it feel to interview him after reading the book?
It was incredible being able to see him on the screen and be able to have that conversation with him. And he gets it. Right?
Yeah.
He gets the military side, he gets the infinite game, he gets the business side, he gets the people side too. And that's what we're doing here at AFWERX in Fusion 2020. Is trying to coalesce all this together to help achieve not just national security objectives, but also rebuild our communities, make sure that our folks are reinforced, and make sure that everybody has the right organization, the training, and the equipment to be able to go out there and do what we ask them to do.
Absolutely. What a great guest to have on our last day, so aligned with AFWERX vision.
Yeah, and once again, Simon, to you and your team, thank you so much for giving us so much of your time. And we could have gone on for at least another hour, but for just giving us 30 minutes, that was really, really great of you, sir.
Yes. Great job, man.
Right. Now, before we wrap it up, we have one final poll question for you. Let's bring it up. All right. I know how I'm answering this one. What is your overall opinion of AFWERX Fusion 2020? Mm-hmm. Once again, what is your overall opinion of AFWERX Fusion 2020? We have disabled the letters A, B, and C. So please, when the poll is active, which I think is right now, respond at pollev.com/Fusion2020 or text Fusion 2020 to 22333 to join. So that's text Fusion 2020 to 22333 to join.
We had such an incredible time here at the AFWERX Fusion Virtual Experience, and we hope that you have too.
Yep, and I got to say, I'm thrilled we made it. I'm a little sad.
I know, me too. A lot of mixed emotions here.
A lot of mixed emotions. I know we're going to do it again next year, but to wrap up this amazing event from the point of view of the teams who were selected for the Base of the Future showcase, because they're the reason that we're here, right?
Yep.
Right. Remember there were 370 teams selected from over 1,700 submissions from around the world. These teams all had an opportunity to privately pitch their solutions to a panel of subject matter experts from the relevant sectors of the Air Force. In addition, they created a virtual booth and spent 5 hours over the last 3 days making themselves available for discussions with anyone that wanted to meet them in person.
That's right. And what will happen next is the Air Force teams will be meeting to select the solutions that will be invited to have further conversations with the Air Force. The communication to the teams will be made on Friday, August 7th, to see who gets invited to a follow-up event the week of August 31st.
So that's next week. They're going to get notified. And remember, though, to any of the military audience, the AFWERX team has created a commercial solutions opening. Mr. Kaplan talked to us about that this morning when we kicked things off, aka CSO. It's a contracting vehicle that can be used to gain proposals from any of the teams in this showcase to provide a rapid contracting pathway.
And we're all hoping that as many of these incredible solutions as possible are implemented by the Air Force to support the base of the future and create an incredible new Tyndall Air Force base and inspire other installations around the world to modernize the U.S. Air Force.
Thank you all so much for joining us. I got to say that what a great way to end day 3, like Simon on that exclamation point, people, 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 leadership, yes. Leadership, leadership, because it's the investment in our people, it's the investment in the families, the innovative approaches that we're taking now to health and wellness. It's inspiring for me, been in the Air Force for 25 years, to see this iterative approach that we're taking and being able to funnel this into the AFWERX network and really come up with solutions that are going to work, that are going to really strengthen our true base of the future, which is our people.
Absolutely. Well said. And I really love that we ended the 3 days talking about not just this, but diversity and inclusion. You know, it really goes to emphasize that AFWERX hearts and minds are in the right place. And I'm just so honored to have been invited to host with you and to be a part of this wonderful event and gem of an organization. So much thanks going out to everyone on the AFWERX team and everyone at home for tuning in.
Yep, and one more thing to my co-host, Krista Kleiner. She's been a fantastic coach, a fantastic mentor, and just a fantastic partner over the last 3 days. Thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, thank you. You have been, you're such a natural, but you have been so wonderful to work with, and I hope everyone can appreciate this man did so much work to pull so many of these amazing guests here with us, and he's just really been rock solid for me, so I hope we have the opportunity to host together soon.
So do I. And we're just the manifestation of the tens and hundreds of thousands of hours of hard work that have gone into this with AFWERX hubs and our AFWERX members and members of the United States Air Force around the globe. So once again, this is your host desk signing off. Thank you again for joining. Over and out.
Wait, before you do, one thing.
Oh,
we have lifesavers.
What do we do with these?
Dun, 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 dun. Let's see what you got.
You saw her with nunchucks. You guys are going to expect me to do something with lightsabers? I'm just setting up for failure.
Let's strike a pose here, John.
All right, here we go.
On the count of 3, over and out. Ready?
Yep.
1, 2, 3, over and out.
All right.
Away, baby, and I want. Good night. It's been a hard day's night.
May I have your attention, please? Elvis has just left the building.
Bum 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 ba-dum.
Off we go into the wild blue yonder, climbing high into the sun, into the sun. Here they come, zooming to meet our thunder. Adam now, give them the gun. Down we die, spouting our flame from under. Off with the one hell of a roar. We live in fame or go down in flame. Hey, nothing will stop the U.S. Air Force.
Bum 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 ba-dum.
Off we go into the wild sky yonder. Keep the wings level and true, level and true. If you live to be a gray-haired wonder, keep the nose out of the blue. Fight to fight, guarding our nation's border. We'll be there followed by more. In echelon, we carry on. Oh, nothing will stop the U.S. Air Force. We live in fame or go down in flame. Nothing will stop the U.S. Air Force. Nothing will stop the U.S. Air Force.